Hello, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural Armed Forces Dungeon Clash here on Military Gaming League and BDGG. Today, we are going to be seeing 7 different teams duking it out for Mythic Plus superiority and, of course, raising some money for charity. My name is Sam Talks, and I am joined by my ever-gracious co-casters, Barndoor and Driss Fury. Guys, how are we doing today?
Pretty good.
You know, Sam, I'm doing great. What about you, Driss?
I'm doing fantastic, Barndoor. Doing fantastic today.
Awesome. Sam, you know what? This is one of the first times I've had the pleasure to share the desk with you. Driss, I haven't got a chance to share the desk with you, but you know what? I'm excited. I am excited for today's event. I've been waiting for this for a while. I don't know about you, Sam.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is going to be a really fun series that we have going on here. You know, we get to see these amazing forces from around the world coming together, racing here live on stream. And like I said, we're raising money for charity. We're wanting to be here to make a difference and do some good in the world.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of making a difference and doing some good in the world, we've got a couple charity sponsors related to this event. We've got a couple sponsors. Don't know if that's how you would say it. Sponsors related to this event. But before we get into any of that, Sam, Driss, talk to me. What are we doing here? What is the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash? What kind of tournament is there? What do we got to expect today?
You know, I'm so glad you asked that, Barndoor, because boy howdy, do we have a stacked schedule for you all today. So basically, here's how this is going to be working. Teams have 5 hours each day to push the dungeons as high as possible. And to let you all know, they start at a 15. The dungeons and affixes are revealed to the teams the moment they start the day. So hey, they've been able to prepare, they've been able to practice, but now they have some curveballs being thrown in. The event will start with 4 dungeons on Friday and adds 1 more dungeon on Saturday, tomorrow, and 1 on Sunday. As soon as the 5 hours are over, teams can only finish the key they started before the timer was up. If they should fail, they cannot restart. Teams are also not allowed to practice in between tournament broadcast days. So this is going to make things a lot more interesting because, you know, you get an idea of what the affixes are going to look like, but now you can't do anything in between the days, right? And so we also have graciously sponsored by RaiderIO, partnered up with RaiderIO to give us leaderboards that you guys can go and check out, typing in !leaderboard. And so we get to see live, and it's also going to be on screen at some point as well, where we can see how these teams are going to go on throughout the day.
Awesome. Now, Driz, correct me if I'm wrong here. Out of all these teams, you're voting for the Marine Corps Gaming, right? That was who you were voting for.
I gotta rep up the Air Force, man. I'm telling you, I might be a little biased, but we're able to get Pika to come along with us. She's got to be probably one of the best healers I have ever had the opportunity to even talk and run with. She's fantastic. We got some pretty good talent on our team, have some pretty good stuff coming. So I'm excited to see Air Force take the title for this weekend.
Awesome. Yeah. Speaking of all these different branches, guys, let's break it down for a second here. So when we took a look at the leaderboard a couple seconds ago, you guys may have seen the symbols, but let's get into it, Sam. Who we've got here? We have got Air Force Gaming. We've got the British Army Esports. We've got Coast Guard Gaming. We've got the Marine Corps Gaming, Royal Air Force, the U.S. Army Esports, right? We've also got Coast Guard and the U.S. Navy. So we have got all of the different branches represented here. And Sam, I think we're into it already. Look at this.
Yeah, the teams, they are chomping at the bits. They wanted to go ahead and get going. And so the 4 that we can see on the screen right now, it looks like we have 2 teams in Gambit already starting off, 1 in Miss, and it looks like another in the Miss of Turna Sai. So 2 Miss and 2 Gambit.
Oh, interesting. I did see that we had an early wipe coming out here from the U.S. Army Esports. That's going to cost them right at the beginning. Again, guys, these teams cannot restart, right? They have got 5 hours to push these keys as high as it can go, right? We are looking at the 4 different keys who are Mist of Tyrannicide, Necrotic Wake, Eye of Azshara, and Tazavash. So how do you win? Sam, if I'm, Marine Corps Gaming, if I'm Royal Air Force, how do I win this whole tournament?
Well, first of all, obviously, these are playing as a team. You gotta work together. You can't be doing things like making a mistake in the maze of Mist. That is going to cost you so much time. You want to go through these dungeons as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, saving time where you can, because Barndor, we recently just finished up with the MDI, where we saw some of the best teams in the world duking it out, finishing these dungeons at high key levels and completely dominating them and going through them as quickly as possible. So we could be seeing some strats coming out from the MDI. We have teams where they're going to more than likely be playing the meta. You have a Blood DK, the Warlocks, and Survival Hunters of the world. However, I'm also impressed with what I'm seeing from most of these teams here, because we have a good mixture of things that aren't necessarily the meta, at least tanking-wise and healer-wise.
Driss, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just judging by these teams. Warlock's not in the meta whatsoever, right? Like, Warlock isn't strong now. No one plays it.
That's a bold statement to say.
Yes,
right?
Barndor. Nah, the Warlock definitely is the safety pick. If you want to be able to just pull massive, pretty much the whole dungeon, bring that Destro Lock in, you're going to be seeing a lot of that. And it's all about building the team to complement. Naturally, the Survival Hunter is going to be able to maintain that same level of AoE damage, but it's all what you bring around it. Honestly, I feel like in a competition where you're pushing keys, we've seen it from the leaderboards, from some of the pros, a lot of different specs and classes can be at that top level, but it's all about trying to do what you can with what you got in a short time frame to push as high as you can get. So Warlocks, probably going to see them the entire competition, Survival Hunters if able, but I feel like Priest, Shaman, those kinds of healers are definitely going to be able to be utilized in all kinds of dungeons.
Now, I feel like we should go ahead and talk about the dungeons that we are going to be seeing today, because like we said, we have 4 of them on the docket for us all today. And so to start off with, we obviously see Mist of Tyrannicide. The affixes here are going to be Fortified, Inspiring, Storming. We also have the Necrotic Wake at the affixes for Tyrannical, Spiteful, and Grievous. Eye of Azshara, Fortified, Sanguine, and Quaking. And finally, to wrap it all up, Solia's Gambit, Tyrannical, Bolstering, Explosive. And these are, I'm gonna be honest with you, Barn, these are kind of some brutal affixes for the combination of the keys that we're gonna be going on here today.
I mean, they're looking a little spicy. I mean, Gambit with bolstering, and then just think of Eye of Azshara with Quaking. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever run Eye of Azshara before, but Quaking gets kind of a little interesting. Quaking, not the hardest affix there's ever been, but at the same time, when you got Sanguine, you got exactly. Quaking, and on Eye of Azshara, it gets kind of tight in there. Especially if you're trying to do things, you're trying to be as quick as you can. You're trying to do everything that you possibly can to, gather every single second. That means, you might have to go try to do some sort of skips, right? I'm very interested to see. I'm kind of watching the U.S. Army Esports right now in the top right. And I want to see, what are they going to do after Serpenix? Are they going to go all the way up? Are they going to try to take out, are they going to try to do like the little skip there? Are they going to go through for the forces? It is a 15, so they're able to kind of run through this. I mean, we're only 12 minutes in, but I actually want to see where they're going to go right now.
Yeah, Eye of Azshara is interesting, and I'm also looking over here at the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force. They are almost to the final boss of Gambit, and they are also finished up mostly on their percentage. They just have to take care of these last 2 mobs, I believe, and maybe that pack on the right. Yeah, including the pack on the right, too, on top of that. They had to be careful a little bit here because they have obviously the pulsars they have to take care of right there, and watching out for the frontal that they just shot out. But from how so far the Air Force has been playing, they've been going kind of fast, and they've been pumping really quickly, because we haven't started yet, and this is at a 15 level also, so a little bit easier, something that we don't typically see. They're not doing crazy big pulls just yet. I'm wondering if they're holding back that kind of information from what they could possibly be doing when in the later dungeon levels. So for the U.S. Air Force.
Ooh, this is Sam. Look at the U.S. Army Esports. This is exactly what I was talking about. They're trying to do this skip right now, but they're having some issues because I want to say it's almost because of the quaking. Like, yes, they're having trouble making this jump, but they were all up there, and then they had to jump off because the quaking propped, right? And now they're having trouble getting their entire team. This is not good for them. They're going to be able to make the timer here. They're going to be able to, make it through. But this is really, there it is.
They use the Warlock Gate to get up there.
Really detrimental on their time. So, Driss, kind of give us a little education here. Of course, they have to push it as high as they can go, but obviously being cognizant with your time, like the faster you finish the 15, the faster you can get on to the next level, the faster you can get on to the next level, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Bondor. And it's very much a strategy involved. I mean, some of these keys we've been running the entire expansion, coming up almost on 2 years now. So a lot of it is trying to find that balance. If you're able to triple chest the 15, you can go to the 18. You triple chest the 18, you get to the 21. A lot of it is trying to make sure that you don't stonewall, because we can't reduce the key level. If you triple chest the 18, you get to the 21. Double chest the 21, get to 23, but you're having issues with 23, that potentially pigeonholes you. So you very much got to approach it trying to get out of the early key levels as fast as possible and get to those parts where each team might start struggling and then slowly start climbing it up. Naturally, the Legion dungeons, we've noticed, at least in practice, that they're tuned a little differently. They tend to be a little bit more difficult. So there's very much a lot of strategy, not even in the dungeons themselves, but sometimes intentionally timing it with two chests or even just single timing it just to be able to rack up those points on the board.
And do you think Driss, that's the reason why they started off with Eye of Azar? You think the U.S. Army Esports?
I definitely think that could be in their line of strategy, try and getting one of the harder ones out of the way just at the get-go. I know, without going into too much, Air Force, we were definitely trying some of those Legion dungeons last night, and Eye of Azar definitely it was feeling pretty brutal with what we were practicing it on as. So I think it's definitely a really solid strategy for the Army to be able to just kind of get this hard one out, and they're able to just right off the bat see how far they can get that, and then jump into the ones that they're most likely more familiar with from these past seasons.
Absolutely. And I think the U.S. Coast Guard actually just finished off their miss, so they're going to be our first dungeon completion for the day, which miss is a shorter dungeon, so to complete that easily, I think they just wanted to go ahead and get themselves on the board, start working on a little bit of the easier keys, get themselves warmed up, and then move on to the more difficult ones. And if we go back over to the Navy, we Goats and Glory is what they're calling themselves. They're still here on this Necrotic Wake. They are on their way, making over onto the third boss, pulling this big pack, more than likely going for here, and that's going to help them to just get that cooldown reduction and start melting.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, what would you guys say would be the most difficult dungeon out of all of these? I mean, personally, Necrotic Wake with Tyrannical. I'm very scared of Necrotic Wake when it's a fortified week, especially right where Goats and Glory, the Navy are right now. This is a hard room when it's fortified, but I think putting Necrotic Wake on Tyrannical does make it a little bit easier, but also it's going to take a while, right?
Absolutely.
Like, that's got to be the longest dungeon that we have here.
Necrotic Wake, you really have to understand that there's a lot of ways that it can go wrong, but also that there's so many ways that it can go right? You have your spears, you have the just sheer capability to burn through the packs as quickly as you possibly can using the Kyrian weapons that are on the ground, littered around everywhere. And then it just comes down to making sure that your mechanics are tight. On the first boss, making sure that you avoid the frontal that he does, and then avoiding the AoE. Second boss, making sure that you get the mages so that way they don't get their frostbolt volleys off. Obviously, you got to make sure that you get your hooks correctly with the third one, and then the final boss. There's some cheesing that you can do with the final boss, but that really is going to be a factor of, can you cheese it, and if you can, how can you recover from that if things go wrong? And we actually have the Marines for you, Mr. Barn, and look at that, they're making a nice big juicy pull and getting it done quickly.
Their warlock's name is Slowkrantz.
Yeah, he was pretty proud about coming up with that name.
Oh, man. So as much as I want to have the attention over here on the Marine Corps, I think there's something that was just pointed out that we should have seen earlier, but
They're four-manning.
The Royal Air Force Esports is four-manning this mist of Terra to Scythe, and they're actually doing pretty well here. They're on track to time it four-manning. Like,
that's impressive. And
impressive,
that's
honestly.
That's also why this dungeon is taking longer than it should be, is because they're only doing it with 4 people. Impressive. And also we're on dark mode for the Mist of Turn Aside, so I appreciate that. Thank you for saving our eyes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, sometimes that's just what happens. It's very common, you know, as service members, sometimes life happens. And, you know, I feel like it's just kind of the perks, you know. We can do it for these competitions, but at the end of the day, we're soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardians, Marines. Right. You know, it's sometimes duty calls. But yeah, I mean, the Royal Air Force, you could definitely say they're pounding it out with just 4 people. Like, it's even though it's still a 15, like, still being able to 4-man dungeons is definitely impressive.
100%. And I feel like we should go ahead and talk about our talent real quick as well, because we have some ringers in here for today. You brought up Peak Cali a little earlier, Driss, but let's go ahead and talk about some of the other ones that we have on here, including Nefsi, Peak Cali, as always, Asuna, Chevelle, Ellie Brooks, Yips, and Automatic Jack. So we want to say thank you to the talent who came out here to generously give their time this weekend to run with these teams and to really help this event step up and make it just that much more entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that when you have an experienced player, somebody who's been in the MDI, somebody who knows what they're doing, somebody who's been around the block, it really does help, because that's that level of confidence. Like, no, we need to take this path. No, we're okay here to keep pulling. No, okay, we need to stop. We need to prioritize this, prioritize that. You better believe that these players, these celebrity or these professional players that we have in here with all of our different branches, they're going to be the ones in the Discord call leading the way. They're going to be the ones calling out, hey, we need to interrupt on this. Hey, make sure you take care of the fish sticks, right? Make sure you do this, make sure you do that, right? And that's just going to help that extra level to help get them to, you know, the higher key. That could potentially be the difference between timing a key or not timing a key.
Absolutely, 100%. And I believe the U.S. Army is about to finish up this IVR. Oh, we have someone down. They're going to get the B-Res out to bring them back up and continue taking down this pack. And it looks like the Sanguine is just giving a little bit of trouble here. There was a minor bit of healing that went on, but they recovered nicely. Missing 1 B-Res as they're making their way over into what I believe is going to be the final boss. Could make things a little bit more difficult for them, but they should be able to recover nicely.
Yeah, for sure. Driz, do you wanna start talking about this team comps here? Because we do have a little bit different comps when we have. I mean, we do see Warlock all throughout, but the tanking, the healing, some of the DPS, it's all a little bit different.
Yeah, of course. So one of the things I feel I very much like about this season in particular is almost all specs, for the most part, can be incredibly viable leading up to the 24, 25, 26 key range. So just looking at it right in front of me with Marine Corps Gaming, we're seeing that Ellie's chilling out on the Resto Druid, which is definitely, I remember fondly back in season 4 of BFA, just a lot of, you know, Druid coming out in the DPS. The HOTS sometimes will complement the Blood DK very well. We're seeing Rogue with the Marines too. There's a lot of utility that comes with the Rogue in those dungeons. We've seen a lot of Rogue in prior competitions this in Shadowlands itself, but a lot of it'll come down to the comfortability. Just kind of looking around. I know with Air Force Gaming, we have a Marksman Hunter. And, you know, being able to have double binding, being able to have double turtle, double misdirect with some of the threat issues that happen. It's all about that utility. Looking over here with the British Army, I could be wrong, but I do believe that might be an enhancement shaman, which I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised with seeing, but I love it. I'm here for it. I am quite a fan of shaman, and I love being able to see it in its different abilities. We even have with the Royal Air Force, they have a prop paladin. It's very interesting to see kind of how each of these teams are able to utilize different specs and complement their own type of comps.
Ooh, Ghost and
Prop
Glory doesn't
Paladin
look like
doing.
they're in a
Oh,
little
sorry.
bit of trouble. Apologies for that, Mr. Barn, but it looks like the unfortunate for Goats and Glory, they just wiped on the final boss of Necrotic Wake. Learn to Play Degenerates just came up on the screen, but that was super unfortunate. It looks like they just got downed. They were able to get a B-res off on the Mistweaver, but it just wasn't enough to keep the healing going, because you do have to send someone down below, so then you lose your DPS and you have to come back up. And I believe after a while it sends either the healer or the tank. Well, it sends the healer, I believe. And so that creates more issues, because then you lose the healing and you have so much going on there on this final boss. And it just, now Thor can be a pain.
I mean, speaking of final boss, we've got the Royal Air Force Esports over here that are about to take down their final boss here. Looks like they don't need too much more percentages as well. So, I mean, they're at 100%. So they're definitely going to time this boss with at least 5 minutes remaining as a 4-man. So, I mean, what does that mean moving forward? Now, of course, this team is 4-manning. It's impressive, and my hat's off to them for sure. I'm sure the prop pally doing 12k DPS, 14k DPS doesn't hurt at all.
No, it doesn't.
But what happens when they're 4-manning and very easily this mist, and then all of a sudden, a couple keys from now, or an hour from now, or in this next one, they get their 5th man, right? How much better are they going to be with that?
Oh, 100%. They're leaving so much on the table DPS wise. You probably missing 15-20k worth of DPS overall. That could be the difference between you taking down a boss or you not. And we also have to remember too, Miss is a fortified key, so the mobs themselves have more health than the bosses do, and the bosses can really be the sticking point as you start getting into the higher keys. Some of them, we don't see it here on the docket for today yet, but if you say we're in Plaguefall and you're going up against Globgrog, where the massive health pool makes a difference, right? As we start going into some of the later bosses, like Gambit, where you're fighting Time Captain Hooktail and you're having to dodge all of the cannon shots, that little bit of extra DPS, or not even just a little bit, that humongous bit of extra DPS is going to make a world of difference in helping them to be able to time. And the fact that they were able to time this key, even if it was a 15 with only 4 members, is impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean, we take a look at Goats and Glory right now. They're doing their 2nd iteration of this final boss. Now, as far as the timer goes, it's okay. They got time. It's a little forgiving. It is a 15. I think for most of these teams, the 15 is going to be just the get the jitters out, kind of get warmed up, but these teams can really implement some strategy here, because if you can 3-chest that first 15, you're immediately going in on the next one on 18, right? So the better you do on this opener, it saves you time, because say you only 2-chest it, right? Then you've got to go through, you got to time the 17, right? Then you got to, right? So it's the more dungeons you have to do, they only have so much time to do all 4 dungeons. So getting them done on the highest possible level is a factor to take it, to take into factor here, Sam.
Yeah, there's also the strategy that you could do too, right, Barn? The idea of maybe we lower this key down, or maybe we take a little bit longer and turn this 18 into a 20, because like Driz said earlier, you can't down the key level. You just, if you break the key, that's it. The key does not lower, and that can create some issues. Hold on. I want to take a quick peek at the British Army as they are making a big pull here on Gambit, having to deal with the explosives that are flying out everywhere. But let's not forget, too, there's going to be bolstering on these mobs as well. So they have to make sure to manage that. And it looks like they're doing a decent job at that so far, just staying alive all of the explosives.
Don't miss the fish sticks. Don't miss the fish sticks. That's all I'm saying here. That's you can
at least we don't have to worry about Sanguine.
Yep, you can see in the top, he's got a weak aura that shows him when the fish sticks are up. So that's going to be the good thing here. I've seen many groups, be doing great on these explosives, be doing great as far as their mob management, but they just can't get the fish sticks down in time, and it turns into a wipe. So they've got to stay on top of that for sure.
Now, Driss, moving forward as we start going through these dungeons, what are going to be some of the optimal strategies that these teams are going to want to employ? Maybe when keys start getting a little bit more difficult, or maybe when, okay, we need to turn our attention to different areas that maybe we can improve upon.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the things that I know can tend to be a popular point, just continuing talking about Gambit, is especially on a tyrannical, it's all about using lust the most effectively. Now, I know some of the strategies people might do is in the very out the gate in Gambit, there's that encrypted pack. Being able to take Woe right from there and just get right to first boss, being able to use Lust right out the gate just gives you more opportunities in the dungeon with its short
they pulled the
timer.
giant.
Yeah, so giant pulling is one of those things that we have been seeing. On a tyrannical key, it's a lot more forgiving. The biggest thing with the Tidal Stomp is it's stacking gate buff. For every cast of Tidal Stomp that comes out, increases the damage of the next one. So with the Goliath being a pretty high percentage value for the pulls, we will most likely see teams bringing them in. Naturally, though, the biggest risk is on a bolstering dungeon. If they pull them in with the Murlocs, it is very possible to get an incredibly bolstered giant, and some even on a tyrannical, those Tidal Stomps at 20, 22, 24, 5-stack bolster giant is going to very easily take out healers or squishy DPS in those cases.
Yeah, and I mean, in these lower keys, you can get away with doing these bigger pulls that can be a little bit more forgiving if things go awry. It's just how the teams themselves, as they start getting to the higher key levels, how do they recover? How do they, what is the strategy if things go wrong, if their routing gets messed up, if their cooldowns aren't lining up, right? That's going to be what's going to be seen a lot of today.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, Sam, is any service member can tell you that everything is great as long as it goes according to plan, but it will never go according to plan for sure. So you got to be flexible, and you got to be able to improvise, adapt, and overcome on the fly there. But I do want to point out here, Sam, Goats and Glory Navy is already on the 17 necrotic, so they are taking an interesting strategy instead of choosing to do the 15 here and then go to the next dungeon, do the 15 there. They're doing what the Coast Guard is doing, which is immediately sticking to one dungeon, pulling it or pushing it as high as it can go, potentially, right? And then moving on to the next, because we do see the Coast Guard on this 18 mist. We have the 17 necrotic as well. So difference here, as I was stating earlier, the Coast Guard 3 chests their first one. So now they're already on the 18. The Ghosts in Glory, however, because of that wipe, they only 2-chested. Therefore, they're progressing on the 17. So, Driss, what do you think? Do you think that this is going to play a factor? Do you think this is going to be a hindrance to the Goats in Glory?
Well, I think even as we're seeing it now, as we're talking there, it looks like they might be going out and resetting, and that definitely can cause a little bit of a lag behind as far as grabbing the points. Now, I think one of the things we see in the Great Push itself is that can be one of the strategies. Day one, going through, just pushing up the key, doing 15 here, 15 there, 15 wherever, and at least at the start, it looks like you have those points. However, very likely they could be doing this, just getting each of the keys up. They could be trying to get Necrotic Wake for the first hour and a half as high as they can get it, then switch to maybe Mist Turn of Scythe, Gambit, Eye, and then by day 2, when the new key gets in, they could just already be having all of their keys at a relatively higher level and be able to kind of focus more on a specific key that they might find easier to get those little bit of extra points versus trying to time up a harder key to the same level.
Yeah, I think that's just it's all about strategy here. It's all about what can you do to optimize time, because it's not the MDI, right? It's not an MDI rule set where you have to go as fast as you possibly can against another team. You obviously still do want to go as fast as you possibly can, but there's a little bit more of being able to have perfection in your pools and in your routing if you so choose to do that. And because we saw it there, is it the decision of do we want to make this pool go as cleanly as possible? And if we do, if it doesn't, do we make the decision to go back out and try again? And these are the little intricacies that make something like this a lot of fun to watch. Now, I do want to shout out real quick to Hula Hoopsy, who made the promo video that we all got to see at the very beginning of the stream. Thank you so much, that Hula. You are amazing.
I love that video. The music and everything that goes with it, it's nice. There's a big shout out, right? Big shout out to Hula Hoopsy out there. Now, Sam, who are you rooting for? Who, I think it's time as we're going through, we're getting some of these earlier dungeons picked out right here. We're kind of progressing our way through. Who are you rooting for to win this whole competition, my man?
Personally speaking, all right, I got my whole force behind Goats and Glory. First of all, great name, great logo, and great team members in there. Okay, they're amazing.
Awesome. What about you, Driss?
Well, naturally, I gotta put my money. Well, not literally, but I gotta stick with the Air Force. I think they're gonna be able to pull this home. Won't say maybe easily, but I definitely think they got a really good chance of getting this.
Okay, well, of course you're both wrong, and it is the Marine Corps Gaming that is going to win.
Wow,
but,
okay.
Chat,
Okay.
I want to know about you guys. Chat, talk to me. Who do you think is going to win this whole thing, right? Put your team in the chat right now. Let's get some emotes. Let's get some hype going on.
Yeah.
Who you guys rooting for? We've got some Marine Corps Gaming in the chat here.
Marine Corps Gaming is looking really good, by the way, Barn.
Yeah, I know. They're already 18 minutes in, about to finish this final boss here. I don't know. Somebody should be scared here.
Yeah, it was like you said in the chat, we're just seeing so much love for all of the different branches. And remember, guys, this is all going to charity. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the charities that we're going to be seeing today, Barn.
Oh, yes, of course. So, first of all, we have to touch on Hire Heroes USA, right? The Hire Heroes, they empower U.S. military members and veterans and their spouses to succeed in the civilian workplace. On top of that, we have Walking with the Wounded. Now, Walking with the Wounded, they do 4 things: employment, mental health, care coordination, and volunteering, which are saving, jobs, homes, relationships, and lives for all the veterans who are struggling since leaving the military. I have to give a big shout out to both Hire Heroes US and Walking with the Wounded. Proud to have them as the associated charities. One big thing that I love about gaming, that I love about, World of Warcraft Esports as well, is that you have amazing events like this, and yes, it's great to get together and to play some video games and to take our mind off of things, but real people are actually benefited from this, right? The associated charities. So guys, !charity in the chat, right? Make sure to type !partner in the chat as well to check out our sponsors. And that's one of the biggest things that I take away from all of these events. I've casted for the Race to World First and multiple tournaments, and I'm always just impressed by the fact that we're able to take our love and dedication for World of Warcraft, take our love and dedication for gaming in general, and use it to help benefit people through these associated charities.
Absolutely. And if you guys do want to go ahead and figure out the command for that, that is !charities. If you want to go ahead and hit up those donation pages, you will be much appreciated for doing that. And we also have sponsors and partners who we are working with here today, obviously including the great people here at Generation Esports and Military Gaming League, who have so generously let us stream on their page, as well as BDGG. Thank you guys so much for that. And of course, the leaderboards that were so kindly provided by RaiderIO. And they're just amazing. I use them for everything, figuring out my own IO and then getting depressed when I'm like, boy, I'm still bad at this game, even though I play it 16 hours a day.
Yes, that arbitrary number that tells me how good I'm not.
Right. It's so painful. It's so painful. And of course, we also have SquadOV that we can talk about here too. They are another amazing sponsor of ours. Which, Barn, just tell us a little bit.
Oh, are you talking about SquadOV? Because I thought I heard you say SquadOV.
I think I did, yeah.
Because if you were talking about SquadOV, then I would have to say how they have a fantastic program, right? To where, if you're running something like Simple Combat Logger, right, you enable like the advanced combat tracking, all of that, and you've got SquadOV running in the background, it automatically records the video and the stats of, your arenas, your keystones, your raids, anything you need. So that way, later on, if you want to go back and you want to check out, hey, how did I die to that rogue? Or, hey, how did we wipe to this boss? Or, hey, why wasn't Sam pulling enough damage in our key? Right? You can go back and you can check that out. Right? Not going to say that I beat Sam's Hunter in DPS before, but
that's exactly what he's saying, by the way.
Exactly what I'm saying. Right? But if I wanted to go back and watch that replay and save it on the highlight reel for, and show it to my kids that I beat Sam Talks in DPS, then I would save it on SquadOV. Guys, exclamation point sponsor, exclamation point partner in the chat. We wouldn't be here without them.
No, we would not. And so, Driss, you are here representing the U.S. Air Force, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and are you still in service?
Yes, I am still, in fact, active duty.
Okay, and how has the experience been so far for you as someone who's been active duty?
Well, I will definitely.
Someone who is active.
Well, I'll definitely say it has been a wild ride, but it was always a dream of mine to join the military, and the Air Force just kind of clicked with the type of values that I had and wanted to gain. And honestly, it's one of those decisions that if I could go back and make it again, I definitely would, and I do not regret any moment of my service.
100%. And by the way, thank you so much for that. You are amazing. So, and you're obviously a World of Warcraft player. You've been bringing some incredibly great knowledge to us today so far. Has World of Warcraft been a big part of your life?
Oh, absolutely. So I've been playing WoW since vanilla when it came out. For Father's Day, my dad came home and was like, hey, let's make characters. And so Human Warrior and Human Mage was right at the start, and it just kind of off and on been playing forever. I didn't start getting into Mythic Dungeons itself until BFA, the guild I was with at the time, House of Dark Moon, got me in and was just kind of casually raiding. Eventually met up with some people who liked doing Mythic Plus, started going until eventually joining the Air Force Gaming's official team in Shadowlands, and kind of came up to here.
All right, yeah. And we're
awesome.
Gonna go ahead.
So real quick, don't mean to interrupt you there, buddy, but Sam, we've actually got an amazing video from the Air Force about how gaming is important to them. So I actually want to see if we can get into that video. This is a little bit of our footage about why gaming is important.
Anybody that doesn't say gaming applies in a positive manner, I would like to have that conversation with you, because we talk about taking care of our people. Talking, communicating, networking, all that can cross over through gaming.
Gaming has been an outlet for so many of us. When we move across the country, move away from friends and families, or maybe we get stationed out of unit and then be split from our friends, gaming has been what's allowed us to stay connected. It's what's allowed us to get out of dark times. It's allowed us to network and make friendships, and that's exactly what the Air Force Gaming program is about.
There's one. There's two. They're on pace to win this game by such a massive amount. But when it comes down to it, you don't mess with the Space Force. One more. There it is! They did it! Exactly the 60-point win!
The highest individual match score, which ended up going to the U.S. Space Force.
And we are back We are back now. Sam, I know we were kind of talking about this before we got to that footage. Sorry, Driss, kind of what gaming meant to you. You were saying something about Father's Day is when your dad came home and, it kind of got you into WoW, right?
Yeah, that's right. My dad and I, that's how we always bonded, was gaming. It started off, fantasy, playing Baldur's Gate, Warcraft 3, StarCraft, always been big with Blizzard. But yeah, Father's Day, just, dad needed a tank, so got me into playing. And I've just been doing that pretty much ever since, playing Warrior all the way up to BFA, and then eventually switching over to just kind of play anything. But Druid is definitely where my home's at as far as WoW is concerned.
Awesome, man. I just want to share a quick little story here in relation to, gaming and Father's Day. So, as some of you guys have known, of course, I'm Marine Corps. Right? I was in the Marines for 4 years, and I'd always loved World of Warcraft. I played it with my dad back in the day. But the first time I was deployed, me and my dad, we started our Father's Day tradition. So, of course, right, I had Verizon, and Verizon doesn't work when you're, in different countries. So I did have my laptop, right? So
right,
as I was deployed, I couldn't call my family. Of course, like I can use the payphones and stuff. But one thing that I did was we had a little bit of Wi-Fi for a time. I pulled out my laptop, and on Father's Day, started this tradition, right? Because I was deployed during Father's Day. I logged into World of Warcraft. I saw my, using the Wi-Fi, it really spotty connection, but it was what it was. And I saw my dad was logged in. Said, "Hey, do you want to go fishing for Father's Day?" He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Let's go. Let's go find a pool. We're both sitting here in WoW." And we went fishing. And so I have spent many, many Father's Days away from him. But every single year, if I'm not with him in person, we will both log into World of Warcraft and we will go fishing together, right? So I can say I have fished with my dad every single Father's Day for many, many years, since about 2012 now. So that was when I first joined the Marine Corps. So a little story for there. What does gaming mean to me? What does World of Warcraft mean to me? It really means a lot more than just a game. It really does.
And I just want you to know that I'm glad we're not on the caster screen right now, because I'm getting a little teary eyed over here. Okay, you making me feel things over here.
Well, speaking of feeling things, your team over here, Goats and Glory, they're feeling the effects of this 17 necrotic wake right now, and we'll see. I mean, 17, they two-chested in the start, but they did have to restart. So, do you think they're behind? Do you think they are on point? What do we think? Who really has the lead right now? It's kind of hard to tell.
It is a little bit hard to tell. I mean, if we see the British Army on screen at the moment, and they're already taking on Solia. Percentage-wise, they are finished. They are only going to be +2ing this. I say only, but still, I couldn't do that in general. So very impressive to them for being able to complete this key as quickly as they have been, especially as they start climbing their way up in the difficulty. Here's the thing, though, right? As these teams, they start working together, they start meshing, and this is just the first day. They've been practicing, but now they're getting used to these affixes that they have to deal with, because they haven't been able to practice around these affixes. Once they start getting used to it, and once they start understanding that, okay, this is how this works, and this is how we are going to be able to conquer it, I think they should be able, we should see some teams start pulling ahead of each other in different areas. The Goats and Glory, which we're seeing down below in the bottom right, they are fighting the second boss of Necrotic Waking. You see that they frost trapped and paralyzed the minions right there, the frost mages, so that when they do the sacrifice, it brings them all in, and they don't count as any damage. So that's like a high level strategy, and it looks like they're resetting it. They reset the boss.
Interesting strategy here.
Because they were down too many.
They've really been having some issues in this Necrotic Wake here. But speaking of a team that's not having issues, talking about pulling ahead a little bit early here, if we take a look at the top left-hand screen, Driss's Air Force Gaming over here, they're on 21 Gambit. 21 already. Right, already, and we do see U.S. Army Esports that are on that 19 as well. So we've got British Royal Army on the 17, we've got Goats and Glory on the 17, but we already have teams here, Driss, on the 21. Does that make you think that they're going to be the early front runner here?
I think we're looking at the possibility that very well could be the case. When we look at things like with the MDI, they're pulling these massive groups at 24s, 22, 23 keys, and it's all about just trying to find that balance. What we're seeing here from Air Force Gaming right now is they're able to keep pretty consistent pull sizes from 15 to 18 to 21. I think if they continue this trend, it's very likely that they're going to stay on top, because that right now they time this 21, even if it's just double chest or a single chest, that's 21 points on the board. They go and do another 15, 18. That's just extra points piling on. I think as of right now, that definitely puts them in the lead, being able to attempt, I want to say, the first 20 plus key of this competition.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just being able to complete a 21, being on there now, and they're doing a really good job, by the way. They're making these big pulls on Gambit against the Murloc mobs that can spawn in fish sticks. They also have to make sure that they're keeping an eye on the bolstering stacks. I think they may have had a little bit of an accident there. The woe buff ran out, but they were able to get back just in time to the safety of their group. But unfortunately, one person pulled these mob packs right here. You typically don't want to deal with them because they're just annoying. They're a pain in the butt to deal with. They had to use an invis pod to be able to get past them, and they're gonna be able to do that as a team and stick together. That was a little dicey for the Air Force. I'm really impressed they were able to get back even as they were losing the woe buff.
Oh yeah, that was definitely an interesting one right there. I mean, we've definitely seen it on something like that where you can just accidentally pull one mob and then all of a sudden, bam, it's a full reset, right? But luckily, the things did work out for them. Sam, what are we looking at right here?
Well, first of all, I want to say a big shout out, because we do have some donations coming in, from Ben, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, DePauli, with a $50 donation. Thank you so much for that. And also a $262.50 donation with the message, "Thank you for your service to our country. I am not Jewish." Thank you so much for that. You are you two are amazing. Thank you so much for starting off the donations for the day. Remember, everybody, !charities if you would like to go and donate now. It is going to an amazing cause, and it would be greatly appreciated. But we're also thankful for all of you being here as well.
So here we go, Sam. Taking a look at it, I know I'm a little bit more versed in crayons than I am in math, but if I do this math correctly, right, we're looking at a total of $312, right, and 50 cents already donated, and we haven't even been live for an hour yet so far.
It just goes to show you the power of the Warcraft community, how generous they are, how when they want to come together and make something happen, how this community is able to make things happen. The World of Warcraft community is one of my is obviously any MMORPG thrives and it lives based on its community. And the Warcraft community shows time and time and time again why it is one of the best.
Absolutely here. Now, getting back into the gameplay for a second, on this 21, really looking at the Air Force Gaming here, this 21 Gambit, I gotta say, this is tyrannical, and they are chunking this boss. Like, I gotta say, they are really making their way through. Of course, a tyrannical 21 boss isn't just gonna go down in 30 seconds. But I am impressed by their DPS so far. I've been impressed by the Air Force Gaming so far, and I gotta say, I mean, the early front runners, taking a look at them, taking a look at all their team. I mean, double Hunter Warlock with the Blood DK. They really are set up for success here. They have the potential to take this whole thing. They really do.
Oh yeah, and they did that boss in a really, really good time. They were not able to quite two-phase it, but that's going to be okay because they went through it just blazing fast on a 21. Back into dark mode with them as well here on this Gambit. Now, I'm interested to see if they are going to go with the strategy of pulling everything all at once or just taking it piece by piece. And it does look like they are going to go for the piece by piece. And the strategy of wanting to pull them all together, that's just high level, really just wanting to go fast. But in this situation, play it safe. There's no reason to go uber fast. There's no reason to go super crazy with it because timing the key is more important than getting it done as quickly as you possibly can. Obviously, you still do, but better to finish than not.
Awesome. Now, Driz, when I'm taking a look at these tanks, right, we've seen a prop pally pulling major numbers, right? We've got the Marine Corps Gaming and U.S. Army, Air Force, that are using these blood decays. Now, but then we also see Goats and Glory with the Brewmaster. What would be the ideal tank, or is it going to be, specific for the dungeon? What are we really looking at as far as these tanking picks here, Driss?
So, of course, right now the meta, at least kind of universally, is that Blood Decay. The Blood Decay not only gets to use the Gavel, which is the jailer weapon that can just do ridiculous damage and buffs on a 4-minute CD, but currently, the self-sustain of a Blood Decay is just entirely unmatched to any of the tanks. Being able to have AMS for absorbing any kind of magical effects, having AMZ for just group anti-magic. Like, there's a lot of utility with grips and other things that come from the Blood Decay. But at this level, at the keys we're seeing, and with the group comps, all of the tanks are viable. Having the Brewmaster allows for ROP, which can be vital when dealing with Sanguine and any kind of keys. There's paralysis that the monk can do. With the prop paladins are practically a second healer. You're able to give that extra sustain. You get the freedoms, you get your blessings of protection, being able to do those immunities. I think Blood Decay is going to be kind of the more meta pick, but so far, all of these tanks that are being brought definitely have varying utility that complements the groups that they're in.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, being able to have different tanks on the field, because we have a Paladin, we have a Brewmaster, which is so fun to see, being able to use Ring of Peace, push them out of the Sanguine mobs. It is really cool. We also have a Warrior in the Goats and Glory team as well. We don't see Warrior very often anymore, because Warrior, as much as it pains me to say, they're a little bit behind on the damage. Obviously, in these early keys, it doesn't really matter. As long as you can pump out the damage, which Fury Warriors can do, they can't quite get to the level of Survival Hunter or Destro Lock, but, right, Triss? I mean, seeing a Warrior makes my heart happy.
I definitely gotta agree. Warrior, especially Fury Warrior, it's my comfort. It's my home pick. It loses out on that utility. Like, we're seeing that the U.S. Navy is running Kyrian Warrior, so getting that Spear of Bastion is able to kind of help set up so that the tank can put that distance between them and the mobs and just help keep group things together, especially if there's any leaps. But unfortunately, a lot of the things that Fury Warrior does, either Marksman Hunter or any other type of 5-target cleave, is just going to be able to do more with the different kind of utility. But I definitely like seeing that representation. Rallying Cry is, of course, also a phenomenal party defensive to be able to bring into some of these dungeons, especially with some of these tyrannical bosses.
Absolutely. It's just that little bit of extra stay alive. It looks like the U.S. Army, one person went down, hit the release, and to get back as quickly as they possibly can to the rest of the team. I don't think it was a group-wide wipe, but still a little bit unfortunate that it happened. And for the Air Force, they're on time, Captain Hooktail. Going through it quick, though. They really are. How blazing fast this is going, I could definitely see them plus 2ing this 21, especially with how close time Captain Hooktail is to being dead. They have already gotten the percentage that they need. You just need to survive this last little bit. Don't get, getting hit by the cannonball. That's fine. If you're the tank, whatever, you're Blood DK, you can just do whatever you want and live. Then making sure that as you go on to the final packs, getting those taken care of, making sure to get the unstable rifts interrupted, the mending interrupts out, and just textbook at this point. The rest of Gambit for the U.S. Air Force should be pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look right here, we do see that the Marine Corps Gaming finished their 19. So I believe they two-chested it, therefore they're going to be doing the 21 Eye of Azhara. Now, that is going to be on point with where the Air Force is. I'll have to see. I might be misspeaking here. But I believe they should be on that 21 Eye of Azhara. But an interesting strategy here, choosing to go and push the Eye of Azhara up when you've got Air Force choosing to push Taz of Ash, right? When you've got Goats and Glory choosing to push Necrotic Wake. I mean, it is really nice to see different branches really taking a different approach to this. And so, wait, level 15. Oh, is this going to be this is going to be the first Eye of Azhara that the Marine Corps Gaming are hopping into? I thought they just finished a 19, I thought.
I think it may have been for a different key that they were doing. But yeah, just getting it starting. I think they're trying to spread their wings out a little bit and going into different areas of keys. Sometimes, you start getting a little bit tired of seeing the same key over and over again, and being able to do another one to refresh and breathe and feel good is what these teams are probably going to want to do. And if we take a look at Goats and Glory, the U.S. Navy in the bottom right, they are on Nalthor Rhymebinder again. If they're able to do this boss just perfectly, they should be able to +2 it, and that's going to be a big should. There's a lot of things that can go. They did wipe on Nalthor at a 15, but maybe they've tightened it up a little bit and they've sort of figured out the mojo that they need in order to work.
Speaking of mojo here, Driss, we've got some mojo coming out from the U.S. Army right now. They're 13 minutes in and they're already working their way up to King Deerbeard. I feel like they're on a really good pace for this Eye of Azhara so far.
Yeah, Barndor, it's definitely looking like it. Now, I will be the first to admit that Legion I am not the most familiar with. I unfortunately chose not to get too much into Mythic Plus. It was more PvP, and that's expansion for sure. But just based off the reps we've been able to get into, they're definitely pulling it safe, making sure to clear out the arena, just get that percentage before making their way to this boss with Serpent Traits.
Sorry, I misspoke here. They're on Serpent. I thought based on the it was Hate Coil they already downed. I thought they'd already downed Serpentix. Okay, so no, I was gonna say, I mean, 13 minutes to be 3 bosses in, that's incredible. But 14 minutes in and they're on Serpentix, that is still very, very good. They're definitely on pace to 2-chest this right here. When we take a look over at the Marine Corps Gaming, that 15 Eye of Azhara, Driss, are we expecting them to go for the 3-chest on this one?
I think it could be very likely. Now, they do have Yip as a tank who's, we just saw him with MDI, one of these crazy good tanks, being able to lead this charge in with it. But the Marines, even I have to admit, the Marine Corps Gaming definitely does have some very good players. I've had the opportunity to play with their Warlock, and on live, he is quite a phenomenal lock. I think it's very much in their cards, as long as they got the right routing, that they can definitely secure a triple chest with this Eye of Azhara.
And that's going to be, that's just going to be a little, being able to go into an 18 Azhara and then so on and so forth. And it looks like they're having no trouble whatsoever getting this taken care of as they're fighting the Infernal Mob along with the boss, it looks like here. And for Goats and Glory, one quick look at them again. They are getting very close to finishing off Nalthor Rhymebinder, and it looks like it's going a lot better for them than it did with the 15. And like I said, if it looks like they're able to +2 this key, which would be really good for them there. And as for our friends, the U.S. Air Force up in the top left, they are on Solia now, well on their way to +2ing this 21.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, +2ing this 21 puts them at that 23. Driss, Sam, do you guys think they immediately push the 23 and see if they can go it even higher? Or do you think they'll take a break from this maybe go to a 15 that they haven't done yet so far. I'm very interested to know, because these teams all seem like they're taking different strategies here, right? Some chose to attack Mist, some chose to do the 15 and in all 4 of the dungeons first, right? And some are choosing, just like the Air Force here, to push one key as high as it can go. It's very interesting strategies. We'll have to see how it does work out at the end of the day.
I think for if they're going to start pushing these higher keys, I think they are going to want to go to unfortunate for the U.S. Air Force, though. They wiped on Solia, so that's going to be a little tricky for them because they need to come all the way back there. If they do it correctly, they still should be able to +2 this. They do have the Reincarnate. I take that back, so maybe that's the reason why they took the Resto Shaman. Reincarnate, if things go wrong, you can revive the rest of the team, get back in there quickly. They still have a chance to +2 this. I'm going to say, though, if they do time this key, if they do end up +2ing it, it becomes a 23, right? I think they go to a different key. I think that'd be the smart strategy, to go to a different key, start working, building up the rest of them. If things go wrong at a +23, because they do take a long time, right? They do. And if they fail the key at all the way at the end, that's so much time wasted.
Really, you have to take a look at, sunk cost, right? Like, are you putting more time in than you should for, a certain key, especially if you may or may not time it? We do see U.S. Army going for the Eye of Azara skip here and dies to the fall damage. Oh my goodness.
That is a brutal one.
Gravity is always the most dangerous mob in World of Warcraft.
I mean,
well, one of the most dangerous things.
Quaking hit him. The fall damage hit him. He got hit by that thing of lightning. And then he also got hit by everybody in the audience pointing and laughing right now. So definitely a little blow to the ego there. But hopefully it doesn't have too much of a effect on their outcome here. It looks like he's going to get res, going to be all the way up there. And that's the thing. I remember talking about this earlier today, Sam, is that this spot, especially in Eye of Azara, with that quaking, is so hard to do, right? That skip. I mean, yes, like, you've got demon hunters that can do it, priests that can grip up, and but like certain classes have a hard time being able to make this skip consistently, and that's just one of the things. Like, did you practice it? Did you not?
Right, and it's so much. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. It's a little funny watching them all trying to jump up there and make the skip happen, and it's just constantly over and over again until it's like, okay, whatever. Just use the Warlock Gate. We're done here. We need to go on. Let's get this going, please. So yeah, I mean, you got to do that skip though, because every second counts, and you want to get this key done as quickly as possible, so that way you can start getting to the higher levels. And then once you start getting to the higher levels, that's where things are gonna start getting a little bit more annoying. So. I mean, it's a necessary evil, right, Barn?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. When you take a look at it, it's like, okay, even if you mess it up for 5 minutes, right? The time you spent messing it up versus the time you would spend going around, it's just really not worth it. Like, you have to go that path. So I'm interested to see, Marine Corps Gaming here. They're on Serpanix next, and then they'll attempt that skip. So we'll see how much they've practiced. We do know Yipped, being from the MDI, knows how to do that skip with blindfolded, right? But we'll see how he's able to lead his team. But interestingly enough, we've got another death coming here from King Deepbeard, and this 19 Eye of Azara for the U.S. Army is really proving to be difficult for them.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be, if they wipe here, they have to come back. They have to, they're putting up valuable time on the table. They're still going for it, though. But the question does become, is it worth it to keep fighting this boss, or just wipe and move on and come back as quickly as you can? And it looks like they're just continuing the fight. I think they've used up all of their available B-reses. The rest of the team is still up. So down at DPS is going to take a little bit longer to take this boss down. So we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, we'll see. We do see that Air Force Gaming, they're finishing up this gambit right now. Driss, this doesn't look like a 2 chest. This looks like a one chest to me. I mean, I don't know. I don't have the timer for this memorized in the back of my head, but judging on the little bar here on this 21 Gambit, I think they took a little too long here.
That is correct. It can be a little bit of a tight timer here. So Leia itself is one of the longer boss fights that we see in Shadowlands, but it's very much a dance. It's a 2-phase boss. In this last part, just takes up 20-30 seconds. Even seeing here, the damage that gets out here can be even kind of crazy, even on a 21. Just lots of AoE going out. But we see they are able to get that 21 close. They are still lacking a little bit of percent, so they're going to go ahead and finish up those mobs right before and be able to solidify that single chest to get the 22 on the board.
Yeah, speaking of on the board, I mean, we do have the Coast Guard Gaming working on the 18. Is that an 18 or a 16? 18 Necrotic Wake here, so interesting choice for them. I believe they did the 15 and they 3-chested it, but I know that they've been working on another dungeon so far. We saw them initially and have that Mist of Tyrannus Ice, so definitely interesting to see everybody's strategy here. But Driss, you know, talking about all these different branches here, it's very hard to tell. I mean, we do see that the Air Force Gaming are taking care of the first 21, so they do appear to be in the lead, but I wouldn't say that they're super in the lead. I wouldn't say that they're have too much of an advantage, because these other teams, they've been spreading out their keys and they haven't really had a chance to push these 21s. We haven't seen anybody fail a key yet. That's how we'll know when a team is topped out, like say they fail a 19 or say they fail a 23, right? That's how we'll know where they're going to top out at. So then we're able to kind of look and assess, okay, where are they at versus the other teams? Are the other teams topping out? Or, you know, did somebody fail a 17 Necrotic Wake very early, right? So all of these different things will come into effect. But Sam, we do see that the 21 being timed, I believe it was only a 1 chest, therefore going to turn into a 22. Do you think they continue to push that, or do you think they go to a new dungeon now that they only 1 chested?
I think for a 22, I could see them maybe wanting to go ahead and attempt it again. If they do decide to do that, then whether or not they +2 it or +1 it, I do think that they will want to move on it. Still, a 22 is definitely doable in time, 100%. You can get that done really quickly. 23s to me is where it starts getting a little bit hairy, where mistakes can start to be punished more often. And with the way that Gambit works, you know, you have to worry about the fish sticks and the bolstering and the all the fun little things that happen in there. It's
all fun.
It could be. Yeah, it's just all fun. So I definitely do think that they are going to move on. We do have the Royal Air Force on the screen now for our viewing pleasure. So we'll see where they decide to go soon here. It looks like they might be having messing around with a couple of their add-ons right now. Switching our attention back over to the lovely Marines. They are going to start working their way over onto the final boss of Eye of Ajara. Just get that done quick. I mean, they're at the 15. They've been doing a really good job so far, taking care of business. And these, I mean, honestly, these little hydras right here are one of the most annoying parts about this entire key. A lot of health, and then you gotta deal with it. Yeah, it could be just difficult.
Sorry, I'm a little interested. Did you say that? Sorry, I was so confused there for 2 seconds, Sam. So the army is working on their final boss of Ayajar. The Marines are
I got my eyes
on...
twisted.
Wait, no. Look at the top right. Look at the top right. The Marine Corps Gaming are choosing not to do the skip. They're not doing the skip. Interesting. Maybe electing to do this because of a percentage-wise. Maybe because they needed more percent. But I don't know. I mean, I've done this, this dungeon many times, and the skip is always beneficial. You can always just grab those crafts. So maybe they don't feel comfortable with it. Maybe Yips made a decision like, hey, we need some more percentage. We're going to go this way. But interestingly
enough,
they did
lose someone.
It is on a 15, so not going to be too punishing there.
Yeah, the most difficult part about this is that you have to worry about Sanguine, and they did lose someone as they were going through that as well, so they committed a B-res to that, I believe, to bring them back up quick. And I guess since they're on this 15, they decide that, okay, whatever, we got it's a 15, this is an easier key. We don't really need to worry too much about doing the skip. We'll just pick up the percentage here rather than maybe going for some more difficult mobs that requires us to use the skip. So well, maybe also too, they don't want to give up too many strategies, I guess, or they don't feel comfortable doing the skip. It could be so many different choices here that are going on in the minds of the Marines. And I mean, you know, Barn, you can give us a little bit of an idea of what's going on in the mind of a Marine, right?
I mean, I could, but at the same time, I mean, you know, we're here to, you know, talk about things, and there wouldn't be that much talking if that was, but at the same time, I do want to point it out that we have the Royal Air Force who are still four-manning, Sam. They are still four-manning, right? And they two-chested their last with the four-man. I mean, I really feel for them. Of like, where is their fifth player? That's what I want to know. Like, if they're doing this, did they plan to do this four-man? Did they, you know, are they just having somebody just sit on the bench like, hey, you know, you're part of the team, but we're just gonna four-man this? I just don't know.
You know what though, Barn? We got to give it to the Royal Air Force. Even though they're down a member, they're not giving up, and they are still going no matter what. And that is something that I love about this team is their persistence, right? Their ability to want to keep going even in the face of overwhelming odds. And that at its core is something that is a military thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, Marine Corps always say improvise, adapt, and overcome, right? It doesn't matter whether it seems impossible, right? You know, it is what it is, right? Figure out a way. Figure out a way. That's it, right? There's nothing else left to say, right? You're four-man. You got to win a Keystone tournament. Figure it out.
Exactly, and that's what we love about these tournaments is how do they figure it out when things do go wrong or when something like that happens. So let's go ahead and maybe take a look, if we can, production at the leaderboard, so that way we can start seeing who is in the lead right now. And in an interesting turn of events, Barn, I believe it is the Coast Guard who are in the lead right now.
Oh, we have the Coast Guard Gaming in the lead? What?
With 3 points. 3 points in the lead.
Well, so
it's a little bit behind.
Sam, can we explain this? What is everybody looking at? What do they do? First of all, they need to type exclamation point leaderboard for sure. That is how you see what we're looking at. But second of all, the reason we have them in the lead right now is because the Coast Guard has finished 18 missed, and they have finished the 15 necrotic wake as well. So when you look at that, you've got multiple teams that have finished, you know, maybe 3 iterations of the same dungeon, but the Coast Guard and the Marine Corps have done 2 different dungeons, therefore they get that compounding score. So the early leaderboard is going to be a little bit deceptive, right? Because obviously we see that the Air Force Gaming were already timed at 21,
right?
But that still only counts as 1, right? This still only counts as 1 dungeon, right? Once they time the 21, which they've already done, and they throw another dungeon in there, they will probably jump to the lead.
Exactly. And getting that 21 done, even though it's a gambit, it's still going to be a big score for them. Still, though, it's that strategy of when do we want to move on to the next key to start building up, right? That is where things are going to be interesting, and that's where teams can really start grabbing that score. It's the decision of, do we want to go now or do we want to go later? And so for the Royal Air Force Esports, I think they're still trying to decide how they want to go about doing this necrotic wake, since they are a person down. there's so many decisions that have to go in here that could impact things. And speaking of which, we got to say for Goats and Glory, they are loving this Necrotic Wake so far. And I think they just want to get as much of it done. Maybe because this is a key they haven't practiced as much, or maybe this is a key where they feel comfortable in. Regardless, though, they haven't moved on. They are still on this Necrotic Wake.
I mean, they're on the 18 right now. They're just like they're just like a bad
That's a big juicy pull too.
They never move on. They just staying right there in that Necrotic Wake. And honestly, I know they've had issues with this Necrotic Wake. They've had to reset. They've wiped on bosses, but I mean, right now, taking a look at the timer, they're getting better. Every single time they do this, right, they're getting better and better, and it really seems like they're, they had to get a couple, I don't know, kinks out of the way. They had to get a couple, knots. They had to untie them first, but they really are, firing on all cylinders, at least for this 18.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that was a big pull. They brought the boss into the mob pack over there along with the rest of them too. And remember, this boss is on tyrannical, so whereas the mobs aren't as scary, you typically wouldn't do that if this was fortified, you can sort of get away with that. And they did it cleanly too. I don't believe anyone died there. It was really well done, and they were able to bring that forward and secure it.
Yeah, awesome. Now, I know we do have somebody in the chat who is saying something about the leaderboard. So the leaderboard is being updated periodically. Right now, it's just behind by a couple minutes or so. We've got our admin in the background that are doing an amazing job of working behind the scenes. So big shout out to everybody working behind the scenes as well. Everybody who helped to make this event happen. But as far as with what you guys are seeing on the leaderboard, just give it a little bit. It's going to be updated. They're working on it right now. Otherwise, right, we can. Man, it's just killing me every time here, Sam. Every time I look at the Royal Air Force Esports and I see that they're actually doing very well with 4 players, I can't help but be impressed.
Yeah, this is so great, and I love it. I mean, being able to adapt, improvise, and overcome, because typically at this stage of the game, we're like, all right, 15s are easy, whatever, we can get them done, we can blaze right through them, who cares? When you down a member, though, that's where things start getting a little bit tricky. That's where you really have to watch out for the little bit of mechanics that come through. That's where individual player, the individual really comes into hand here. And I cannot wait to see how they're going to be able to handle the rest of this Necrotic Wake. It is a 15 Necrotic Wake, and it is something that would typically be easier, but for them being down a person, that's gonna be tough. That is gonna be tough.
I mean, so taking a transition here, Driss, back me up to the overview here. If one of these teams really wanted to win this whole tournament, this whole thing, how would you approach it, Driss? How would you do kind of what the Air Force is doing, which is they're just hammering that one key over and over to push it as high as they can and then going to the next? Would you spread it out? I mean, what would your strategy be to win this tournament if you were in that driver's seat?
If I was in the driver's seat, no, as I would have to definitely go with how the Air Force is doing it. I think the best way to approach competitions like this is you need to figure out what that wall is and bring everything up to that. Now, obviously, day one, we got these 4 keys. We're running in 5 hours. It seems like there's just not a lot of time, but we get that over the course of 3 days and only get 1 extra dungeon at each of those days. Spending day one, even if, for example, you only get to 3 of the dungeons, but you get all 3 of those dungeons to 22, 23, you can spend the next day getting the new key and the 4th dungeon up to 23 as well. Ooh. And then that leaves the 3rd day where you get the 1 extra dungeon, get that to 22 or 23, and then be able to push anything. And yeah, we're able to see up there the Royal Air Force, it looks like they wiped on the opening fight there, that first boss.
So
could be unforgiving.
They were so close to. That's what's so heartbreaking about it. Look how close they were to taking them down, and now they need to go back out, reset the dungeon, so that way they can get their lust. Their B-res is back. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you hate seeing somebody have to reset, because what it means is you didn't just waste, a couple minutes of time. Like you wasted a good amount of time because you put in your time, effort, consumables, and I mean it's TR, so that doesn't really matter too much. But time is a factor here, Sam. I mean, Sam, our overall format is you have 5 hours today. At the end of that 5 hours, you can end your dungeon, right? As long as you time it. But after that, right, that's it. That's all the time you get. So there is a set amount of time. These teams don't have forever. They don't have 3 full days. This is a 3-day event. But they don't have 3 days to just, let me go take a break, go eat some dinner, come back, we'll run another key, and then maybe I'll do some PvP, and then come back and run another key. No, they have to do this as quick as possible. This event is whoever gets the biggest score, all 4 combined, right? Plus the one on Saturday, plus the one on Sunday. So all 6 combined scores together, who's going to get it? And they only have so much time to do that.
Exactly. And that's the aspect of, we're already 90 minutes in, right, Barn and Driss? We are 90 minutes into this event where these teams have been going constantly. And they cannot do anything outside of the event once it is started. Now that we've started, they can't go in, they can't practice anymore. So everything has to be done live. There's no taking breaks. There's no, okay, well, let's break off for a second here. Like you said, let's go eat dinner. Let's regroup, get into a better mindset. No, it is a consistent, continuous go, go, go. Now, there's something we haven't talked about very much, and that's fatigue. Once fatigue starts setting in, once you start mistakes that were like, okay, we're gonna move past this pack right here, there might be a little mistake where, someone accidentally walks into the pack and pulls them. And it's those little things that could start really adding up. I know we're all gamers here and everything like that, but after 5 hours of doing keys, I'm pretty sure anyone's brain after a while starts getting a little bit fried.
I mean, yeah, speaking of fried, we've got some, we don't have any French forces in here, but we do have, so I'm trying to make a horrible joke, and I can just hear Sam in the background. I can hear him shaking his head right now. I can hear him shaking.
You can only, if you could only hear my eye roll.
we can hear it, but we don't have anybody French in here. But these teams are getting fried, especially in this 21 necrotic wake here. 21 necrotic wake. What do you think about that, Driss? I wouldn't want to do a 21 necrotic wake, especially on Tyrannical. I feel like, man, it's just look at the affixes we've got here on necrotic wake. We have Tyrannical, Spiteful, Grievous, and Encrypted, right? Encrypted is a seasonal affix. Now, Grievous and Spiteful, just with Tyrannical, the tank, especially as this Brewmaster monk. I mean, Brewmasters already have that, ping pong health all the time. Plus, there's that Holy Pally as the healer in here for the Coast Guard. I mean, I think this is going to be one of the more difficult dungeons for them.
I would definitely agree. I at least believe, to my understanding, Grievous can definitely be a punishing affix, since it can only be gotten rid of by receiving direct heals and reaching over a certain threshold. It's an affix that I feel like the teams with Blood DKs and Holy Priest or Shamans are going to have a much easier time with, just because with the nature of Tyrannical, like those bosses in Necrotic Wake, they can start hurting, as we're seeing right now on the 2021 range. But being able to pull those mobs, like some of those mobs themselves hurt even on Tyrannical. When you get to the Marauders, those frontal cleaves are still going to hurt. And then adding that on with Grievous, if you're trying to go, if the DPS are taking unnecessary damage, it's just going to cause a lot of problems for the healer on the back end.
So we want to go ahead and talk about our donations real quick, because we had a couple come through from a very generous amount. We have 5250 from Colleen. Go Team Marine. I might be betraying my Navy family, but I have to support the #1 druid in my heart. Let's go, Inin. Oh, listen, I'm feeling things again. You guys are making me feel things all day today. And now we have another one, Michael, which is 2625. Everyone, so far, we have raised $391. And now, Barn Door, you were talking to me about something. You know, you're saying, you know, in chat that if we reach $400, which by the way, everyone, $9 away, you're gonna do a dry scoop live on stream.
Yep. So obviously, right, I'll do anything for charity. And one of our set goals that we have here is once we reach $400 donated for these charities, right, you'll be able to see if anybody who knows what a dry scoop is. I've got a nice little jug of pre-workout over here, right? I'll be doing a dry scoop live on stream. If you guys want to check that out, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's going to be good. You're going to want to see it. $9 is all we need to be donated to charity, and we'll get that live on screen for you guys. And we'll get a little bit of hype. Get a little bit of hype, because I think that's what we need here, Sam and Driss. I think we've got one of the most amazing events that I've seen in recent history. The Armed Forces Dungeon Clash coming at you, all the different branches, right, competing for that number spot, and I think it's time for a little hype in here.
Absolutely, Barn. So, exclamation point charities, everyone. Go and donate. Literally only $9, and Barn is going to take a lot of dry scoop in his mouth. One whole one. I'm scared, personally, having to even just think about it. So, I don't know about you, Driss.
Oh no, it reminds me very fondly back in the high school days of the Cinnamon Challenge, and if that's even remotely close to it, I do not envy you, Barn Door. That is not something I would do it for charity, but I'm glad I'm not having to do it for charity.
Now, how many times have you done this before, Barn? How many times have you done this?
Dry scoop.
Yeah.
Let's not talk. I feel like I'm gonna reveal way too much here.
As I say, well, you were Marines, so
I mean, look, you don't always have water to wash it down with, and you know sometimes you need a little extra kick, right? Sometimes it's 0-4 in the morning. You've been pulling post for whatever, and you need you just need a little something, right? So the dry scoop might be what you go to.
You just gotta go through it fast, right? Okay, all right, I can respect that, and as a World of Warcraft player too, I'm pretty sure that's useful as well. Just go as quick as you can, so that way you can be gaming all day. Oh boy. All right. Anyway, so let's make sure that we make that happen. Everyone, please and thank you. Like I said, did someone say Sam will drink pilk again? I mean, hey, I am more than happy to drink some more pilk. All right. You put that in front of me, I will happily and cringily drink it all. So I want to go ahead and turn our attention to the U.S. Army Esports as they are fighting the second boss here in Mists of Terna Scythe. One of the more annoying bosses, in my opinion. I hate dealing with this one. They really do have to watch out, make sure that the guessing game is taken care of. And you can see, too, that the fox is on screen. And that fox has been just the bane of my existence. It's getting so close to the player, but they're able to just narrowly avoid it and not get hit. Really good job, but every time I CC that mob, that fox, broken every single time. I don't know about you guys.
Sorry, go ahead, Driss. I was just gonna say that normally if I'm on my vengeance, I'm tanking this, right, and I may have messed up the easiest mechanic in the game, patty cake, more times than I care to admit here.
Oh, for sure, especially with it being a tank only, it can be definitely hectic, but there's always a couple different ways that you can mess and kind of fix with this little Vulpin that goes around. One of the strategies that I've seen happen is the Blood DK is able to pop AMS and just grip it out of melee. The AMS will sometimes be able to absorb the full force of that Vulpin and give it nice room for the DPS, Pallies can bubble kind of thing. But yeah, that Vulpin does have a tendency, especially with melee heavy comps, to make boss damage, or just in general to cause a lot of movement and complications.
And it looks like the U.S. Army is just deciding to take these packs one at a time, pick up the encrypted mob, which more than likely going to go with... yeah, there it is. Okay, so going a standard route that we typically see, make sure that you can get it done. Goats and Glory down in the bottom left. I believe they have taken down the first boss and are now moving on towards what can be a very tricky pack. I don't think they're going to take the mobs over there on the left. Indeed, I don't think they will. They're just going to get these guys right here, and more than likely invis pot past here. Yeah, this is so far each team has been doing well, and it's like you said earlier, Bar, no one has really bricked a key just yet. And so this is where, as we start getting up into these higher keys though, and as they start moving on into different aspects of the higher level keys, Driss, what are some of the strategies that we could be seeing, sort of maybe to adapt? And do we abandon this key if it starts going a little bit too sideways, or do we go to another key that's also at the same level? Because we're eventually going to start reaching that point.
Oh, for sure. And I think, like, when you were talking earlier about fatigue, that'll definitely be a big factor. If you're just kind of hitting your head against the same key, sometimes just switching to a different one just to get a different flow can definitely help there. I think we'll also see... you'll notice that there will be a lot of packs that might have particular mobs that are just a lot more hard, or just harder to deal with, that even just kind of changing the route ever so slightly or electing to crowd control those mobs in the pool. We'll probably see a lot of that coming out. Boss fights, it's going to all be about like effective uses of lust and just rotating cooldowns and immunities.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to, is just making sure that your cooldowns are set up, making sure that you follow the route to a way that makes you happy. And the RAF, look at them, they are still pushing through in this 15 Necrotic Wake. They are on their way over to the second boss, not letting anything stand in their way. This is it's an amazing effort, really, being only 4 members of a team. We cannot understate that, just how impressive this is coming from them.
Well, Sam, when you're taking a look at their side, I think they're really doing this. They're really doing this the right way. Is they're choosing to go and to do the 15 for each key, right? They're doing the keys on the lowest level, and then they're going back through, right? So they're going to take up all the time they have today, collectively getting all of the keys up, making sure they time all of them. So that way, maybe tomorrow, right, putting themselves in the best position tomorrow, yeah, they may not have the highest keys. They may not have the 23s. They may not have, the highest keys that there are, but they have their team within striking distance. So once they get that 5th player, potentially tomorrow, potentially, he decides to wake up or get done with PT or whatever it is that 5th player is doing. Right, I think we all have our theories out there. I'm just saying he's out there PTing. That's what I'm guessing. And so whatever is going on there, they're putting themselves in a good striking position. So that way, once they get that 5th player, as soon as he comes in, okay, you're here now. Time to push for big numbers.
Yeah, time to get it done, and time to make up for lost ground. So the bottom right, we see the Coast Guard Gaming making a somewhat decent sized pool. These mob packs can be very scary here, especially when you have to watch out for the cleaver, you have to watch out for the AoE spine crusher ability that happens from each of these mobs. So positioning here is going to be kind of key. They're not deciding to take the whole entire room of this necropolis, which is a fair thing to do because it can get really out of hand if you let it. And on right above them for the U.S. Army, they just got finished, I believe, with Tradova. Now they're finishing up on Percent, and this Mr. Turner scythe is going to be completed for them in a breakneck speed. So they're doing a really good job for the U.S. Army, and all of these teams are doing a really good job that we all see here on screen so far.
Oh, I mean, 15:59, right? That's a pretty good timer for 15. 15 was absolutely no problem for them whatsoever. I'm just a little interested in what are they doing right now? They're taking Woe all the way back. Are they timed the key? They finished it. It's at 100%. Do they just gonna hearth out, or are they gonna run out and reset? I just don't know what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting question, what they are doing. Tris, any thoughts?
Truthfully speaking, I don't know. They could just be debilitating what they're gonna do, and just kind of idling in the dungeon. But they are very well done with the key.
Well, okay, so
could they be planning? It looks like they're planning. Maybe.
Yeah. So you see how they've got the markers set up, and they're sitting. Yeah, they're definitely going through, and they're like, okay, we timed the 15. That was easy. Now let me explain how we're gonna do this at a 25. Let me explain how we're gonna do this once we get up more. What did we do that went in? What did we do that didn't? But either way, Sam, I think we have a little update for us here.
Yes, we do. $250 came in anonymously, so whoever you are, thank you so much for that. And thank you for having to make Barn Door do a dry scoop for us.
Amazing.
Awesome.
I'm excited. I'm ready.
Whenever our production gets a second, we'll throw that over. But
Air Force Esports, I think they are just barely. There's one member of the team alive, heroically tanking this boss all by themselves.
1%.
It is the prop paladin. They are making this work. Look how close they are to death. They're throwing it all out there though, but they have to get all these mobs here. This is gonna be so dangerous. Look how close they are. They did it. The Royal Air Force Esports solo tanking. What a hero. What a hero.
The power of the prop paladin.
Who needs a team when you have a prop paladin? I mean, really. Wow, that's
unbelievable. We just saw how crazy tanks can be, even when they are all by themselves. And I think we should listen to the U.S. Army Esports, right? Nerf Pallies?
Nerf prop pally. Yeah, that's what I heard.
And please buff Blood DK. Thank you.
And Havoc Demon Hunters. I think they just. I mean, we've only seen one Havoc Demon Hunter in here so far. It's obviously indication that they need a 100% damage buff, and then a passive ability that makes them immune to all CC, period. Right? That's just balancing act.
Of course. So, we have reached that $400 mark, Barn, and we're gonna get that set up for you. I'm excited. I can't wait. So, how's this gonna work? You're just gonna scoop in there and then just straight up right in the gob?
Oh, you'll see, buddy. I can't let too much go. You'll see, just like everybody else. But speaking of reaching the $400 mark, we actually smashed that, and we're at what was it? $641 already donated towards charity here. By the way, right, our charities, just so you guys know, ! charity in the chat. It's going to be Hire Heroes USA and Walking with the Wounded, both doing amazing things for military and former military members as well, helping with employment, helping with mental health, helping with jobs, and helping helping to succeed in the civilian workplace. And so I am happy to do whatever it takes to help go some. Yeah, I can't talk. I feel like
we want to raise money.
We're just here to raise money.
We want to raise money for great causes. Exactly. All right. So I think we're ready now, Barn. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm born ready.
Okay. Listen, we got to see you do the scoop, right? We got to see you do it. So that way it's all on the up and up.
Well, of course. We got to get some hype in here, of course. Right.
I'm ready for it. I am so ready for it. I can't even imagine how this is gonna go. You have water next to you, right? Like you have water, and you're gonna like I'm just scared for you.
It probably would be smart to have some water, wouldn't it? That would be a smart thing about that, Sam. No, I do have water next to me. Don't worry, I've got water. But the way the dry scoop works is it doesn't matter, right? You're not gonna use any sort of water until it's all clear, right? Just like anybody's taking the cinnamon challenge, right? You can't sit there and take a scoop of cinnamon and then all of a sudden just drink a glass of water. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
No, I guess not. Anyways, things are looking a little bit dicey for the Coast Guard Gaming, though. They have 2 of the Stitch Flesh mobs down there with them. The boss is almost taken out. They get a little bit scary. Oh, now look at that. We got Barn Door in the quad. Look at that beautiful face.
I think it's time. We got a little dry scoop action coming in here. You guys want to know? We've got our tub right here. You guys can see. Right, it's
so what flavor are we having? What flavor?
Hype sauce. It's literally called hype sauce. So we're getting hyped in here, right? Sam, I'm gonna need some hype from you because we have got for charity. Thank you guys again, everybody who's donated $641 so far. Thank you guys so much. This is for you. Appreciate everything, and we're gonna do a dry scoop for charity here. Cheers.
We're going to do a play-by-play. There it goes. Bart is going to put it in his mouth right now, and he's taking it like a champion. What a gamer. Look at that. Look at the face, though. You can see the regret kind of comes in just a little bit, but he's powering right on through it. It looks like it's going down pretty smoothly. I never thought I'd say this, but he is chewing that powder so good right now. Oh, my God. How do you do it? Barn, the emotions that must be going through this man's head. But look at that is a look at the skill involved. What a legend! He swallowed it. What a amazing. Listen, he can now. He can smell color. Okay, he can see time.
That was so much more powder than I wanted. But.
Driz, what do you think? What do you think coming out of that? Did Barn have good technique?
Honestly, I felt like the hand was just a little shaky there, a little deceptive at the moment, but the execution of the powder into the mouth, I believe that was a flawless, and the recovery, excellent. You did the Marine Corps proud there.
Well, I've got to get us a little hype. We got some hype coming in, and with some G Fuel hype sauce over there. Gotta say, woo! My mouth is extremely dry. I definitely should have had water next to me. That's for sure. But going back to the gameplay here, I can see that the Coast Guard is working on the final boss of this Necrotic Wake 21, and oh my goodness, look at that timer, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, that timer is looking really solid for them so far, but, anything can go wrong on Nalthor. Nalthor can be a little bit of a pain, especially as this Frost Comet is happening. You got to avoid that just carefully. And when someone is sent to the Shadow Realm, right, that causes a little bit of issues. We see they are going in fast. You come back, you get the one up, but you got to make sure the corner up off that debuff where you see that ice pool, and oh man, someone's just dropping it right in the center of the field. Come on!
What are you doing? Come on. Now, we've got the Rogue's gonna definitely love that. But it's getting spicy. We got Paladin taking a ton of damage. Their Hunter sitting at 40% health. Rogue at 20% health. Looks like we are going to have wings coming up available for this Paladin here in a second. So going to be able to maintain, but the damage coming out on this 21 Necrotic Wake it's going to be a little rough here. And speaking of a little rough, we go to this 15 Necrotic Wake over here for this 4-man, and 23 minutes in on this boss. Do you think that they're actually going to have some trouble timing this here, Driz, or do you think that for the Royal Air Force Esports that they're going to have no problem? We actually have three teams in Necrotic Wake here.
I think the Royal Air Force is going to be able to time this with very little issues, so long as there's not any wipes. With being able to have about 13 minutes left for the two bosses, they're able to pull out still some pretty solid damage for even being a 4-man. That it should be relatively smooth sailing. Now, obviously, they need to be very careful having. Just watching the feet, making sure not to put anything down for people. There's a little less room for error, but I think that they will be able to get this 15 timed.
I mean, we do see that the Coast Guard does finish timing their 21. So the question is on everybody's mind, Air Force, Coast Guard, what are they going to do? Are they going to choose to push to 23? We do see that the Air Force chose to go into the Necrotic Wake instead of pushing the 22 gambit that they had. They're choosing to keep that one on the wing, and they want to wait to push it any higher. I think that might be a good strategy. Do you think, Sam, we're going to see anything higher than a 21 today?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I think once they get their spread their wings a little bit, they probably do want to go ahead and try and throw in a 23, because if you can't get a 23 done right, that could really put you in a solid place. We still have 3 hours left to go for the rest of the day, and don't forget, tomorrow we're adding in another dungeon. So once you throw in that extra dungeon, right, that's going to be another thing that you have to worry about. That's going to be another thing that you're going to have to time. So you want to get as much done today as you possibly can, key-wise, so that way when you have to start pushing that dungeon tomorrow and then another dungeon on Sunday, you'll be in a good place. You'll be in a good spot.
Awesome. I mean, being in the best spot coming in, at the end of the day today is good. It's beneficial, but
it's good for the mentals too.
Yeah, I mean, but Driss, honestly, the whole point is to win on Sunday, right? The whole point is to win on Sunday. Now, whether that means you push everything as high as you can today, or you get everything equally as high and then you do your push keys all on the same day. I mean, whatever strategy they choose, remember, right, somebody may be in the lead today, but that doesn't mean they're winning the whole competition. This goes all the way until Sunday. So we've got a 3-day competition here. So these teams are, they have a little bit of strategy here, right? Just because they're not in the lead right now doesn't mean they're not going to be in the lead on Saturday or Sunday.
Absolutely, Barndor. I think the most important way to view this competition is not looking at it so much as 3 separate days, but it's having the 15 hours to push 6 dungeons. And I think as long as the teams are able to look at it that way, they can do their plan of attack. They get the upfront of the dungeons today, but it's still 6 in total. If they're able to spend today getting keys to where they want, even if it's just 2 or 3 keys, that gives them that time. But on the flip side, they can't waste too much time trying to push up a dungeon, because even though 15s can get done pretty quickly with a 5-man, 18s can get done pretty quick, that time will stack. So the teams definitely have to make sure that they are spreading out their time, spreading out their energy in getting the keys timed to acceptable margins today to be able to spend the later halves of the competition just straight pushing dungeons.
100%. And there it is. The Royal Air Force are going to finish this 15 Necrotic Wake 4-person team. Good job to the Royal Air Force. That is a heck of a key to be able to time with being a person down. And it just goes to show you, you have the ability to be able to do it if you work together as a team, and you have the ability to be able to make it happen. So we're going to switch our attention over to the British Army now, where they are going to be attempting a Necrotic Wake of their own. There's a lot of Necrotic Wakes going on today. Necrotic Wake, like we said at the beginning of the stream, chat, it is one of the longer dungeons in the tournament right now, at least out of the pool, right, Driss?
Yeah, I mean, Necrotic Wake, I would say, is gonna be, it's the safety pick. Like, the affixes itself are not particularly punishing for the way that the dungeon is. I mean, Tyrannic will get a little difficult at the high, but this is one of those dungeons where, every Warlock and Survival Hunter dreams of. You got big pulls that you can do with it being tyrannical. The mobs don't live very long, and as we see it right now with the British Army just rain of firing until it's just pretty much ash on the floor, being able to keep those infernals up, going pack to pack. I think a lot of the teams are going to find that this might very well be a dungeon we see a lot of for the remainder of this competition.
Yeah. It's just so easy. It's just so it's a fun dungeon to be able to do the big pulls, and Spiteful, it's not too crazy, and it's like you said, it's really nice for the Warlocks to be able to just rain of fire all the way down. You can use the curing weapons, and look at the DPS meters, just how much
to be fair,
they're doing.
To be fair, Sam, just about every dungeon is good for a Warlock right now, I would say.
You are not kidding. You are not kidding. All depends on how comfortable everyone is with each other and making those big pulls.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but once I do want to take a step back here for a second, and I know since we have started, we've had a number of people who have joined us. Right, again, I want to thank you guys all for tuning in so far. We're only 2 hours into day one. Right, today is going to go for 5 hours plus. They have our teams. We have 7 teams here, all different branches of the U.S. forces here coming together in this Armed Forces Dungeon Clash to find out who is going to be able to walk away victorious from this. So, guys, I just want you all to sit back, relax, crack open a cold one with the boys, and enjoy this Keystone Madness we got for you today.
I mean, so far this has been a lot of fun, guys. I just want to let you all know I've been having a blast, and seeing these amazing branches of the military going through and showing us how World of Warcraft is played. Right, this has been a insane run through for everybody. Now, Ghosts and Glory, they're finally out of the Necrotic Wake into Eyes of Azshara. They're going to be doing this here, and I'm excited to see how they're going to tackle this, how things are going to go differently now that they're not in the same dungeon that they've been in for the past almost 2 hours.
I mean, I'm sure a change of pace is definitely good for them. I'm sure, they're happy to not be in Necrotic Wake right now. I think that's one thing, is that when you are struggling, right? When you are struggling, it's okay to pivot, right? Maybe your strategy was to push it as high, Necrotic Wake as high as you can go, but you've been having an issue for the past 2 dungeons. Like, okay, let's pivot. Let's go to Eye of Azshara. We know we can take care of this 15. Let's go get our momentum back. Let's go get our morale. I mean, that's the thing is morale's the biggest thing. One of the biggest things that these teams have to keep up. They have to know that, they're competing. We're here. We're a good team. We're going to win this, right? You got to believe you can win it before, you ever even have a chance to stand on the podium. And, I mean, Driss, how many of these teams do you think are going into this with that same mindset, that mindset of I'm here and I'm here to win?
I would like to imagine that all of them are with that mindset, like from everything from, 4-manning the dungeon to the kind of interaction we're seeing just with the different plans of attack. I think every one of these branches, both U.S. and British military, are definitely have that mindset to win. And I'm very much excited to see how they apply that mindset with their skill and seeing who does actually come on top. I think the strategies we've seen of either getting all of them on the board right at the get-go or pushing ones up are both effective strategies. We'll just have to kind of see how once the fatigue starts hitting in, which of the branches is able to have prepared for that walls effectively.
So, yeah, I mean... sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just real quick, down there for the U.S. Air Force, they switched over to the Brewmaster, and look at that giga huge pull. That is a ginormously dangerous pull for this
they lose
key.
one.
And they do lose one. They use the Spirit Totem as well, just in order to get that extra healing, in order to keep everybody alive. And they're also going into this with a Brewmaster tank. instead of what they were running with before. But it looks like that pool may have just been a little bit too dangerous for them as the entire team is going down. They've lost their healer now, and it's just the Warlock and the Brewmaster tank.
Warlock solos this pull, man, I will delete my Demon Hunter and go make a Warlock right now. If this Warlock finishes this whole pull.
Oh my goodness, it looks like, I mean, at this point it's going to be way too difficult for them. They've already lost their tank. And there you have it. Unfortunately, it did not work out just for them. I think the biggest problem was the issue of not interrupting the drain fluids, because those drain fluids can be such a tricky thing to deal with if you're not interrupting them. And when that happens, you know, you have to make sure that your interrupts are clean. You have to make sure that the way that you're doing everything is just absolute perfection. And unfortunately for the USAF, it did not work out there. So Driss, what's the reasoning you think behind going with the Brewmaster?
So I think first and foremost, you know, that's Venom, that's our tank. He mains that on live, so it's a Brewmaster that knows what they're doing is able to achieve a lot. Bloody K can be one of those tanks that, though it is meta, it can be very easy to just find some of the shortcomings, or, you know, not being able to utilize it the most effectively if you don't spend a lot of time with it on live. But Venom is quite, I will say, he is a fantastic Brewmaster. Seeing what he can get done with that.
Driss, can you pet your cat already?
Yeah, dude, come on.
I can't say that's on mine.
Asking, Driss, can you pet your cat already? Gosh, man.
Yeah, man, no, I wish I knew where it was. But nah, I pull behind something like that, you know, it's very much the being able to utilize the Warlock and the Survival Hunter, and then pairing that up with a sweeping kick with the Monk being able to help mitigate a lot of the casting with those drained fluids. It can set up for a lot of success there. You know, just a lot of it is getting that in practice. If things overlap or the drained fluids go off or you miss tap target, pull like that can go very wrong very quickly, but in the right hands with the shaman heals and everything else, you can see it a lot. You can see it take out a lot of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Speaking of taking out a lot of stuff here, can we production,
are they doing it again?
Zoom in here. I want to see this Air Force pull.
They're doing
I
it
really
again?
want to see that. Yeah, they're going for it again. They're going for the big giant pull. There's the Ring of Peace coming out. Look at the damage. Just look at the damage. 286k coming out from this Warlock. Oh my goodness.
And Survival Hunter is not too far behind either. It's just, these are the kind of pulls that you want to do if you can do them, but they seem to just be having a little bit of issues with making it work, because as you start killing these mobs, you have to worry about the Spiteful Bard, and I think that might start causing them a little bit of an issue. They have drain fluid, and they have the meat shield, and they're also going to they're going to work on the malfunctioning Goliath in the middle of a pool.
Oh my gosh, Air Force Gaming. I mean, nobody told them that this wasn't the MDI, so they are going for it. They are really. Oh, and then
another one down.
Val goes down for the second time in a pull, but honestly, this Brewmaster has been doing an amazing job of staying alive here. And man, the Warlock still pulling 117k DPS, just casually, just, you know. I think I'll spike at about 200-300k DPS. That's fine. You know, it's BFA numbers. That's fine.
Right. And now that we're done with most of the mobs, the trash pack here, being able to take out the boss should go decently for them. I mean, yeah, they're down a DPS. The boss is over 50% done now, and with that in mind, they still have their higher end DPS. I don't want to be rude or anything like that, but they still do have a lot of DPS on the board. It was a really good pull, and they were able to pull that off. They're down a B-res though, so the rest of the dungeon is going to have to be played to perfection until they're able to get that B-res back up.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if we go and we check out the quad view here, we can take a look. We've got a couple of the different teams that are really, you know, in the midst of it right now. I think this is the time, right? 2 hours in. This is when everybody is in full grind mode, right? This is when everybody is just go, 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 go. right? And then we see that, right? Air Force Gaming is doing their thing. The British Royal Army. We have the U.S. Army here, doing their thing. Everybody is really kind of in that grind mode right now. So this is where you see, kind of like the least amount of mistakes. Like, yes, mistakes will still happen, but everybody is fully immersed in the tournament right now. And normally at the very, very end, right, when it gets very difficult, when we're in the hierarchies, or like within the first 1 or 2 dungeons, that's when you've got the nerves. That's when you've got, okay, I'm a little rusty, or I haven't done a key in, a couple weeks. But this is when everybody's warmed up and everybody's really firing on all cylinders here, Sam.
Oh yeah, firing on all cylinders. They're ready to go. This is the peak. This is the, like you said, the immersion. This is where these teams are really working at their best, and where there is a peak, though, we had to start watching out for the decline, where teams are going to start making some errors here and there. But with being so early into that, I don't anticipate seeing that probably until maybe even Sunday, honestly, where the final day, because World of Warcraft players can play this game for 16 hours a day and be perfectly fine. So yeah, I know I said earlier, whatever, blah blah blah, their fatigue will start setting in. But the good thing here with being able to do this is that they can switch over to a different dungeon to refresh the brain, refresh the mind, maybe handle some troublesome mechanics or something like that that's been causing them a little bit of issue. Let's go ahead and take a look at the British Army real quick, because they are on the second boss. They have lost 1 member so far, but it looks like they're getting very close to finishing that one. They did get it done, and now I'm interested to see what they're going to do with the final, with the necropolis up there, if they're going to choose to maybe take it all together as one big group, or just take a little break, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Do it one by one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're definitely going through. The one thing I want to say is that all of these teams are definitely out there having a good time right now. I hope you guys are all out there watching or having a good time. I hope you're having fun, because in case you guys didn't realize, it is mandatory that you have to have fun here, right? This is mandatory fun day. So make sure you guys all have smiles on your face and are having fun, because otherwise we will tell all your commands that you're not having fun. So this is mandatory fun. It is required here. But moving on here, are we able to actually get a zoom in on Goats and Glory here real quick? Because I want to see what their DPS is doing. That's what I really want to see over on Serpanix. Okay, so we do have 8K, 7K, and this is what we're talking about with the Warrior. Warrior is actually the Fury Warrior's second highest DPS. Well, get passed by the Warlock here. Big shocker. But we see Deep 6 Fury does go down here. These seagulls are really mean, definitely getting pecked over there. But Driss, what do you think here?
Oh yeah, the seagull, for anybody who ran Dungeons during the seagull.
You're bringing up bad memories, guys. Okay, I just you need to put a trigger warning before you start talking about the seagulls. Okay.
Yeah, the seagulls are definitely the highest prio enemy in this entire dungeon. They're very likely, you get those aggroed in on that boss, they will disorient you, they will acquaint you with your maker. They are quite dangerous to get into a pool. But as we're seeing from Goats and Glory, they're able to manage the seagull pretty well. Being able to dodge and mitigate the amount of damage that's coming out, like dropping the seagull there, not getting the boss insane when it looks like, is a very good play there by Ellie. We'd love to see that. But yeah, those seagulls can be very dangerous. But the Navy, they're used to being out in the water, dealing with those birds in real life. So, translating that out to Legion, it is a very easy translation to make as they come the boss.
Okay, we gotta give it to Goats and Glory. The Navy, they handled the seagulls just as well as they do in real life. But I have a feeling that the World of Warcraft ones might be a little bit more annoying. Just a little bit here, but they have taken down the second boss of the dungeon. That is going to be Serpentrix, and making their way over onto Lady Hate Coiled now. So good job from Ghosts and Glory so far, but they still have a nice chunk of the dungeon left to go. With time ticking down, it's going to be a little bit dicey as they move on into the final 3 bosses. Now, for the Great British Army, they are almost finished up with the first round, I believe, of the Necropolis and going on into the 3rd boss. So their timer is looking pretty good for them so far, and if they're able to keep this going, they should be able to clear this dungeon in a pretty decent time. There we are. We have the second, the 2 mobs that come out here. Definitely had to worry about the cleavers that come out from both of them, and it looks like they just kind of face tanked it rather than switching it around and letting them both hit each other.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things when you're taking a look at it. I believe Driss was just saying something that they have the tendency to target the same person. Now, if that's the tank, then that's fine, right? That's absolutely fine. But if they're both targeting, you know, the Warlock and the mobs are just over there like, Warlocks are too OP, we're going to target the Warlock, you know, if you get hits by both those cleavers, then you've got yourself a dead Warlock on your hands there, Driss.
Oh, absolutely. And you just got to be able to, the tank being able to make sure that if there's just one of those situations with that double cleaver, you just got to kind of pick and choose which one you can grab. But we definitely like seeing a lot of the teams. We might even see it later on trying to keep one of those cleavers through, because in the higher key levels, being able to utilize those cleavers to just deal damage to other mobs, that could be definitely a make it or break it in the higher levels if we start seeing the just a lot of those higher health bars from the bosses, especially.
Yeah,
it could be very tricky to snap it up there, though, to that 3rd boss. So we'll see if the teams have that down pat, or if it's even worth the time loss for them to be able to get it up there. Because even MDI teams had a little bit of struggle with getting it to snap. But if they're able to do it, more power to them. And it's like you said, it's just it just helps out so much in the higher end keys.
I mean, Sam, we speaking of higher end keys, we got a 21 mist here coming out of the U.S. Army Esports, and this is the highest mist that we've seen so far. We saw a lot at the beginning of the day, but this is the first mist that we've seen in a while. And at 21, U.S. Army really rocking and rolling here.
Yeah, they are, and they're cruising through the maze. They are not letting too many things stop them here, and they're just having really good control of the affixes that they are put up against so far. Because don't forget, guys, Mist so far is a fortified key, so these mobs can be really difficult to deal with, especially when you have the Guardian, you're dealing with the giant frog here, the Gorge Gullet, having to make sure that you get out of the Spear Flurry from the Defender, and then also on top of that, dealing with the rest of the mobs that come through in this area. So the way that they're handling this has just been so well, and the fact that they are 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes into the key, they're already almost through the maze. They are blazing fast going through this key right now. And yeah, they're going to go up into the 2nd boss soon, which is going to be Mistcaller. And once they get that done, they have to make sure that they obviously deal with the Mist. The Mistveil Tinder here is going to be the inspiring mob pack, and typically what you want to do is that you want to make sure that it is frozen. But with the Mistveil Tinder being the inspiring mob, you got to get that done as quickly as you possibly can, because you don't want any of their abilities to be able to go off. We did see a root happen on the Hunter, but yeah, they're doing such a really good job at staying alive, and they're doing a really good job at just taking down these mobs quick, really, really quick. You can see it in the DPS meters just how much they are pumping.
40k DPS. Look at that.
Yeah, of course it's a Destro lock as well.
I mean, yeah, but one thing I do want to point out in Driz, I mean, maybe we can touch on it here, is that the healer here, being this holy priest, but this isn't just any holy priest. This isn't just a holy priest you picked up from LFG. This is Automatic Jack himself.
Oh, absolutely. And, the Army definitely lucks out on that side. We've seen, Automatic Jack in the casting community, with MDI in past seasons. He's one of the top-ranking Holy Priests. Definitely a Very, very good addition to this team, being able to have someone who has a mastery over the meta healer pick, being able to supplement the army there. They're definitely at an advantage in that regard.
So, Driss, we are seeing a Windwalker monk, which is something that you typically would see in a mists, but what could it, I mean, sometimes we also see things like a mage, or even sometimes we've seen a demon hunter in this area. Do you think this composition is working out really well for the U.S. Army, and this is one of the reasons why they're going through so fast? Because Windwalker in and of itself can do a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Windwalker is... Wait, Driss, didn't you... Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt here, but Driss,
Sure.
didn't you... weren't we talking earlier? Didn't you tell me something about you played a Windwalker at one point?
So it's one of the few classes
Dark
that I have
secrets.
online, right? Yeah, I play a handful of the different classes and specs on retail WoW, and Windwalker is one of those. And in a dungeon composition like this, it's all doubling down on the amount of AoE damage you can do. We know that Windwalkers are still using the Chi-Ji talent, so by being able to, maintaining attacks on up to 5 targets and getting that Chi-Ji proc, you will just see them destroy AoE mob packs. In a fortified dungeon where you're able to, you'll pull big and mobs have higher health pulls, kind of doubling down on 3 DPS profiles that have just high AoE allows them to do some crazier pulls. Whereas if you're bringing a demon hunter, they do a little bit better boss damage, but they also have their sinful brand being able to help with if there's a lot of cast going on, or rogues being able to funnel target. It's just all about the damage profile that they want to bring, and I think Windwalker is working particularly well for the army here.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. They turtled to try and get rid of it, but they got their poor pet inside of the freeze. How unfortunate. It does happen, though, but Mistcaller is not long for this world. In the time that we've been talking, they've already gotten them down to 35%, which is going so fast for a 21, even on non-tyrannical. They are destroying this Mistcaller. And if they time their cooldowns just right, and they get really, and if they have really, I would say, good fortunes, they should be able to go through this without be able to not make the third phase happen.
I mean, potentially here. I mean, we'll see. We definitely are on that cusp of not having to have the third phase. Looks like maybe going to transition, right here at 7%. But real quick, can we go back to quad view for a second? Because I want to ask both of you guys one thing. So once we're in quad view, I want you guys to take a look at all 4 of these UIs that we have. And I right now we've got a little bit, we're a little bit into the tournament, but whose UI do you guys really, really love so far as these keys? Because honestly, personally, if I take a look at Goats and Glory, that UI just looks a little too cluttered, like where I need that space. Like right there at the bottom, like I don't know, I use that. Maybe it's me being a PvPer. I like to have more of a minimalist UI. Honestly, I really like the UI coming out of the Royal Air Force Esports. Very minimalistic, not too much going on the screen. Your eyes can, look everywhere. Because I'm big on spell animations, right? Spell animations, being able to see what's going on and taking a look. So, being able to have that area on the screen and not having a million things that your eyes can go to, right? At least that's better for me. What about you guys?
Well, I mean, personally speaking, because we are taking a look at the perspective of Ellie Brooks, the Brewmaster tank, to me, it's a clean setup. You have all of the important information right there. Ooh.
Ghosts and Glory.
Oh.
That was a 4-player instant death.
Well, that is very unfortunate, too, because of how far into this key they have already gone.
No, we got to get a zoom in on Ghosts and Glory right now. We got to get a zoom in. This Brewmaster is going to go for the solo. I mean, 15% is it going to be?
I mean, they have to. They have to, because if they don't, the key is basically bricked at that point. They're going to have to walk out and get that taken care of. They also have the Kyrian Owl available that they can use to get another file back in for themselves. But they're staying alive right now. They're not going down. They're not dying. 12%. Having to come back is just having to come back is just going to be so much time that it's going to be wasted for them. But there's also the factor of this boss is about to get into the single digits, and Ellie Brew is still going. This is the power of tanks. This is the second time today we have seen a tank be able to save the day. And if Ellie Brooks is able to pull this off, then they deserve a medal, 100%.
8%.
Oh, just barely staying alive. They're inside of the bubble right now, but you're seeing them pop everything that they possibly can. They have used their fortifying brew already, so not too many options left for them to be able to stay alive, and I think they're able to pop off a couple of Vivifies to keep themselves up. But Ellie is bringing this boss to 5% almost barn, and it's looking like so far, as long as she's able to make sure that she doesn't get caught in any of the mechanics, she's going to be just fine. And she's able to use the monk movement abilities to get out of the AoE circles, and she's not hitting any of those water typhoons. She did it!
The touch of death!
The touch of death saves the day once again!
Ellie Brew showing their skills right here. Ellie Brew. Can we get some cheers for Ellie Brew in the chat? Soloing King Deepbeard says, I don't need you guys are fine. I'll take this from 20% down. I got touch of death. But, I mean, only a number of minutes left in this key. They've got to take down Wrath of Ajara and get 9%. Do you think this could be our first bricked key of the event so far here, Driss?
Oh, that'll be very difficult to tell. I think with just how close they are to the end, it's going to be down to the wire. If they can be able to get those ads down and then get into that boss, it could be quite close. It's a fortified dungeon, so I think maybe we'll be able to have this, but it'll be a little close.
For sure.
These are the nail biters that we love, though. We really do have to say, Ellie Brooks, good job. However, to touch on that point, Barn, with how close they are, this boss needs to be done perfectly. They need to get it done precisely. If they have another wipe like that, even if Ellie does manage to stay alive, I don't see them completing that key. And unfortunately for the U.S. Army on that 21 right there, they did have someone go down.
Too.
Yeah, they have the woe buff up, and we talked about it earlier about how they were practicing for this key coming up, and it looks like they were able to do it mostly successfully for themselves.
Wait, can we take a look at the U.S. Army for a second? Because look at this. They're on the final boss, 95% forces, only 19 minutes in on a 21. On a 21, they're only 19 minutes in, already got forces done. They're very realistically going to be done with this 21 minutes into, and I mean, that just makes you think, like, can they do the 23? Can they do the 25? Like, how far are they going to be able to push this key here, Sam?
I mean, at this point, at this stage, with how they're blasting along the U.S. Army, this boss is going to be not even a factor. I'm going to be honest, completely honest with you here. That you can already see just how low that boss has gone already. I mean, 75%, and they just pulled it, basically here. This boss, not even a factor for a 21. I could see them, if they're more than likely going to +2 this key, more than 100%, they are going to go back in here and just keep working on it and bringing it up, because they have the idea of what they want to do, and it looked like they were able to do it just well enough. They lost one person, sure, no big deal. And I want to turn your attention over, by the way, Barn and Driss, to the RAF. These gamers, these absolute gamers, are on a 16, I believe, Necrotic Wake.
It's a 17.
Oh, it's 17. 17. Sorry, I misread that. They are making this work. They have taken down the first boss, and they are just going.
They're just plugging along. I mean, by the way, we do see the Air Force did finish their 21 Necrotic Wake, so they finished two 21 keys here so far, definitely coming out in a big early lead. We do see that U.S. Army about to finish their 21 as well, but as you're talking about the RAF, the Royal Air Force Esports, 4 players, only 7 minutes in here, already working their way on the second boss. I mean, this is, honestly, once they get that 5th player, they're in the contender. Like, they can be a contender for it, but
Yeah.
But
they're going hard. They're not stopping. They're blazing right through it. In fact, I would be hard pressed to even think that they were missing a member. Completely honest with you.
Yeah, they're doing great right now for sure. But in case you guys are out there wondering, us casters are going to take a short little break here, right? We've got plenty of action. But before we do our break, we are going to take a look at the scoreboard because I want to give you guys a recap of what's going on. So right here, Sam, get us into a little recap.
I mean, look at that. The Marines, listen, this has to feel good for you, right, Barn? You're feeling really good about yourself. Marines are in the lead right now with a total of 66 points. They spread out. They decided to spread out early. They've gotten all of the keys done. And so that reasoning has given them the early lead here just by purely finishing it. But we do see that the Coast Guard are sitting at 54 at the moment. They do have a 21 Necrotic Wake in their pocket. They have not done Eye of Azara yet. So once they get that done, should be able to pull ahead. Even at a 15, should be able to pull ahead of the Marines. And then next up, Air Force Gaming. They've only done 2 keys, but at an 18 and a 21, bringing them to 39. Of course, U.S. Army. Miss is about to be done at a 21, so that's going to be going up, and they're going to actually pull ahead of the Air Force and the Eyes of Azara at a 19. I think they just wanted to get that key done. They plus 2'd it, so we'll come back later. Whatever. Miss is easier. Miss is the easier key. Miss is the quicker key. We'll get that done, get some score on the board. Then we turn our attention maybe over to Necrotic Wake and Gambit, because those two, Gambit especially, is 100% going to be a much easier key for them.
Yeah, but real quick, since we're directing our attention, I want to direct our attention over to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Driz Fury himself over here on this side, right? Yeah, Mr. Driz Fury. He is going to be jumping off of the desk, and when we come back, we will have the legendary Therosin. Driz, if anybody wanted to check you out, the socials, anything, I've had a great time casting with you so far. I know Sam was kind of, talking some shiz about you in the background, but I don't care what he said. You're a great guy, right?
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
If anybody wanted to come check you out, where do they find you?
Yeah, so my Twitter handle is @DrizFury. I can be, I don't always post, but gonna try and do more than that when I occasionally stream. It's also DrizWow or DrizFury on Twitch. But yeah, primarily just do World of Warcraft.
Well, Driz, it was amazing to have you in here with us, buddy. You brought a element of knowledge that Barndor and I, we're whatever, we're players of the game, but you brought that extra level, and we're so thankful to have you on here, my friend. And I look forward to being on the casting desk with you again in the future for AFDC. Anyways, guys, we will be right back. Everyone, make sure to go and show Driz the love.
Thank you.
Much love you all.
All I know is I just need her. All I know is you just need her. All I know is we just need her. All I know is you just need her.
See is going down. It's 1.5k. Aurelian wants in. Alistar's come over the wall. It's down to 500. They're able to get the kill, but the Vanguard Citrus comes out. Aurelian wants to get one. The Shockwave has come out. It's able to get two, but Aurelian goes down. Porkchop is a monster. Launch is going to fall as well. A shutdown goes over to Ariana.
Running back. Because I'm always deceiving. I always say I'm fine, but that's not the true meaning. The walls are caving in and it leaves me with feelings. But the only one that matters is I won't be defeated. They'll keep talking, pray that I lost it. I keep it cool, my attitude stay frosted. And I'm intending to bring the revolution.
Goes golden. USA is able to take down Talented is just free fire from the back line.
Letting out a future in front of me still. And all I know is I just need her. All I know is you just need her. All I know is we just need her. All I know is you just need her.
All I know is you just need her. All I know is I just need her. All I know is you just need her. All I know is we just need her.
What an amazing video from the U.S. Army Esports. I am now hyped and ready to go to continue the rest of this Armed Forces Dungeon Clash. Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Talks, and I am joined once again by Barndoor, and we have a new friend with us here representing the U.S. Army, Thero.
Hello. How are you all?
Doing fantastic. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. You know, I've been watching the broadcast this whole time, and I'm really excited to see just the different routes that some of these teams have taken when it comes to, you know, how they're going about the dungeon, whether they're just going to sit there and beat their face against those higher level keys, or they're going to split out into, you know, really just get somewhere on the leaderboard and then continue to move forward. It's been really exciting to see those different splits.
It has been. It's been just so much fun. And the pulls have been crazy. We've seen some really insane ones happening on a Necrotic Wake. And the U.S. Army themselves have been doing so well here so far, getting into the, the higher end keys of the 21s and so on and so forth. And you guys also have the amazing Jack with you. It's just really cool stuff for the U.S. Army going on right now.
Yeah, we're excited to be here. I know that the players are all hyped. They've been really, really excited about this. You know, some of our team has actually competed in the MDI. I want to say BFA Season 3, or it was either Season 2 or Season 3. I want to say it was Cup 3. You know, we struggled a little bit during that event, but we were happy that with our placement and everything, the fact that we were able to actually be on Twitch and be a part of that. So it was really exciting to see that. And then our team is just consistently trying to get better and improve. And now here we are doing this event. So we're, like I said, just excited to be here.
And we're very, very excited to have you here and bringing in your knowledge to the game. So, Thero, why don't you tell us a little bit about your history with World of Warcraft?
So this is really, really embarrassing. I have been playing since November of 2004. So I am quite literally old school. I've been playing the game longer than I've been in the Army. It has been a passion of mine, probably a little detrimental at times to my military career, but you know what? Sacrifices have to be made. I started as a rogue way back when in vanilla, and then shifted to a druid during Mount Hyjal, played feral at the time because there was no real guardian spec. And then from there, when Wrath dropped, I played a Resto Druid, and then I was able to switch to a DK about halfway through Wrath, and I have been a DK main since.
Nice. I mean, you'd love to see it. I mean, somebody who's definitely have a big history of World of Warcraft here. Thero, now, have you always been, you always loved the Keystones, Raid, PvP, what is it, what aspect of the game, or I mean, all aspects, right, do you really dive into?
So for me specifically, the biggest thing was raiding. I always enjoyed dungeons, whether I was on, rotation or deployment or overseas. It was really easy to be able to just jump in with some friends, even the friends we were on deployment. We would go and play and just have fun. Sometimes the ping was a little outrageous. Playing from Korea was always a struggle, but like we were raiding Old Dwar and I had like 800 ping, and trying to play a Resto Druid back then, obviously you just jump to make sure your heals crit. But just the ability of being able to play all the time, do all that stuff, it really, raiding was my Achilles heel. I got into Mythic Plus a little bit, really enjoyed that, tried out for the team. I was on it for a little bit, but I realized that my skill set wasn't quite up to par when it came to Mythic Dungeons. I tilted a little too easily, unfortunately, and have just kind of been enjoying being a CE Raider.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of tilting a little too easily and having some issues here, Sam, I do want to point out Goats and Glory here on this 15 Eye of Azshara. Is this their second 15 Eye of Azshara? I think they may have not been able to time that last one.
Yeah, so in the intermission while we were taking our break, the action was still continuously going on, so it does look like poor Ghost and Glory here could not get through the Eye of Azshara on that final boss, where it just proved to be a little bit too much for them. We do see them use the Ring of Peace to try and control these Sanguine mobs, getting healed through it. You just really had to be careful as they go, and you can see just how much it's healing them back up. You have one mob just standing right in it, where they were so close to death, takes them out. And this is where Eye of Azshara can get really tricky, because there's a lot of mobs in this area, and if you don't have good control and good positioning, you just have a mob like that just standing inside of it, getting healed up, and you can't really do anything until the Sanguine goes away. And there you have it. They finally are able to pull it out, and yeah, there you go. Just giant.
Oh, and they do have a death coming out here. Looks like they've definitely been having some issues here starting out. But speaking of a team that hasn't been having issues so far, we see our first 23 key of the day coming out from the U.S. Army Esports, right? Thero told me when he came on, he said, you know what, you can just call me the hero, because it seems like the U.S. Army are being the hero going for that first 23 here. And Thero, I mean, what do you think here? Do you think that this is going to be their strategy, just getting everything to 23 on the first day, or what are they really trying to do here?
The team is really kind of collected, if you will. They started off a little rusty, a little struggling, if you will. Jack had some prior commitments that he had to work on, so the team really didn't get any time to work with Jack prior to this event. So they came in trying to feel each other out, trying to get everything going, get that vibe going. And then from there, they've just, as you've seen, they've just continually started to get better and better and better. And, some of our players, they are playing alt characters, not their main. I know Riptar, he is a DK main. He's currently playing Survival Hunter. So excited to see him on another class, but maybe not his entire forte.
I think they're doing a really good job, though, at being able to adapt to the situations that are put in front of them, because a 21 missed is not an easy key by any stretch of the imagination. And we saw earlier, too, where they were kind of working out the pathing, and it seems like the U.S. Army has been able to adapt so easily to any sort of issues that have been put in front of them, and to be able to not only finish a 21, but to be able to +2 it and be 15 minutes into a 23, already on the second boss, with them being taken down to over 50%, is just a next level gameplay coming out of this team.
They're absolutely crushing it, and you can just see it in the different runs. They're just getting smoother and smoother and smoother as they continue to vibe and work well as that team. I think those first couple ones when they were in I, missing the jump, they decided, hey, you know what, this isn't working out. Let's just finish this. Let's get this going. And then they shifted gears, something a little more comfortable for them, and here they are just blasting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, taking a look here, Mistcaller, we definitely think they're going to get into a phase 3, but, you know, taking a look at this being, if we take a look at the different affixes here, right? On Mist of Terran Scythe, we have Fortified, Inspiring, Storming, and Encrypted, right? Encrypted is that seasonal affix we all know about, but Inspiring and Storming. Now, Inspiring is a big one for this, especially, you know, being fortified, right? When you come in, right, this is a very interesting, especially between Mistcaller and Ingra. You've got all those mobs that are coming in. They need to be kicked. They need to be CC'd. You know, they have to have all this stuff. But you can't do any of that until you take out the Inspiring. That is also a Fortified Inspiring, meaning they have got to just have the raw damage to take down these Inspiring mobs. And you can see here, based on Mistcaller, Sam, that they do have the raw damage. And I don't know if they chose the Windwalker specifically for the raw single target damage or the AoE damage or what it was. But, I mean, Mistcaller going down here at that 17-minute mark. And honestly, U.S. Army looking like this is going to be a 2-chest, maybe.
Man, it looks like that cat, Jerse's cat, sticking with us. So, sorry, you know, it's okay. We still love that cat. Still needs to be pet.
Right. They definitely were able to, you know, even with the loss of Super there, they were able to continue going, and their ability to basically W key is still there. So it's just that, you know, okay, well, we made a mistake. Let's keep going. They really haven't let any of those setbacks or slight mistakes really mess them up after they've been in this groove and this vibe.
I mean, they've just been immaculate with it so far, and the the Windwalker has just been, you can see in the damage done overall, they're not too far behind the Survival Hunter, and of course the
I mean, he's at 50k right now, so
yeah, they've just pulled so far ahead that it's, you know, doing their ridiculous thing and making sure to get the interrupt on that Spine Maw Staghorn. They have it down pat. They have 2 interrupts that are so very important. A resist, overshield that is given to every single mob in the pack, and of course the regeneration that is going to come through that will bring them back up to full health, which when paired with something like, if there was a Sanguine, would have been really annoying, but instead they just have to worry about Inspiring. But that's another thing that we have to talk about here when it comes to these specific insect mobs, is that if you pull an Inspiring mob, that Inspiring mob needs to either be trapped and handled, or it needs to be eliminated so quickly. And you can see that Spine Maw larva right there is going to be the Inspired mob, and if they don't, you can see that they're just going to eliminate it immediately off the board, because you need to do that. Otherwise, the Spine Maw Staghorn is going to be able to get off the regen, and it is going to be able to get off the overshield.
It's super important that they interrupt that overshield and that regen. You saw, actually, as they were going into that pull, the Hunter Trap go off to the side to ensure that those next mobs coming through would be delayed or slowed, so that way they can set up for that next pull as they move into this. So even while they're working on this pull, DPSing this one down, they're still thinking that 1 to 2 steps ahead in preparation. It does look like Super goes down.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. They do have a little bit of issues typically here on this part, but the recovery has just been so clean from this group that if any issues do crop up, they're usually able to handle it pretty well so far. And it's just taking it one by one. This isn't the MDI where they need to be going fast. It's the respect that you are giving to each of these individual mob packs, and the rooting so far is just typical standard rooting that you would see in any sort of key that you would do, say, with a pug group or with your friends or something like that. Ooh,
there goes
Riptar getting ripped out there. And Sam, I think you're touching on something real quick that I wanted to touch on was exactly what you're saying, that they don't have to finish these dungeons in the time frame of, like, say, the MDI. So in the MDI, it's much more important to get a good time for the key than it is anything else, right? But in here, in the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash, it is much more important to time the key. Right, timing the key is the most important part. As long as you're able to get it done, that keeps you progressing forward, right? So, I think you might see some of these teams going a little bit more conservative, right? You know, trying to make sure that they going for the 2 chests instead of the 3 chests, so that way they understand it's going to be a smoother run, right? going to make sure, you know, they play it safe a little, especially on this higher keys, right? This 23. They may be going for the 2 chest here instead of trying to, you know, risk it and bring everything into the boss and go for the crazy pull, right? That could end up in a wipe, right? Now, could they get 3 chests? Maybe. Could they also, you know, ruin the key? Maybe, right? So choosing to go a little bit safer so that way they secure those points, right? We do see U.S. Army already has some points on the board, but those leaderboards are being updated, guys. Oh, again.
Had 2 dead there.
Going down.
Let's see how the recovery is going to be here. They do use a B-res to bring them back up and just get the recovery back as quickly as they can, especially when you're so close to the boss. Even with all of these deaths, though, they are going to easily finish this key in time and bring it to a 24. So, yeah, they've been... even possibly, if they're able to get this boss done quick, which you have seen just the crazy amount of DPS possible from them, it could be a +2. They have all of the percentage they need, and they are still like 22-30. The boss itself at 85%, there could be a +2.
It's one of those things when you're in this moment, when you're trying to decide, hey, do we want to try and +2 this? Do we want to just go for the +1? You know, that way we can come back and maybe get an additional one out of it. It's that risk versus reward, especially when, you know, you've got a limited amount of time that you have to actually do all of these dungeons over the course of these 3 days. You know, it's that time investment, that time management. That's really kind of that sixth player, if you will, that you have to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And I just want to remind everyone, too, that don't forget, chat, everyone, we are raising money for charity. We are sitting at a total of $641 raised. And that is an insane amount. Exclamation point charities, if you would like to go ahead and continue donating towards some incredibly worthy causes that will be helping out veterans and will be helping out for... To just make the world a better place. Right, Barn?
Right, exactly. I mean, you have got Higher Heroes USA, and you have got Walking with the Wounded, right? Higher Heroes helping empower U.S. military members, veterans, and their spouses to succeed in the civilian workplace. And then Walking with the Wounded. I mean, they do 4 things, right? Employment, mental health, care coordination, and volunteering, right? And they're just helping out veterans and their families in such supportive ways. So both of these amazing associated charities worth a look into, guys. Exclamation point charity. We may be here, you know, just playing some games and having a good time, but at the end of the day, it is helping. So that's one of the best things we can do. We do see, however, the U.S. Army is going to elect to have the +1 chest. They're going to not meet the timer there, so it's only going to be a +1 because it was 17 seconds over the timer there. So we do have the Marine Corps gaming here on the 17 Eye of Azhara as well. We haven't seen as much out of them today, but of course, right, the Marines always in the background, always working for sure. They have been, this is going to be their 4th dungeon, right? As far as they've already got 18 timed in every single one. You can see the scoreboard rare. You can already see they've done the 18 mist. They've done the 18 necrotic, right? Now they're working their way through the 18th Eye of Azhara, and they're actually on, or 17 Eye of Azhara, and they're actually on the final boss with so much extra time right now.
Just blazing through it, though. It is kind of insane how fast they're going through and completing all of these. Coast Guard has been impressive as well, and the RAF. But still, 4 people. I know I've said this about 200 times during this entire stream, but I gotta respect them for continuing to do this, for continuing to push on a 17 necrotic wake especially. That is... It's awe-inspiring for me to watch these teams and not even giving up in the face of defeat, in the face of overwhelming odds. They continue to push and they continue to make this happen. Now, the U.S. Army Esports have finally decided to move on from Mist. It's sitting at a 23. That is good enough for them as they turn their sights over onto the Necrotic Wake.
Necrotic Wake, yes. I mean, coming right here, this is going to be an interesting dungeon, having it being tyrannical as well. This has been, as we were saying earlier, kind of the safe pick. This is where a lot of people kind of went to start their day as well. But Marine Corps Gaming finishing up Eye of Ajara, they initially pushed in, got that Necrotic Wake out of the way very early. But we do see that the U.S. Army is, I'm trying to figure out, I believe this is going to be them starting the Necrotic Wake. If it's either not on the 15th, it should be on the 17th. Trying to figure out exactly. So we do see that the 23 was timed, right? But everybody else other than the Air Force, other than some of our other two teams that are pushing very high keys, are electing to spread the wealth. They're electing to make sure that all 4 of these dungeons do get taken care of. And we do see, yes, this is U.S. Army diving into their first Necrotic Wake, that 15, while meanwhile we have the Coast Guard on their first Eye of Ajara, that 15 as well. So we are back to seeing, some of those lower keys for now. But I think that's just because, there are some that this is just going to be the start of day 1, right?
Right. They're, I won't say it's a comfort pick, but, they're just, once again, working out the kinks of these pulls, working together as a team, because they've got 4 players that have played together, but the addition of Jack into that group kind of, I won't say it throws things for a loop, but you once again have to learn to play with different people's playstyles, and Jack being able to play at that high level, he may see things differently than some of our players who haven't done, the 30s or have that mass amount of MDI experience that Jack does. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how these first ones go, and then what changes they make between that 15, that 18, that 21, assuming that they get there, which they should. I'm just a little biased and maybe confident in their ability.
But they've been looking really good on the leaderboard so far. I mean, they get that miss on a 23, which puts them it's going to put them ahead now on the leaderboard, I believe, above Air Force Gaming. And now that they're working on the Necrotic Wake, even at a 15 level, that is going to be a huge boost for them score-wise.
Exactly. The way just this is structured, it really is exciting to see that, hey, those teams, some of them are just going in, hey, let's get something on the leaderboard so we know where we stand. So at the end of the day 1, we can be like, hey, we're in first place or second place. And, and that's why I got to give my hat off to Royal Air Force over there. They are absolutely slaying it out with those 4 individuals. And maybe from their standpoint, they're looking at it and they're like, hey, imagine if we beat some of these teams that have a full 5-stack team. That would do nothing but boost their ego. So I think that's giving them a lot of motivation as they go into these dungeons of like, hey, let's show that we have this skill set. Let's show that, hey, even a man down, we can absolutely slay out in these dungeons and just crush it.
And they're it's not even slow for them either. They're 20 minutes into this dungeon, not even skipping a beat. They are heading towards the 3rd boss, almost there. And nothing has slowed them down. This is a really good speed for most groups, but missing a person is they are literally blazing through it. They are going so fast, they are destroying this dungeon, and I think it's going to be having this confidence to know that they can do this at a 4-man, and to be able to go into tomorrow if they are able to get their 5th person back. The mental boost here and the confidence boost is going to be huge.
Yeah, I think it's just setting themselves up for success. Of course, right, this is the best case scenario that they have to work with, is that they're keeping themselves competitive, right? They know they're not going to be pushing, 23, 25s on every single key today. But what they can do is get themselves within striking distance. They could make sure that they've done every single key, right? Right now they're working on timing every single one, at least on a 17 level, and then they're going to work their way up. So, I mean, as long as they stay competitive today, right, they just can't fall behind. They can't, be bricking 15 keys. For them, they're doing an amazing job of staying competitive. Therefore, that means when they do get their 5th player, they've got a shot at the podium. They've got a shot at making a run for first place. Now, of course, they're fighting an uphill battle. Of course, right, everybody else started with a 5-player roster today. They've got 4. They're not going to be number 1 going into tomorrow. That's just for sure. but they can at least keep themselves competitive, keep them within striking distance, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. And so I'm definitely rooting for them. I really am.
Watching them go through Stitch Flesh here, you can see the execution is there. They have the skill set to be able to do this. It's not a matter of, oh, well, maybe we don't have the damage or anything like that. It's just, hey, let's work on that consistency. We have the skill set to be able to do it, and let's just execute, even with a man down. You can definitely see that here in this fight as they're executing. They haven't missed any of those pulls. They did miss one of the ones onto the creation, but even then, it was almost done.
Yeah. Just insane. Unfortunately, they do not get the hook right there to bring Stitch Flesh back down onto the ground with them. So that's going to be a little bit difficult as the second Stitch Flesh creation comes out. But we've seen this Pally tank. We've seen them take down a boss all by themselves. 2 Stitch Flesh creations, not a big deal. That's going to be a big deal, though. They accidentally catch the hook. The other Stitch Flesh creation gets caught in it, and Stitch Flesh himself is still sitting up there on the stage. So a third one is going to be coming down soon. And the big problem is not necessarily having the Stitch Flesh down here, but the fact that Stitch Flesh is going to cause problems AoE damage-wise. And now with the third one, the entire group is going to be taking a lot more damage. And you see that the Holy Paladin is putting in so much work to try and keep everybody alive. So with Stitch Flesh down below the threshold where he's not going to jump back up onto the stage, it's really just making sure that you manage the creations at this point. And they're doing a really good job at that. Stitch Flesh should be going down here. And yeah, they're going to move on to the third boss. A little bit of a sketchy pull, a sketchy attempt, but they're going through it. They're fine. Perfectly fine.
I want to point out, yes, the prop Pally is just doing 11k DPS, but their Holy Pally's doing 4k DPS, man. Like, they're doing everything they can. They are really four-manning this, and they are doing okay. 24 minutes. They've got an entire, 12 minutes to spare almost for this last boss. And I'm looking for big things out of them tomorrow and Sunday as well.
Be curious to see how many weapons they use and when they're using them here. If they had to blow them on some of those earlier pulls, or if they've just stockpiled them for this boss so they can just absolutely destroy him.
We do see Kyrian weapons being the top damage right now,
there
40k. So we know that at least one of the weapons was used. We do see that, some big damage bosses already at 75% health right here. And gotta say, right, this prop Pally topping damage meters here. I don't think anybody's super surprised, but still, it's great to see.
Yeah, the Kyrian weapons are also helping out a lot here with taking down this boss. The tricky part here is that they had to be careful because they have, if one member dies, if one member goes down, then you have the healer and another DPS, if one of the DPS goes down. And so then the problem becomes, well, sometimes the healer will get thrown down into the Shadow Realm where they have to watch out. And sorry guys, I call it the Shadow Realm just because I think it's funny. They had to be careful with that. So you really are going to see the Royal Air Force be really careful here. I don't think they've used too many of their B-reses, so they still should be good to go if one of the DPS does go down, but it really all just comes back to the moment of getting these mechanics done correctly and making sure that you don't get caught in the Frost Novas, making sure that when you do come back up that you're bringing the ice circle down into one of the corners, and you see right here, making sure that the Comet Storm, nobody is going to get hit by that. And realistically here, not taking any chances, right? Yeah. DPS when you can, but make sure that you do the mechanics.
Slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Yep, this is just incredible performance coming out with 4 players. I can't wait till they get that 5th piece of Exodia, so that way they're able to really just show up and prove what they're here to do. But
we're out here today with Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think we're aging ourselves a little bit with those references, maybe.
I think just a little bit.
Are we able to go back to the quad view here? I kind of want to see what the Marine Corps Gaming is being up to. We haven't really taken too much of a look at them, but they really have been doing a great job of spreading themselves out.
Yeah, they're the only team so far that has done every single key, and because of that, that's allowed them to pull ahead in the leaderboard. so far anyways, but once the other teams start getting their own keys done, especially once we start seeing the U.S. Army there, right? And because they have a 23 in their pocket, they're already working on a necrotic wake. In fact, they have taken down the second boss already. It's just going to be interesting to see how the Marines are going to pull ahead for themselves. Now Thor is going to go down here very shortly for the Royal Air Force. +2. They have +2'd a 17 with 4 members.
And ready for raiding.
That's
and they are ready for raiding.
And they're ready for raiding. Look at that. All right, awesome. So you come here, Sam, Thero, and you take a look and you see, right, you see a 15 coming out from the Coast Guard. You see, I believe that's a 23 coming out from the Air Force as well. Right, is that 23 or is that...
Looks like a 21 miss.
Is that 3 or 21? Sorry, it's just a little short on my screen. There it is. 21. It's a 21 miss. Now, the Air Force has been doing a great job of raising these keys up, but they're also trying to kind of spread it out, right? They're doing a good job of spreading it out. I believe by the end of the day, they'll be able to have every single key done at that 21 or higher, which is going to put them in a great spot. But the Army also being able to push these 23s and above is going to be great for them. But the question remains is, are they going to be able to take care of every single dungeon, or are they going to have to backtrack tomorrow?
I mean, okay, so with the Coast Guard, real quick, they have, if they are able to get every single key done at a 21 today, that is going to be very impressive. And that goes the same for any of these these teams, especially they're able to get Eye of Azshara above at the 21 mark or above, because Eye of Azshara so far has been proven to be just one big sticking point for a lot of these teams. And you can see right there in the Coast Guard Gaming on the bottom right, they did have a death. They needed to use a B-res, and you're just seeing how difficult these Legion dungeons can be.
I do love the twist of the Legion dungeons being in here. It kind of brings back memories of, you're like, okay, yeah, I kind of remember how to do this, but you forget a lot of those subtleties as you move from expansion to expansion. So to come back into these dungeons and be like, oh, crap, I completely forgot about that ability. It's really kind of, I won't say comical, but, you know, it is. Just to see them be like, oh, I screwed that up, and there's the cat again.
There's the cat again. We love you, cat. We need to, what's the cat's name? We need to name the cat.
Buttersworth.
Buttersworth. All right, that's
Buttersworth.
Everybody, the cat is no longer named Cat. Everybody, its name is Buttersworth. Okay, all right, there we go. Buttersworth the cat, gonna be meowing for us hopefully again sometime.
I think we just need to make it mandatory that every team has a cat week or for some kind of ability that goes off pretty regularly, just so we can enjoy that.
You know, I couldn't agree more with that. I think every single team needs to have a mascot cat. There we go. That'll make things infinitely way more awesome.
Yep. But real quick, I do want to take a step back, right? We have had, we've been going for a couple hours here, guys. And just in case anybody's tuned in, anybody's just joining us, this is the AFDC, aka the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash. You have got, right, Royal Air Force Esports, you've got Army Esports, you've got Air Force, right? You've got the Coast Guard, you've got Marine Corps Gaming, and you also have, right, the Royal Navy, right? And you've got the Coast Guard Gaming. I think I might have said that twice, sorry. But you've got 7 teams, no Royal Navy, sorry. 7 teams competing. Guys, exclamation point leaderboard if you want to check it out. 7 teams competing for the title of the best branch so far. This is a Keystone tournament. All teams are trying to get all 4 of these keys as high as possible. Today is day 1 of 3. Tomorrow we will introduce a new dungeon in, and Sunday we will introduce an additional dungeon in. And by the end of Sunday, whoever has all 6 keys built as high as they possibly can with the biggest combined score will end up winning the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash. So this is all done on the TR. right, on the tournament realm. So they have access to the latest and greatest, the best gear that they possibly can, best enchants, everything, right? The live servers don't affect this at all. So this is the best possible conditions going in. They've been given every tool they possibly can. And so what we see is just absolute, peak performance here.
Yeah, so let's go ahead. I see some love in the chat for the RAF, but let's go ahead and see the love for all of the other teams, whoever you are supporting, guys. Let's go ahead and get some hype for them. They need your energy and they need your love, because we're already 3 hours in, and at this point, these teams have already done so much. We have 20s on the board from a couple of them, and they are going strong still. And we also want to say thank you to our sponsors and to our partners, SquadOV, Generation Esports, Military Gaming League, and BDGG, who you can watch both streams are currently streaming us right now, so big thank you to that. RaiderIO, thank you so much for bringing us your amazing leaderboards. Amazing. And of course, Warcraft Logs, Raid Bots, and Chaos Creative. You are all amazing. Thank you so much for the love, and thank you so much for helping this to become a possibility. Buttersworth, we love you, buddy. We always love you.
As some of the teams, I know they are all just really excited to be able to compete in this. For some of us, WoW has just been one of those games where we are super passionate about this. And, being in the military, we have to travel so much, move around so much, though we may not get the opportunity to play or have that consistent schedule to be a CE raider or a big streamer or anything along those lines. So any love that you can show some of these players, I know they greatly appreciate it. Any kind of following that they can get, they're super supportive of it all.
Yeah, I mean, the greatest thing about doing these events, these tournaments, is that it's a community thing. The community is coming together, and we are running these events. We are making these things happen, and to see all of the love and the support to make more of these things a reality. That's the greatest thing about this, and that's what we love so much. And unfortunately, in the Air Force Gaming, they got caught in a little bit of a spear flurry, and I think that was also their tank that goes down. And so shortly thereafter, the rest of them are gone.
So Theresen, you're gonna have to let me in on this, but I heard that if your tank goes down, that's not a good strategy, right? You're not gonna have a good time.
Very, very true. It's one of those weird things where generally if your health hits 0 before the bosses does or the mob does, you're gonna die. So the pro tip is to make sure that the boss's health hits 0 before yours does, and really that's as simple as this game can get. At a base level, you win if you do that.
That's what I've been missing this entire time. It all makes sense. It's all coming together now.
I'm gonna have to take notes here. Somebody's gonna have to clip it. I mean, we're gonna have to. I mean, somebody might want to tell. Somebody might want to tell some of these branches that you just got to keep yourself alive and kill the boss. It's that easy, right?
It gets even simpler too, where you can ignore mechanics if you just DPS harder, push your buttons harder. I don't know how many keyboards I've gone through because I'm bashing them, just trying to do more damage. It's a scientific fact that the harder you hit your keyboard, the more damage you will deal.
Listen, there's also the age-old strategy of it's a healer mechanic. Every mechanic is a healer mechanic.
Just like everything's hunter loot.
Exactly.
It does look like Air Force is once again struggling on this pull. I think they are meaning to CC a mob in there, but they keep breaking that CC as they're running into that group.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they're having a hard time dealing with this. Does somebody want to real quick let Air Force know this bold strategy that we just came up with, right? I don't know if they know about the whole, keeping your health, healthy while you're also letting your the boss and everything go down to 0. But it looks like they are having to reset the key. Luckily, it was only at the start there, so. Yes, interestingly enough, but going in over to the hashtag Army Esports over here, the British Royal Army, we have got the start of a 20 necrotic wake, and Sam, we are starting to see a bunch of 20s coming out here from a lot of these teams.
I'm excited. This is the part of the race that I was looking forward to is once you start going up towards these 20s. Just how much, oh my goodness, okay, and you can already see it right there. Death right off of the board, and everybody following shortly thereafter. They tried to go in, they tried to do the big pull, but it just wasn't happening. And we also have a special little treat for you all here. We have the Marine Corps' route for Eye of Azshara, their MDT route.
This is interesting here. I mean, I've known a bunch of Marines, and I never know them to go this far into their planning. But I'm only allowed to say that because I was a Marine here. But interestingly enough, they are electing to strategize right here, which is good. I mean, we do see that the Marines have been in this a little bit, right? They already finished that 15. They've already finished a couple of them, but I think we were talking about earlier, this is a really adept team. Their roster is really deep here. I mean, Yipped is a great blood DK. Plus, you have Remington in there, and you've got Loki Cran, who, as the Destro Warlock, is just an absolute pumper. So I'm really looking for this team to step up and for them to put some big high keys
I'm scared.
on the board here.
They're gonna pull 4 seagulls? Is that's like key ruining potentially?
4 seagulls.
They're not cowards. I mean, they're on their beach. They are in their home territory as they are Marines. So, I mean, this dungeon should be a shoe-in for them.
Oh, yeah.
5, 4.
I mean, we're going in on a level 19. I mean, they're storming the beach as well, right? That's one of the things. Marines always first in the fight here. So, right, they gotta storm the beach. They gotta take down the seagulls, and the rest will just come.
All right, now let's see how well they're going to be able to execute this route that they just showed us, because it's one thing to have a plan in practice. It's another thing to be like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to adapt this on the fly, and the ability to be able to execute that, if you are able to, is fine and dandy. But once you aren't, right, you had your cooldown set up for this, or let's say you had Lust set up for that, right, the adaptation is going to be so important here. And a 19 Eye of Azshara is definitely nothing to sneeze at. In fact, if I'm looking at the leaderboards correctly, really only 3 teams have gone into, or 2 teams have finished Eye of Azshara. I know we had 3 in there. I don't think Ghost of Glory was able to finish off the 15, unfortunately, because Eye of Azshara, it's just a tough key. It's tough.
Especially with a larger melee group and that quaking effects. There's so many other ground effects in these pulls. They're so spread out that you want to try and chain them together as much as possible while simultaneously keeping the flow going. And that quaking can really interrupt things, whether the healer's trying to sit down and just take a sip real quick or anything along those lines. And then Sanguine just is that extra additional little love in there.
That was good, though. They were able to kill that pack off before the Sanguine healing went off. And it was also a really good grip from the DK to make sure that the mob didn't get healed.
I am a little partial to DKs.
But one of the things I do want to point out is that Eye of Azshara, we have seen multiple teams trying for the King Deepbeard skip here, and actually having, deaths, actually having issues, not being able to get that skip, causing an extra 2-3 minutes of time here. So I really want to take a look at the Marine Corps Gaming when they get over to the skip. Are they going to go right up to King Deepbeard after Serpanics? Like, what are they going to do? So I think that's going to be one of the telling factors here on whether we do see them, completely just dominate this 19 key, or whether they're able to struggle. I know some of the teams have been struggling on these Eye of Azshara keys.
Yeah, but this is also interesting too, because Marines have decided to just take the Infernal Mob, the Infernal Lieutenant, that you can either do with the boss or you can do before the boss, and they've decided to do it before the boss, more than likely because you can see just how many Infernals are out there on the field, and to have to do that against with the boss itself may just be too much. So it's really taking into account, once again, you just want to complete the dungeon. You don't want to get it done quickly at the cost of not being able to finish it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you take a look at it, we talked about it earlier, that when you are strategizing to win this tournament, being able to time the key is so important, right? It's not just like the MDI to where it's the fastest key, it's the highest key done, right? So maybe, you know, somebody else finished their 15 or their 19 Eye of Azara faster than you did, but you were able to have it be done safer. Therefore, when you pushed into that 19, you pushed into that 21, that 23, that 25, whatever it may be, you were more accustomed to doing it safer, and you actually timed the key as where somebody didn't time the key. So therefore, you would get the points and they don't. So I mean, just coming, we'll have to wait and see, you know, what happens tomorrow, what happens Sunday, but really the strategies are starting to unfold here as far as what teams are electing to do, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, seeing who ends up on top.
And they're almost done with this first boss now as well, and the route that they have put forth, we are going to find out if it actually works for them or if it's going to come up in a little bit more of a trickier situation that they're going to have to figure out, well, what's the plan here? And there we go. Warlord Parjesh is down and out. On to the next.
You just see the execution here where they're able to bring the boss down smoothly, no real major hiccups or anything along those lines. And, you know, yeah, it's a 19, but just being able to execute it at this level and do it well, it helps build that confidence. So as they start getting into those hires, whether they want to go to that 23 or that 21, it will just continue to build that confidence because mechanically they're sound. And then it's just simply making that progress that much smoother throughout the whole thing.
And they're getting out the clean interrupts that they need to. You can see an aqua spout that's going to be interrupted, necessary to make sure that happens. Otherwise, life will become much more difficult for you there. And keeping track of the Sanguine too. But this team, the Marines, have been on top of their game so far, and it looks like whatever route they're wanting to go with has been going well for them. I think they mob did get off a polymorph, unfortunately, but the interrupts still are coming out, and the mob is now just dead and out. Good on the Marines.
Curious if they meant to grab that snail or not. You know, generally you try and avoid the snails as much as possible just because they have so much health. And with a fortified, it just makes it that much more annoying to try and move through them. So they may have accidentally picked up that mob there.
See, they do have the toolkit to be able to take care of these snails, though. Because normally, if they are able to get that abrasive slime cast off, I mean, especially on a fortified, you've got a dead teammate, right? But they have the grips, they have, you know, the CC, and they have the coordination to be able to take care of it. So you do see right here, it looks like they are picking up these snails on purpose.
As long as you can control them, they are free percentage if you're just AoEing them down anyways and just stay away from them. You know, I know myself as a melee or as a tank, I hated pulling snails just because it was just so much extra stuff I had to pay attention to.
But it looks like they have just managed really well. They were able to get off the Warlock stun to hit all of the mobs and get them taken care of to make sure that they don't get off their the slime that was putting off, the abrasive slime you can see right there from the snail. And it's just really a good job at managing their cooldowns and managing their stuns, allowing them to make these pools and allowing them to engage these mobs with very little downside so far, and with no deaths either.
Here we see the hunters.
I do want to pull us out to quad view for a second here, if we can take a look, because we've been kind of checking out this Eye of Azara key. We'll get back to them and see how they're doing, but I really want to check in and see where everybody's at. So we see a 18 Eye of Azara for the Coast Guard, right? We see the British Army are working on a 20 Gambit, which is gonna, I believe, the first 20 key. Oh,
unfortunate!
It says subscribe with Twitch Prime. Oh my.
Okay, all right. Everybody get your Prime subbers ready. Okay. They had an unfortunate situation there, though, where they got caught out. I believe the Invis pot just ran out and at the worst possible time, and that mob went through and smacked dead 3 of them. Thankfully, the healer was able to res them here. I believe they are going to have to engage these. Ooh, man, another death happened. this is going downhill real quick for the British Army, and that's so unfortunate because having to fight these two mobs, they are without a doubt one of the most, probably the most annoying pack in the entirety of Gambit. You see that they have that lightning line that they throw down, and they do a huge AoE that comes out from both of them that does a large amount of damage. And so now having to take care of them, it's going to cost you a lot of time and really not even worth the percentage because they probably have gotten their percentage already done through the Murlocs at the very beginning. And now as they're going to go through the final part where you have to clear out anything anyways, this is costing them so much time. And on top of that, they died a lot too, trying to get here.
Yeah, I mean, having to pull these, not having the choice in your pathing, I mean, yeah, it's going to help for percentage, right? But at the end of the day, right, that wasn't their plan, and they're deviating from the plan, which we talked about earlier. You know, the mark of a good team is not what happens when everything goes according to plan. The mark of a good team is okay, how is the British Royal Army, how are they going to respond to it? How are they going to adjust so that way they're not getting extra percentage that they don't need, right? Are they going to, kill a woe at some point, or are they gonna, choose to use invis pots, or how are they going to respond? That's going to let them time this 20 Gambit after making that mistake. That's really what I want to see here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about Gambit, right? Gambit is for once you get past the first boss, it becomes a fairly linear key with not too many options that you can have. If they did want to skip a pack, it would more than likely be the one after this first boss, but that pack is really hard to get through in general. You can try and invis pod through that because you want to make sure that both of the arenas in the the second and third boss are clear, so that way you can walk through it, be safe, and have the room to maneuver around the bosses. Because Time Captain Hooktail throws down those cannon shots that can be really annoying as you're trying to maneuver the boss, so that way you don't get caught in the pools that it leaves behind. And then of course the third boss basically just takes up the entire arena with where the shooting stars are going.
Yeah, for sure, guys. Exclamation point leaderboard if you want to stay up to date here, right? We do see that we have Coast Guard Gaming in the leaderboard in the lead right now, followed by Marine Corps Gaming 72-71 right now. Of course, these leaderboards will be updating. We've got plenty of time left. We see Coast Guard and Marine Corps Gaming are the only two branches that have taken care of all 4 dungeons so far, so they are now working on getting all of them up, getting that 15 Eye of Ajara, getting that 18 Gambit, right? They're working on getting those higher and higher. Meanwhile, right, you've got a different approach by the Air Force that are choosing to, get each key as high as they possibly can, one at a time, right? They've timed the 23. I want to say that one more time. They timed the 23 and 2-chested it. Therefore, they've got a 25 key, or sorry, 1-chested it. They've got a 20, they have a 24 key just waiting in there whenever they want to go attempt it, right? So they've got some big point values there. We do see that Coast Guard Gaming was the first to get all of them done. But, we'll see once everybody else catches up with all 4 of these, who is really going to be on top of as far as the points.
These teams so far have just been playing so well. And I mean, now that we're 3.5 hours, it honestly doesn't feel like we've been here for 3.5 hours, by the way. This has been incredibly entertaining to watch all of these teams as they attempt to get these done and see their strategies behind what they decide to do with clearing these. I mean, we're treated to the Marines showing us their route for Eye of Ajara, and it looks like it's been going really well for them so far. I mean, I don't think I've seen any of them die. They are now taking on the second boss, Lady Hate Coil, sorry. And they're doing a really good job at it. They have her down already to under 50%. They're now at 35%. They're handling mechanics so well. And there is our first death, I believe, for them, and that's going to be on their healer. Very unfortunate.
Can we get a F in chat for Ellie? Ellie did go down. Apparently stood in bad. So we need an F in chat for Ellie over there. It looks like they don't they aren't electing to use the battle res. I don't know if that's because they don't have it available, or
they just don't need it.
They just don't want to, or they don't need it. But
I mean, look at how well they're doing. The only one who took any damage during that entire time period was the rogue, and even then, it wasn't that bad. And they cleared out that boss. It's a blood DK, so they have the self-sustain to keep going through anything that you throw at them. They don't even really need the healer. The healer's just there to keep the DPS alive, right? And the DPS were doing a good enough job of making sure they stood out of the electricity pools as they were coming up. Really, really good work from the Marines. And now you go on to Serpentrix. Oh, they're getting the seagull pull. Bard, I'm scared.
Yes.
Oh, okay,
This is what we want to
guys.
see. This is the content we came for.
Yep. Thero, we need to get serious here, right? This is going to be the most difficult pull. This is what we have came for. We have got two seagulls. We got the disoriented pet coming out right here. We've got Yip.
Another back-to-back!
Another disorient with the quaking coming out. These seagulls are taking a lot of damage. Marine Corps Gaming, but are they going to pull the third seagull? Are they going to do it? The Rain of Fire pulls the seagull. And it looks like they are just getting pecked right now. They've got a third seagull. The Marines are definitely riding on the ship over here with the Navy taking down these seagulls, and it looks like very successful. So, I mean, that's got to give them some confidence coming into the rest of this. If you can take down 3 seagulls at once, I mean, you can win the MDI. I mean, of course.
100%.
Absolutely.
So as you move into this boss, it's always those gambles of like, hey, do we want to risk it and attempt to avoid every single seagull along the way? Because if you pull a seagull at the wrong time, you could potentially lose on this boss fight. And in a tournament like this, those seconds count as far as not necessarily whether you time it in an extreme manner or anything like that, but just actually completing the key. It's super important to make sure that these runs are smooth and effective. So taking the time to pause, pull those seagulls before you engage the boss is a tactical decision.
I'm loving this. Okay, they're respecting the seagull.
It's a tactical seagull over there. We have a tactical seagull over there, and now we got the pull on Serpentrix. How do you say this, Sam? Is it Serpentrix?
That's Serpentrix, right?
Carl? I mean, what do you call him?
Carl?
I'm gonna have to go with Serpentrix.
Okay, listen, after they took down those seagulls, though, I mean, Serpentrix, it's not even really a boss at this point. It's just kind of like trash. It's a trash mob.
Yeah. I mean, the 4 seagulls were really the boss here. Let's be honest with you.
I do want to point out in chat, apparently there's something with my voice. So I just have to give the radio moniker, if you will, and say that you were listening to WWKD, Smooth Jazz.
Man, okay, listen, you're sending tingles down my spine. We gotta be careful. That was nice.
I have the perfect face for radio. I just want to say.
I mean, you do. I mean, I just kind of want you to narrate my life, like just whether I'm, using the restroom or like eating some cereal in the morning or whatever. I just want to hear your narration. That's it.
Yeah.
To be
listen,
fair, though, it's not me. It's the mic. As much as I want to claim credit for it, it's all the mic.
We got because listen, this is now AFDC bringing you smooth Mythic Plus content. There you go. See, can you do that for us?
Nice.
Do that.
Hold up, I got to prep myself mentally for this. This is
we got to give him a second here, chat. He's doing his thing.
We have Aya going down again, and
no.
Yeah, but still though, it's the same situation. I mean, when you have Yips tanking for you, right? So many things are gonna go right for you. Easy.
Yeah. Who needs a healer, right? Yips is fine. He's gonna be fine. The only one that needs a healer is maybe the rogue. But going back to the quad view here, we can see the 20 Gambit. Actually, they are doing okay here. They've managed to recover a bit. The timer's a little covered by the screen there, but I do see that they are doing a lot better than they were. They're at 18 minutes out of 30, so they're definitely on track to time at 20 for sure. But speaking of on track, let's take a look down here at this Eye of Jara Coast Guard. They're about 16 minutes out of the 35 in, and they're already on King Deepbeard. So Definitely looking on track to time this 18, potentially to chest it, really.
And this is one of those fights that so many things can go wrong on, and it does look like they have a seagull in there as well. So this will be a little interesting to see what happens during this poll.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. I'm scared now. I'm scared for them. Back over to the Marines, however. They are doing a nice, big, juicy pool. A couple of clubs got caught in the sanguine, but I don't think the healing went off for them here. But you're seeing just the blood DK being able... Look at that rotation, though. The positioning. Bringing it around in a circle to make sure that they don't get caught inside of the sanguine pools. That was so well done, Barn and Darrow.
Just the rotation, you know, they're just bringing it around town, you know, just bringing it all the way around town.
I think they did. I think they did the golden ratio for that
too.
So the question is here: are they going to pull any more seagulls? That's the real question here.
I think they have. I think they have their percentage done enough. Yeah, they're sitting at over 92%.
Yeah.
These two giants up here should be good enough for them to finish it off and maybe grab the little Murloc pack right there as well. On top of that, that'll finish off their percentage-wise, and then they go into King Deepbeard and then beat up the Wrath of Ijara. Easy peasy. This is going.
Oh no!
Yips! Oh!
It might have been intentional. It may have been trying to reset.
I think that
maybe they had a mispull.
Yeah, there's the res, and it brings them up there.
Oh, yep, that was.
Okay.
Yeah,
they
that
were
was just. Yeah, that was a skip. No, great skip coming out from the Marine Corps Gaming here. They really know what they're doing. They've got their strategy down. They're executing for sure.
I love they trapped the seagull. They trapped the seagull.
They're not taking chances.
They're not taking any chances.
Respecting it, really.
You can't. That's the real boss right there. You can't do the sequel while you're doing the boss as well, right?
I mean, we saw the Coast Guard do it. They had no fear in their hearts. Hey, they saw that? Like, okay, whatever, sequel, who cares?
I don't know that you call it fear. I would just say respect. You gotta respect the sequel.
Yeah, we're getting a little close to it again. No, they're coming back. Never mind. Making a liar out of me.
But real quick, we did pull a pack of Murlocs there, so Tharacyn, can we hear your best Murloc impression? I want to hear it.
Dear, no.
Yes,
all right.
The people, you got to give the people what they want. The people want to hear your best Murloc impression.
This is going to be terrible. I mean, I could do some Sindragosa instead. You know, the icy winds of Northrend will consume you.
I'd be okay with that too.
Some throwbacks there.
Be okay.
No, yeah, hold on. Oh, I thought he was saying no in chat, like they were listening to the stream and saying, no, we don't want to hear that.
No, dear God, please. The viewers.
Make it stop.
We gotta watch out for the viewers.
Well, we do see that the viewers want to hear Sam with his Murloc. So, Sam, do you wanna get us started with a little Murloc noise here?
Oh Lord. Okay, listen,
Pressure. There we go. I'll take it. All right, now I have to.
I tried. Listen, on the spot, I tried.
Of course. Thero, you've got to.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
That's way better. Oh my God, you just blew me out of the water. Okay, whatever.
There we go.
And lastly, we've got to give a big Murloc welcome to Robox with his rate of 146. So, Robox, thank you so much, and
Thank you, brother Rob. You're much appreciated for that. But yeah, look at the Marines though. 50% done with King Deepbeard and blasting through this Eye of Ijara with 12 minutes left to go on it. At this rate, they are cleaning it up real easily and on track to being able to take down the Wrath of Ijara.
They're composed, they're smooth. Once again, you're just seeing the execution of these polls. They know these fights, they know the content. It's not anything new to them. It's just, oh, and it does look like Remington goes down. It's got to be the caster curse. I think that's like 2 or 3 times that's happened now. Every time I start talking, I'm like, yeah, look how good they are, and then immediately somebody dies.
I mean, he is ranged, and he did trap the Seagull. So my theory is that the Seagull got a little angry for being trapped that long. And
I'm also
just took out the hunter.
Survival hunters aren't ranged though.
I'm also a little suspicious of you. Thero, you know, because we know that you're, you know, we know where your cards are stacked for. You know, we know you're a U.S. Army Esports supporter. So
that's why I
once you
haven't been
bring up the
commenting on
Marine,
them.
listen, you bring up the Marines, and every time they die, that's a little sus.
They're
right?
all right
That's
though. Look, they're still gonna clear this content. Everything will be fine. They just had a little hiccup. There's no bias here. Nothing along those lines. I'm just excited to be here, really.
So
Yeah,
Thero,
we're all just
Hothead.
excited.
Hothead posted in the chat, these pools are smooth like AFDC 102. Are you going to give it that to us? Listen,
Yes.
you said you needed some time.
All right, I'll do it. These polls are smooth like AFDC 102.9. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Or donate to one of the amazing charities, exclamation point charities.
Did
That
somebody
is-
say charity?
More importantly,
Okay, so I talked about it in chat a little bit, but I said that I was... So a couple of days ago, I drank Pilk for the first time.
What?
Which, in case anybody in here doesn't know what that is Pepsi and milk. And was pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was. So for this charity, for the AFDC charities that we have going on, we are sitting at $641 raised. If we get to 1,000, I will drink Tabasco Pilk.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
What?
That's what I said.
Okay, explain what this is. What are you gonna do with a cup? Like,
I'm going to put milk. I'm going to put Pepsi, and a healthy dose of Tabasco, and then I am going to drink on stream.
Why would you subject yourself to that torture?
okay,
For
so
charity.
exclamation point charity in the chat, guys. If you want to see Sam Talks drink Tabasco, Pepsi, and milk all together, right? And then I don't even know. I can't even comprehend what that's gonna taste like. But you know, Sam is gonna give us a play-by-play. So exclamation point charity. We're at $641, right? We appreciate every single cent that is donated here. This is all for a good cause. So if you guys want to see Sam, $1,000, right? We're not that far off. And Sam, I don't even know what to say, my man.
I would have to do it tomorrow. I cannot do it tonight because I do not have the Pepsi, but I will do it tomorrow. Sorry guys, I don't just keep Pepsi on me for my Pilk.
I mean, you know, I keep powder here right next to my computer whenever I need to take a dry scoop.
Just remember, you were not prepared.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not prepared at all. I'm going down hard. It's gonna be.
But it's just a minor setback, right?
This is just a minor setback.
Merely a setback.
So, the Eye of Ajara, the Marines, they are taking on the Lieutenant Infernal mob right before the Wrath of Ajara. And once they take this down, they're going to be able to engage in on the boss. They have all of their enemy forces done. And in a clean maneuver, I mean, with 8 minutes left, it should be relatively easy. They haven't had any issues so far with any of the bosses, except for losing one person every single time Thero opens his mouth, which that's okay. Little sus. But yeah, okay, so Edma's asking Thero, can we do a you are not prepared?
I saw it. I was trying to ignore it, but it's all right.
Sorry, I had to call it out. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. All right, give me a moment.
Listen, I'll do it after you if you want. Listen, we can do it with each other.
No, I got it.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
I think. Oh, see, look, I started talking. Hold on. They are struggling right now as they're moving through
Oh,
this.
yep.
I
But Yip's
started
gonna
talking.
be good.
So,
it's gonna be close.
I mean, Thero does need a moment before he's able to, you know, kind of talk at all about, you know, about this. So, would it be fair to say that Thero was not prepared?
Very, very not prepared.
This is a unfortunate situation that happened for the Marines, but they still do have 6 minutes left to finish off the rest of this key. Unfortunate wipe there, but we're going to take a look at the British Army with how close they are towards that key not being timed. Actually, can we take a look at the British Army, because this is going to be a really close key.
Ooh.
If they're able to. I don't think they are going to be able to do this because the timer is so close. They have a minute to take down Solia from 50%.
Maybe. This is going to be okay. So take a look at the damage right here. We take a look at Apex Chi pulling 10.7, Cream Hunt pulling 10.1, and then the Warlock 9.4. They're going to have to pick up this damage a little bit here. They are down to 45 seconds left, 26%. Sam, are they going to be able to take down Zolia?
It is going to be very, very close. If they are, they're already at 20% with
Cream Hunt goes down.
That's it. Unless they're able to get a B-res off, that's not going to be enough damage for them to finish off Solia, which is going to be really unfortunate here. They do have the B-res back up for themselves, bringing up the Hunter. The Hunter, I don't think has any cooldowns. They've already used their resonating arrow. And in fact, everybody's used most of their big cooldowns, and now they're going to have to go into the. There's no touch of death. Now they have to go through power overwhelming, and that's it for the key. Because Solia's not going to take any damage during that time period. It's over. This key is now untimed. Very unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for the British Army to go this far into Gambit on a 20 and not time it. That is rough. That is brutal.
You have to think here, Theracin. I mean, you've got 5 hours today. That's it. 5 hours to get every single key as high as you can go, right? And basically taking an entire 30 minutes to not time a key. How detrimental is that?
It's extremely detrimental when you look at it. When you're breaking out everything there, and just the time investment that goes into it, and then the mental effect of not timing it on the backside of things. It can do one of two things. Whether it can empower you to be like, okay, we got it this time, let's clean up the couple things that we screwed up, or it can be really, really demotivating and be like, okay, hey, you know what, let's shift gears and go do something else. At that point, was it worth it? It's that, once again, that risk versus reward, that time management piece as they're moving through this tournament.
Yeah, Sam, we've got, how much time do we have left here, Sam?
An hour and 15 minutes left to go. And a quick reminder to all, just remember, if they start a key before the timer is over, before the day is done, they still can finish it. So let's say that they get a key done literally at the final minute. And then they go right into it. And they also, ooh, nice.
So they've got the 21 Eye of Ajara now. The question is are they gonna go into it?
Even with the Thero Curse.
Even with a Thero Curse.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so now next time the Marine Corps Gaming is up, we'll have to make sure that Thero is not around during the final boss, so that way they're able to take it down. But meanwhile, speaking of final bosses here, we have an 18 Eye of Ajara. We've got the Coast Guard Gaming about to finish this one out as well. But looking at the timer, they're playing this one a little close to the vest on the 18, only having less than 3 minutes left, 2 minutes and 30 seconds here to take out 12% for Eye of Ajara. Now, something devastating could happen here. Hopefully it's not going to.
And, well, now that we brought them up on screen, it's 100% going to happen, right?
Well, yeah. Well,
I think that's the caster curse.
Well, that's the thing is I'm very familiar with the caster curse. So if you talk about bad things happening, then good things will happen, right? But if you bring it up and you say that good things are going to happen, right, they're going to barely make it, right, then of course people are going to die. So in order to reverse the caster curse, you have to bring them up and talk about how things could go wrong. That's how it works.
It makes sense, and the logic applies.
Yeah, my logic is undeniable, just like iRobot.
100%. 100% indeed. So as we have the Coast Guard Gaming taking out this Eye of Ajara, which is going to be, like you said, Barn, very close to the vest. That was a little bit sketchy there, and unfortunately we have seen one team already fail their key. Oh, there we go, Buttersworth.
Buttersworth,
we've missed you. We've missed you, buddy. We've needed you here for this. But yeah, that's it. This has gone so very well so far for each of the teams. And in fact, I think we should go ahead and bring up the leaderboard, as we are approaching our final hour of the stream. Well, we will bring that up in a second. But yeah, so far the leaderboards, when we are able to bring them up, the teams are doing a really, really good job. And as we are
going
going to
of the strategies going on too, where you have those individuals, just, hey, let's get something on the board, and then you have the other individuals out there that are like, hey, we're just going to crush this key until we can't crush it anymore, and that will start to take more effect over the second day. So the leaderboards may shake up at the end of the second day versus at the end of the first day, where it's like, okay, well, there's a clear defined person that's in first place. This is awesome. This is great. And that might go to their head a little bit. So maybe some of the teams are playing some mental games with some of the other teams.
Exactly. And just a reminder to all, someone asked, if you fail, you are done. No, you are not. The key does not get D-ranked. So if you have, let's say, a 23 necrotic wake and you brick that 23 necrotic wake, it is still a 23 necrotic wake, and the Marines already having a rough go ahead here on this first pool of Gambit. Yeah, they have to. They I mean, it was such an early pool that not being able to.
It's not going to be too much time.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much time lost for them. So get it perfect, get it right, especially on the first pool. That is so important. And we have on screen once again here, just for you, Thero, the U.S. Army Esports again, down in the bottom right.
Yeah, we haven't seen them in a little bit. They've been, hard at work in Necrotic Wake here. Here we are moving on to the third boss's room, so they'll be able to engage there. I wonder how many. I see the Enema Exhaust. I see some of the other abilities on their bars, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with these pulls here. I know they like to just pull everything in full send, but we'll see with these affixes.
I mean, we take a look here, Sam, and let's look at the leaderboard here. I mean, as far as like what we see on the side, you can see that the U.S. Army, they've timed the 23. They have a 3-chested 18, and they did time the 19 here. So once they finish this necrotic wake here, I believe this is going to be the 21 that they'll have a 23 timed, a 21 timed, and a 19 timed. But they have yet to really dive into, I believe, Mist at all. I don't think U.S. Army has dove into Mist at all. So that is kind of hurting their.
They haven't done Tazavesh yet. They've done the 23
sorry,
Mist.
I was confusing the two symbols there. So they haven't done Tazavesh at all. Is that going to hurt them? Are they going to have time? They only have a little less than an hour left. They only have a little less than an hour left for today. So do you think they're waiting till tomorrow to do it? Do you think they'll be able to get it up to that 18, 19, 20 today?
I think they will. I think once they get done with this Necrotic Wake at a 21, then they turn their attention over in the last hour to Gambit. Gambit is a really fast key. You can get it done really, really fast if you are on top of everything, if you don't have any deaths that impact you. If you're able to get your pulls off perfectly, then you'll be fine for the rest of the dungeon. And Gambit can be done. I think they could probably get it at least 3 runs in probably by the end of the stream.
I agree that they'll be able to get that in and done. The other thing to look at is the time investment when you're in these dungeons as you're engaging with that. You get that muscle memory down to these polls, get everyone vibing, get those interrupts down, get those CCs down. If you're constantly shifting dungeons every dungeon really after you complete it, you start to lose that muscle memory as you're going through it. So maybe that's some of the strategy these teams are taking, where they're just focusing on those 1 or 2 dungeons for the day, and then, hey, we're going to move on to the next 2. And then with the introduction of that 5th dungeon tomorrow and that 6th dungeon on Sunday, maybe they're dedicating more of their time to those dungeons after they've, pushed these keys up high enough on this side.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, just having, 1 dungeon being added tomorrow, right? They still have the ability tomorrow to push that 1 dungeon, which I believe everybody will, but then go back and kind of, hold on, can we wave to the Royal Air Force Gaming Esports here? They're waving at us, guys. So everybody, can we get a /wave? Can we get a /wave in the chat, guys? Right.
/wave for the Royal Air Force, because they have been running with 4 people. That is right. A 4-man team has been making it work. And, I mean, crazy. Insane gameplay from them.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Speaking of insane gameplay, we have the British Army here right, that is doing everything they can to take care of this 20 Gambit. Now, let's take a look and see. We've gotten these keys are all very high at this point for some of the teams, but some of the teams still working on, Ghosts and Glory, still working on the 15, right, for Gambit, right? We've got the Air Force still working on that 15 for Eye of Azara. Now, for them, they've already pushed 2 keys to 21, plus 3 chests of that 18, so right now, I mean, this is going into that 3rd dungeon. Taking a look, you really do have everybody kind of trying to catch up with the Coast Guard, right? Because the Coast Guard got to an early lead where they got all 4 dungeons taken out, but then they got one of them, pretty decently high. Was that a good strategy? I mean, we'll see if that works out tomorrow, but I don't know. It seems like they are, as far as like the strategy going in, on top for today, but maybe that's not going to keep them on top for the entire day.
Well, once we see the U.S. Army go into Gambit, they're going to clearly pull ahead. I mean, they have that 23 miss in their pocket. They're about to get a 21 Necrotic Wake done here in pretty decent time. Not even pretty decent time. They're getting it done in a really, really good time. They already have a 19 Eye of Azara, which we've talked about is more than likely the hardest key so far out of this 4. And then you just go into Gambit, which in and of itself can be a really easy key if you have the routing down just right. And the U.S. Army Esports, they have been doing things just right. There've been very little mistakes on their end. Buttersworth, thank you for chiming in.
Yeah, with Gambit 2 specifically, one of the things you have to really pay attention to is this first room with the bolstering and the explosive. Your first instinct is, we're just going to full send and pull everything. But with bolstering, it makes it a little scary, and then you have to pay attention to the explosive effects that's going on at the same time. So the more mobs you pull, the more explosives spawn. That's more you have to, shift off target and be able to get those going. So you see the DPS just kind of quickly zerg those down. Generally, the healer tries to take care of those. So with the British Army Esports, as they're going through this here, you see those giant Murlocs running around screaming, Murgle, Murgle, Murgle. And they're just
I like your Murloc
blasting through that. That was a quick one.
That was a quick one. I like your quick one. That was a good
Can you,
one.
what was that again? What was that again, Pharaoh?
I'm not prepared.
Oh,
okay. The British Army now has the Storm Giant pulled, which we do had to talk about a little bit here because they have the Tidal Sum that increases the amount of damage that is done to you, and it lasts for a pretty decently long amount of time. They've gone ahead and decided to pull it here, just get rid of it, get it down, because it is a pretty good chunk of percentage that will help them move forward into the dungeon. It seems like they're having a cleaner experience this time around on Gambit than they did the last time they ran through it, so hopefully for them, as they are going to take out this giant moving forward, they can get past the mobs that they had issues with, which is going to be right here. Believe what they used an invis pod to go through there, but unfortunately it ran out at just the wrong moment. They got taken down, and so now they're just using Woe, playing it safe.
Yeah, no, a great effort right there. They knew exactly where they messed up on the last one, which is one of the reasons why they were only, seconds. And I mean seconds behind the timer. I mean, remember that mistake that they made right here coming in? How much extra valuable time that cost them? That was the reason they didn't time the key. Like, that really was. I mean, that extra, minute, 2 minutes, right, would have made a difference. An extra couple seconds would have made a difference here. So, the British Army definitely making sure they don't repeat the same mistake.
Yeah, they were able to identify the issue almost immediately, clean it up, find a better solution versus like, oh, we're just going to power through it. They found that better solution of changing to one of the relics of Woe just to make things that much simpler as they plow through this, and then that'll clean up everything else on the back end.
So, Thero, while we're in these sort of phases where the teams are taking on the bosses right now, I want to go ahead and talk a little bit more about yourself, because we had the little introduction to you, but let's dig a little deeper, shall we? Are you a current service member or are you a veteran?
I am a currently serving U.S. Army service member.
Awesome. And how's that been for you? How's that been for your life?
Oh, wow. I could be on a podium all day talking about this. So I've been in the Army for 16 years almost now, and I'm actually in the process of moving from my position out at Fort Knox, where I run operations for the Army's actual esports program. And I will be going back to Oregon to run a recruiting station out there. So I am super excited. I'm from Oregon. I joined the Army way back when in 2006. You know, obviously I was playing World of Warcraft before then too, but we don't talk about that. But I joined to go into IT and cybersecurity. So I was able to do that for a couple years, really enjoyed my time in the Army, started having a family, just really appreciated the opportunities I was given in the Army. Since then, I've gone on to complete 2 bachelor's degrees and a master's degree, all, paid for by the Army. So really have appreciated my time and used the Army as a stepping stone to propel myself into it. And now I've got 4 years left until I retire. Which will be back in Oregon, and then I have to try and figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up.
Hey, I mean, there you go. That's what all of us have to figure out. I know as a veteran coming out, and I know we've got a lot of veterans in the audience as well. We've got some active duty, but we also have a lot of veterans out there that have made that step and have transitioned out and tried to figure out. I know when I got out, I was 0311 in the Marine Corps, right? For those who know, you know. 0311, it's when you get out, you don't exactly, it's not the easiest time, right? And so transitioning out of the military for a lot of people is a very rough time, to where maybe your skills don't exactly translate, right? Maybe it was very hard for me to learn how to talk to people again in a respectful manner, because of course, right, the way that Marines talk to each other, especially in the infantry, is a little different than the way that you talk to people in normal life. But the one thing that I will say is that these transitions, right, it helps to have help, right? It helps to have somebody who's done it before, and it helps to have some organizations that are able to really guide you along the path. And that's one reason why, just bringing this back to our charities again, I'm really happy and really proud that we're partnering with both Hire Heroes USA and Walking with the Wounded, that really do everything they can to help our transitioning veterans, that really do everything it can for, employment, mental health, care coordination, volunteering, saving jobs, relationships, lives, right? And really helping to transition veterans and everybody to help succeed in the civilian workplace. So guys, I know that I've benefited a lot from different organizations transitioning out as well, and I know you can as well. So Hire Heroes USA, Walking with the Wounded, great organizations, great charities that are partnering with us. Exclamation point charity in the chat, right? What you don't want is people to have a very, very difficult time transitioning, and what they do is they help mitigate that. They help transitioning veterans, transitioning active duty. So exclamation point charity.
We do see Goats and Glory finishing off their Tazavesh there, being able to time that plus 15.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it was up pretty good for them too. I mean, there was very little issues. They plus 2'd it. It was clean key in general. As they still have not done the Eye of Vajara, which gave them a lot of trouble at the beginning of the stream. They went through it twice, were unable to do it, and I like the fact that they decided to shift their attention to different keys, not wanting to bang their head against the wall. They figured out, okay, over and over again, this has just not been working, so move on. They've now done a mists, and now obviously they've had the necrotic wake done for quite some time now, and I think the decision that they're making is that they want to go back into the Tazavesh and do the 17.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying that Goats and Glory, if I'm Goats and Glory, I know that, yes, I have a certain amount of time, but I've only got about 49, 50 minutes left, right? So I can either choose to, okay, we're doing good in Tazavesh, let's push this up to a 15, or push this up to a 17, push this up to an 18, and tomorrow when we're refreshed, when we're fresh, we can go back into Eye of Vajara, fix all of our mistakes, we can review the footage, right, and take a look. So if I'm if I'm Goats in Glory, I'm almost focusing on these other dungeons for this last hour, and I'm really saying, okay, tomorrow we're gonna go back in and we're gonna come into Eye of Azura with a fresh mind, and we're gonna push that along with this brand new dungeon that we're gonna have introduced tomorrow, and then try to make a run at the podium for that way.
Does look like USAE was able to finish the Necrotic Wake, but they missed some of their percentage, so they had to go back now. I don't know if that was intentional or they had just maybe missed a pull as they were moving up through the dungeon.
I think it may have been unintentional. Yeah, I think they did miss a pull because typically there is enough percent wise to be able to go through Necrotic Wake and pick up everything. Still, though, they're going to be able to finish this off easily.
Breezing
and
right through that. 11 minutes to spare.
Yeah, and now they're able to have that done and out of the way up to a position where they're very happy with and potentially move their eyesights over towards Gambit. And we're gonna see if that's what they decide to do here, because if they do, that is easily going to put them towards the front of the pack and more than likely in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we do see exclamation point leaderboard, guys. If you check that out, you can see who's in the lead right now. You can see who is not. You can see Coast Guard Gaming still in the lead. They've actually managed to get every single dungeon to 18 plus timed, and Necrotic Wake at that 21. So Coast Guard Gaming is rocking and rolling here for sure. Right? They've been off screen for a little bit, but at the same time, Marine Corps Gaming are working on 18, 19, 18, 19, right? They are working on getting everything up, but Air Force Gaming, I gotta say, Air Force Gaming are taking a very unique approach to this. They are getting everything to the 21, and they haven't even begin to attempt the Eye of Azura yet. So they've gotten a 21 on all 3 dungeons so far, putting them in 3rd place, just above the Air Force, right? Just above the Army. But I mean, we'll see. Is the Army going to come in and time the key faster than Air Force? Air Force going to do it? I think we've got a really good play for the leaderboard here. But one thing I will say is number 6 and 7, right? You look at the U.S. Navy and you look at the British as well. I mean, of course, having 4 players is going to be a little detrimental, but I don't know, Sam, what do you think as far as, when you're looking right here and you see you're in 6th and 7th place?
Well, what I see is that there is obviously potential to improve, and for the Royal Air Force, I mean, we've talked about it so many times, they are down a person, and they are still going for it. They are still putting points on the board, and even down once they get that extra player back, that is going to be so useful for them. They are going to have a lot of ground to catch up on Saturday and Sunday, but with the way that they've been playing and with the fact that even teams with an extra player in them are still kind of in the same situation that they're in, it just makes me so excited to be able to see how that's going to play out for the Royal Air Force. As for Coast Guard Gaming, maybe today was just a little bit of a rough one. Obviously, they don't get a chance outside of the key now to practice, but regardless of that, they just got a 15 done in Gambit, so now they're going back in trying to attempt the 17, and a big giga pull from Ellie Brooks as they are getting all of the Murlocs right over here. The fish sticks are back out on the field, and that is not even scared. They're not scared of the bolstering. They're not scared of the explosives, because you do have to realize the explosives do cap out at a certain amount of mobs that are in there. So as long as you're able to take care of them quickly enough, it should be okay. But the really scary part is going to be coming in with bolstering. You can see just how low Ellie dipped there in her health. Had to pop Fortifying Brew, had to stay alive, had to use pretty much all of their cooldowns just to keep going through that. And these Murlocs, as they start getting more and more powerful, you had to make sure that they go down somewhat closer towards the same time. And this is a really good pull from Goats in Glory. They were able to make that work. And it looks like they're going to come out clean.
On the flip side, speaking of not so good polls, we do have British Army here losing 2 players, managing to recover, loses another. Make sure you subscribe with Twitch Prime over there. It looks like British Army are gonna wipe here. So you do see that 20 Gambit is really kind of holding them back right now. I think they're gonna elect to reset it. No, they're not. They are pushing forward. They only have Solea to take care of, but they are about 10% forces here. Really taking a look and seeing, I think they're on track. They're definitely on track to time this with a great amount of time. That wipe may have been a little bit more strategic as far as like the percentage wise go, and then okay, Rez, so you can go here, you can do that. But at the same time, Theracin, what do you think about their strategy of coming in and, you know, pushing through this 20 Gambit?
So I know for me, Tazavesh is one of those dungeons I'm not extremely familiar with. I haven't played much since this came out as far as dungeons go. So Tazavesh is very new to me. I've ran it maybe 3-4 times here and there. But when it comes to this, there's so much trash in there that it's important to pay attention to which ones do we want. With different mobs come different abilities and different affixes. So maybe they opted to, hey, you know what, we pulled something we didn't mean to. Let's just reset this because it's just going to take way longer than it needs to. But it does look like most of that courtyard is clear, so maybe there was a miscalculation somewhere, something along those lines. But they are planning to clear out the whole courtyard to use every inch of that space when they engage the boss.
Yeah, you need to clear out every single mob. That space is so important because the boss does take up pretty much everything in this little area, as especially once she activates the power overwhelming. You have to go out and spread out from the stars, so any mobs left behind will cause a lot of chaos. And then when she starts using the shooting stars too, on top of that, you have to start avoiding. And then on top of that, you also have a soak mechanic that you have to keep an eye on, that she uses the entire arena here. So yeah, taking out these mobs are super important. And it looks like they're actually taking both of these mobs at the same time, which can be a little scary because you're seeing these wandering pulsars that are going out on top of the frontals that you need to keep an eye on. And in fact, we already have one person dead on the side of the British Army. But the recovery is still going to be okay here. But yeah, you need to take care of the pulsars immediately because they do AoE party-wide damage. You need to get that out, and unfortunate. Oh, see, that's the thing. You have to watch out for the frontal that happens there. It is deadly, and if you're not keeping an eye, we'll get you out almost immediately.
Well, you know, Sam, taking a look, this is the second 20 Gambit that they've done, right? And, you know, say, for example, right, they had SquadOV, which was one of our fantastic sponsors here, exclamation point sponsor in the chat. SquadOV is a program that lets you go back and watch your mistakes, watch your keystones, arenas, right, raids, watch and see. It automatically records the raids, automatically records the stats of, you know, keystones, stuff like that. So that way, if you are the British Army and you're watching on the SquadOV recap here, you can see, okay, we have to take care of those pulsars. Okay, why did we wipe? Let me check the SquadOV. Okay, why did I go down there, right? Why didn't I get healing? Why did this, that, right? That replay is a valuable tool, right? And that's one thing that you guys out there can have for your keystones, for your raids, for your arenas. You want to see exactly how that RMP took you out. Make sure you type exclamation point sponsor, check out SquadOV, and you'll be able to see that the rogue just sapped your healer and you died. So other than that, make sure you guys keep an eye on those sponsors, keep an eye on that charity, exclamation point charity in chat as well. But Theracin, do you think they're still going to time this 20 Gambit? It looks like they will, right?
They should be able to. They have more than enough time on the boss. They shouldn't be able to. Oh, well, okay. I'm just not gonna talk because I'm gonna curse it. You know, I big shout out to our friends across the pond here, and I don't want to ruin their chances in the simplest term.
Quick update for all of the RAF players out there. They have decided that they are happy with their progress for the day. They're gonna rest up and come back strong tomorrow with a full 5-man team. Everybody, I want to get big claps out here for the Royal Air Force. They played for most of the day with only 4 members, and they were able to time not only a 15 necrotic wake, but they timed a 17 necrotic wake on top of that, and then a 15 gambit. So the fact that they were able to do that with only 4 players, gamers, absolute gamers, and a big shout out to them for continuing to go on, even with a man down.
Chads, absolute Chads for sure.
Giga.
Definitely taking a look. I think they're going to be definitely competition coming into tomorrow. The fact that they can time a 17 with 4 players makes me really think that, yes, they are going to have to swing for the fences as far as getting it done, but they are going to be able to time some high keys, because when you look, we see some of these teams may top out at the 21. They may not be able to get, I mean, we see the RB be in the second 23 as well, trying to get everything done at the 23. But what happens when the Royal Air Force comes back? They've got 2 days, and then all of a sudden they nail 2 25 keys, and nobody else could do a 25, right? So they're still in it. They're not out of this yet.
Listen,
one thing
Barn, I hate to interrupt you here, but I think I understand their strategy. They're a person down because it would just be too easy for the Royal Air Force, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want to take it all the first day. They want to give everybody else a chance, right?
More
Otherwise,
with less.
yeah, you got to have competition for them to make things interesting for the final couple of days.
Yeah, makes sense completely. The one thing that doesn't make sense to me is why Yipt has Rivendare's Death Charger, the reins of a Rivendare's Death Charger sitting in his bag right now. That's what I want to know. He's not even using it as his mount. It's just sitting in his bag.
Tournament realm things, when you're on the tournament realm and you're able to just basically go do whatever you want. I remember
It's
going
a
on
lawless
there
land.
and just doing all kinds of dumb things. It was like, oh man, I have the ability to do this. You know what? I know the spec says I should go, crit mastery. I'm going to go haste versatility just for giggles to see what happens. And then you go and I love the tournament realm access because you're able to theory craft and do a lot of dumb things on the server that you wouldn't normally be able to do on the retail realms.
Mm-hmm.
And they have had access to it, so they've been able to mess around and see what works best for them. And it's been working out so well. The other thing that we mentioned at the beginning of the stream is that the teams did not know the dungeons or the affixes until literally today, until literally the day up. So they weren't able to go in and say, okay, now we know that we have a mists with a blah, blah, blah affix, blah, blah, blah this, but they know it today. And now they can't practice in between either. So if we see any naughty or anything like that, then they can't do it anymore. So no more practicing. It is all saved for game day at this point. The British Army, it's once again, it just comes back to a nail-biting moment. Can they finish off Solia when she is at such low health? They're down a hunter.
Down
a hunter.
No battle res is here. No battle res is available just yet. I don't see a timer on the screen here. But of course, they've got that druid, so they would get the battle res up immediately. 27%. 27. So they've got less than 3 minutes to go. They've got 2 minutes and 12 seconds here, right? Hunter comes up. Okay, so they've got 2 minutes to take it. This is going to be another nail biter right here. 25%, right? But Solia going to take virtually no damage right now while she's taking care of this. Will we see Hunter go down, Rogue go down? They cannot afford another death right now. That will be the end for this key. They've got 1 minute 45 seconds left. Sam, can this Rogue stay alive?
Yeah, they're going to stay alive, and Solia is going to go down. That was a very close key, and the reason that they were able to time this as well, and I want to bring this up with just how close they were. They died 4 less times than they did last attempt that they did on this 20 Solias, so they cleaned up their deaths and were just barely able to get ahead and take the 20 that was so close to being non-timed. The hunter that went down, thankfully they did have the B-rest to bring them back up during power overwhelming, but they weren't quite able to get all of them. That's where I got a little bit worried, because power overwhelming can be kind of crazy.
Overwhelming, would you say?
Wow, yeah, it was right there in front of me and I didn't even use it. I saved the keyboard, obviously.
Of course. I mean,
makes the dream work.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're the power overwhelming can tend to get a little overwhelming at time. So that's why it's always great to keep your head on straight, go back to your training and everything. And speaking of training here, it looks like the Marine Corps Gaming are definitely in training day for this never-ending necrotic wake number 21 right here. They're gonna have to reset it and go again, because that first poll just really did not agree with them there.
No, it didn't. And that's once again the nice thing that you can do here is back out. If the first poll doesn't feel good, come right back in and get it done. So I want to talk about the U.S. Army Esports real quick as well. So Thero, they decided to go back in and do the 23. And I like that decision, honestly, that get it done, get it out of the way. You already have it at that 23. Gambit is probably for these gamers will be a 2-minute key, honestly.
So it goes back to what I referenced earlier. They had that muscle memory of the different polls. Maybe they were able to talk some minor tweaks and adjustments. Sorry. They did actually wipe on the off-brand Marogar that had happened in the in that trash poll there. So they were able to get a reset out there and finish that off. But then they jumped in and they're engaging this boss now. They're about 2.5 minutes behind. Thank you, chat. They're 21 time right now, so they are still in a good place to be able to finish this key with a solid time.
Yeah, and they're taking on this second boss of the Necrotic Wake so easily. They get the shackles and the frost trap onto the mages. Don't even let them be a factor. Cleave through the rest of the mobs that are down there on the field, so that way when the sacrifice comes through, it's not going to the AoE is not going to impact anyone. Make sure you stay away from that beam. And it's just a really good job from the U.S. Army being able to have that Death Knight with pulling in all of the mobs. Especially for these mobs right here, is undeniably useful. And just in case you don't know this, chat, as long as you have those two mobs CC'd, they do not count towards the damage.
Yep. If we were to take a look at this, by the way, Sam, Therosin, and we take a look, we have got about half hour left. Now, I do want to point this out to everybody. We have a half hour left for today's iteration, right? But the thing about it is that if a key is started before that 5-hour mark is done, they can still go, right? So they can start a key right before that, is about to expire, and give themselves that much extra time. So they actually have a little bit of strategy here. Taking a look, take a look at Coast Guard Gaming. This is what I want to point out. They have 35 minutes left. 35 minutes left, but Mists of Terra Scythe, if they time it, could be they've got 30 minutes to time it. So if they time this in, say, 29 minutes, they have the perfect time setup to start another key, start a Necrotic Wake, start whatever it is that they want to do, and then push the timer. So it's basically, you can game the game a little bit, right? You can, as long as you don't, completely botch this 20 Mist of Terra Scythe, you're going to get potentially an extra dungeon in today that maybe your competitors did not.
All about timing, all about planning it out, and I anticipate that a lot of these teams will be able to get in at the final minute marker and be able to start the key, because that's just so valuable to be able to get in one extra before the day is done with. Literally, you can just slide right in as long as it's before the end time. So just in case, for all of the people joining us, we probably should talk about the affixes real quick and what's going on with each key. So we do have 4 keys for the day: Mist, Necrotic Wake, Eye of Azara, and Gambit, with 2 more coming on one on Saturday and one on Sunday that we do not know yet, and the teams do not know yet either. But for our first day, Miss of Turn Scythe, the affixes are going to be Fortified, Inspiring, and Storming. The Necrotic Wake will be Tyrannical, Spiteful, and Grievous. Eye of Azshara is Fortified, Sanguine, and Quaking. And Tazavesh, Solia's Gambit, is going to be Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Explosive. So I'm going to be honest, these were kind of cruel. These are cool affixes for the combination of these keys.
Mm-hmm.
We blame Hothead.
It's all
100%
Hothead's fault.
Blame Hothead. All his
so
idea.
if you're having some trouble with the quaking and everything in, whether you're having some trouble with the Eye of Azshara, just make sure to @ Hothead in the chat. It's all his fault.
I think that's what he did in Eye of Azshara. He's like, look, this place has so much ground chaos. Let's just add one more. We'll throw in some quaking.
We'll throw in Quaking. And now we have Sanguine, so, with all the big mobs that you want to pull, you got to make sure that you're watching where you go. Otherwise, you got to keep an eye on the seagulls that you could incidentally pull into as well. And I want to take a quick look at Ghosts and Glory up there because they are engaging this mob pack right here, but they do have the patrol that they have to watch out for. And Ellie used that Ring of Peace so well in order to allow her to get the time to reposition. But unfortunately for them, they're still going to make the pull. So we're going to see how they handle this. It should be okay as long as they get the unstable rifts taken care of. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. So now more mobs are pouring in. This is going to be dicey recovery here for Goats and Glory. The U.S. Navy, if they're able to pull this off, though, that is going to be huge for them.
You got nothing to worry about. Ooh.
There's more chaos going on in this ground than there's more chaos going on here than the production team and their creative chaos going on behind the scenes. Because I know
I see what you did there.
We've got everybody just exactly right. Everybody's dead. Everybody just too much chaos, right? Luckily, our production team didn't wipe to the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash here. They're doing a great job of keeping the production alive. But it's been hard. They had to pop a couple cooldowns, right? They had to, implement, a couple battle reses there. I know Sam himself needed a battle res earlier today, right? So,
Drink some energy drinks, take a scoop.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe
a little dry scoop, a little pick me up, of course, right? Had to pop that bloodlust. You know what I mean?
And now at $1,000, I'm going to enjoy the nice, refreshing beverage of Pilk with Tabasco sauce to really, remind me that I'm alive.
Fair. I've never heard of Pilk before. I've honestly never heard of it.
I think he
change your life, Pharaoh.
I think he made it up.
Go out to the store, get yourself some Pepsi, get yourself some milk, half and half. Amazing. It's like drinking a root beer float. I thought it was crazy when I first tried it. Right? I thought it was insane. Come back in. Great. It's great. You do it. Trust me. Go out there. You'll be thanking me. I'm gonna get a DM from you. You're gonna be like, Sam, it literally did change my life. Now I'm a millionaire and a Pilk believer.
Well, all because of Pilk.
All because of Pilk.
It will change my life.
Well, Sam,
I'm gonna take you up on that, and if it doesn't work, I'll find you.
Yeah, you know what? Just because of you, Sam, just because of you, I'm gonna pull out my to-do list for today. Right, that's got my checklist, everything I need to get done. Of course, I'm doing the event. I'm going to go to the gym, going to write my goals down, going to make sure I'm productive today. And on that list of things to do, right, I'm going to take Pilk, right, Pepsi, milk. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to not add it, right? So that way I have myself a great day.
No, see, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to make it and then throw it in the trash where it belongs.
Oh.
You guys are disappointing. This is actually hurting me. All right, I'm actually hurt right now.
It's important to take a stand for what you believe in, and Pilk isn't real.
I'm going to take a stand for what I believe in and say Pilk is amazing, and I'm not even being sarcastic about this. I am 100% serious. I'm a Pilk believer. I'm a Pilk lover. I'm gonna petition to get Pilk out there.
Do you also like milk and orange juice?
By the way, real quick, speaking of milk and orange juice, can we get that off of our mind and get the U.S. Army Esports on our mind here and get a little zoom in on them because they are wrapping up their 23 Necrotic Wake here on pace to actually two-chest this. They're finishing
This is
up
insane.
The finishing up the room here for Stitch Flesh, definitely on track. If they 2-chest to 23, I mean, could this be the first? They were the first 23 that we saw, right? Are they going to be the first 25? We might see that tomorrow. I mean, we've got 23 coming out for Mist from them. We have potentially the next 23 coming out from Necrotic Wake here. Of course, they haven't dove into Gambit yet, but I believe they're saving that for tomorrow. I think tomorrow they could be potentially pushing the Eye of Ajara up to 20, 21, 22, 23, and then Gambit up to 23, and then that, that mystery, other one that we're going to add up to 23. So just look at this damage here.
Yeah, they are ripping a new one.
Popped it.
And to Sturgeon, yeah, it's the power of the Kyrian weapons, and they didn't even use Lust here. Lust isn't off cooldown just yet, I don't believe, for them to be able to use. We see the Hunter having to use Turtle to stay alive. Surgeon Stitch Flesh at 55%. They're going to go up there, but of course you can use the hook to bring them back down almost immediately, so that way you don't have to worry about that. The second Stitch Flesh creation is going to come up, so the positioning here is going to be key, making sure that you don't use the second creation to hook the first creation like we saw earlier today. The anti-magic zone is going to go down on top of that to make sure that the team is staying safe from all of the AoE that has been caused. The double hooks, you got to make sure. All right, so they missed it onto Stitch Flesh, and now he's using his maddening gaze, walking around. That's going to cost them a little bit of DPS. One of the Stitch Flesh creations are going to die here, which is going to be good because in a little bit here, they got to, oh, this is going to be just in time. They were able to get that hook. So bring Stitch Flesh back down onto here. And now the third creation is going to be down on the field. They are getting their cooldowns back up, and they have also popped their Lust here for the final 25% of Stitch Flesh. Another meat hook, but it's going to be repositioned in a different area. The second one is going to come out, but the Morbid Fixation is going to catch Surgeon Stitch Flesh in there, so they're going to be able to take full usage of this Lust, and in less than 10%, Surgeon Stitch Flesh is no longer on this field, and now Thor the Rhymebinder is going to be their final target here for this 23 Necrotic Wake that they are easily going to +2.
Yep, Sam, and if you guys out there are hooked on this event, just like Surgeon Stitch Flesh is hooked right there, make sure you type in !sponsors, !charity. Thank all of our amazing sponsors for taking care of this event, right? We're not be able to do it without them, and we definitely hats off to all of our charities, right? A SquadOV, right? A Generation Esports, Military Gaming League, RaiderIO, Warcraft Logs, Raidbots, and Chaos Creative as well. Want to give a big shout out right there. So if you guys are hooked, just like Surgeon Stitch Flex, if you have that morbid fixation on this event, just like he does, then feel free to type that in the chat there.
Didn't even miss a beat. That's impressive. That's impressive, okay? I'm impressed.
Even notice it.
He just wove it in there so well.
I know. I didn't even notice it until you said something. I was like, oh, wow. Well done.
Listen, I've watched a lot of Race to World First and Barn Door. Oh, that's unfortunate. Death.
Oh. Well,
on the Hunter.
Battle Res is going to come out.
Yeah, the Battle Res is going to come out. They could have also used that to avoid having to go down to the Shadow Realm, which I think is what they were planning to do there. So probably on purpose, I believe, is what they were doing. Regardless, though, they do have the B-Res to bring them back up, and this key is done and dusted at this point.
Well, it's a 2-chest for sure. They're definitely 2-chesting this here. They've got an entire 3 minutes and 48 seconds here to go, and yeah, the MDI strats coming in here. Even if somebody gets banished to Shadow Realm, it's fine. It just activates their trap card to where they're gonna instantly just teleport back up here, right? Just right here we can see. Right, Rip getting taken down, activates his trap card. He's going to have a quick, a little speed boost here going by. He's just got, in case you've never done this dungeon before, you got to run through the little gauntlet here down in the Shadow Realm. You got to take out this mob that has a reduced amount of health. From here, once this is dead, you're going to click on that little Gilded Champion. That's going to teleport you, or well, at least fly you back up. And then you're able to resume the boss here. It looks like they're about 2 minutes away from 2-chesting this here. Trying to look and see what is the final boss percentage at. Looks like Okay, we're about 30-something% here.
Reminder, by the way, everyone, this is a 23 tyrannical. So they are already down to 30%. Look how much damage has just been done. I also like that reposition. Ooh, that was a little scary right
Ooh,
there.
the turtle.
They were caught in the corner. They did soak that damage, but thankfully they have just enough health to be able to go right through that. Look at that here, though. 5% left to go for the U.S. Army Esports. And not only are they going to time this 23 necrotic wake, but they are going to plus to it here on stream in front of all of our faces. A well done job. Thero, you got to be beaming with pride right now.
I obviously I'm a little biased, but I'm super excited to see Riptar not screw anything up. You know, Riptar's kind of been a meme amongst our team, and that's probably my favorite part. Is like he almost died a couple times. He died on the pull, but they were able to battle res him. You know, Riptar's our punching bag, if you will. He's been on the team for quite a bit. I know during Keystone Masters way back when, he accidentally kicked Painful Motivation, causing us to fail one of our keys in Freehold. And the team was really kind of upset with him. During one of the MDIs, we couldn't get past Sand Queen because of meme stuff. I mean, Riptar, he takes it in great stride. We love him to death, but, obviously being able to just be here and watch him not entirely screw up is what I'm most proud of.
No, he's definitely painfully motivated to get it done and get it done right here. Definitely looks like he is representing very well for the U.S. Army Esports and definitely putting out some great damage there, even though he does have to turtle at a very critical point there. It is proven he is turtly enough for the Turtle Club. Therefore, he's going to advance that 23 key, and we're going to see what is the U.S. Army going to go to next. Are they going to go back to Necrotic Wake? Is it
They're
the
going to do it again.
25?
They're going to go for the 25.
This would be the 25.
They're in the groove. They got 10 minutes to spare. That's more than enough time to add, 2 additional levels of chaos.
I mean,
unbelievable.
Jeez, I really want to see this. If they're going for the 25, we want to see them. I mean, they're going for it. They're swinging for the fences. I mean, they're morbidly fixated on this dungeon here, and it definitely appears that it might work out in their favor. The only thing we're worried about is they haven't even touched Gambit yet today. I don't even think they were planning on going into Gambit at all today. It's just, I mean, it confirmed Riptar is a little scared of Gambit for sure, but we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow if they're able to, go in. If Automatic Jack is able to, give his team a little pep talk, hey guys, I know we're a little scared of Gambit, but it's okay. We're gonna go in. We're gonna take care of it. We're gonna take this all out. But here we go. 5 seconds remaining on the timer, and they're gonna move into this 25 necrotic wake.
So there's a thing that you got to think about it too. If they are able to time this 25 necrotic wake, they pretty much can be done with it. They don't even need to step foot in it tomorrow. So then they can focus their attention onto Gambit. They can focus their attention on Eye of Ajara, and then also the mystery dungeon that we don't know about. So with taking out necrotic wake, they still have like basically 4 dungeons they can go through, and even then they can distill that down further. Just do Eye, Gambit, mystery dungeon. Or even then go even further, just Gambit and Mystery Dungeon and keep pushing it as far as they can. And a very respectable pool here, not going too crazy, because remember, this is a 25 Necrotic Wake, and the first 25 that we are going to be seeing on stream.
Remember, it is a marathon, not a sprint. These individuals are playing for collectively 15 hours over the course of these days, so you definitely have to keep that in mind. You don't want to burn yourself out by switching around too much. Be able to have that rhythm and flow as you're moving through these dungeons, and I think that's what they've opted for here.Maybe going with the 200 IQ play and just being like, you know what, we're here, let's do it again. That worked so well, we're in the groove, full send.
Oh yeah, they're definitely full sending it here on this 25 necrotic wake. I mean, we keep talking about it, but guys, this is the first. We haven't even seen anybody else attempt above a 21, let alone timing a 23, two-chesting it, and going for the 25. That's just why we keep talking about it here. This is actually insane. They're setting themselves up for a great showing in this event here, but as he said, right, U.S. Army right? Their PT test is about 2 miles, so that's definitely not a sprint for sure. It's a little bit of a marathon. Of course, it's about 24 miles short of a marathon, but the Army, we're going to give them a little leeway here. But we've got 25 Necrotic Wake on the screen. Are we able to go back to quad view for a second here? I want to see where everybody else is at right now.
And even now, yeah, they're just doing a standard route, though, for the U.S. Army Esports. Not wanting to take any chances, not on a 25 at the very least. This is the literal definition of play it safe, play it smart, go in for it, don't take any chances. And you also have to think about it, too. They have 36 minutes to complete this key. We are 25 minutes away from the end of the event. This is more than likely going to be their final key of the day. But if by some unknown miracle, they're able to bring it out and go above and beyond and somehow complete this key in that little less time, is going to be super good for them. But unfortunately, they have lost a member. The Hunter does go down. RIP for Riptar. They recovered. They use a B-Res and now also using their Lust, keeping the boss all by themselves and not bringing any other packs into them. That is smart. And for the Coast Guard Gaming, they too are on the final boss of Miss. However, these insane individuals have brought the mobs in on top of that. And don't forget, Miss is a fortified key that they're bringing in with the final boss. And they also had to worry about inspiring. And I think they have an inspiring mob in that pack, and that allows the Staghorn to get off the enhanced regeneration because those mobs are still full health.
Oh no.
Oh, this could be terrible for them. I mean, they are managing to get some of the mobs down. Luckily, they stopped regeneration there. They are, they are getting the percentage they need. Enemy forces right there. They just finished it out. Now, they are 18 minutes in. They have 5 minutes left for the 2-chest timer. So this is a guaranteed 2-chest. And as long as they take this boss down, so they are really going for having that 22 missed on the chopping block. One thing I will say is the Coast Guard has spread out their efforts, and you can see the fruits of their effort. I mean, they're going to have a 20 miss done and a 21 necrotic and a 19 Eye of Ajara plus an 18 Gambit already. They're going to have a very good score going into tomorrow, to where they're going to be able to really focus on that new dungeon and getting that up as high as they can, and then being able to focus on, okay, let's go back into Eye of Ajara, get that up to a 20. Let's go back into Gambit, get that up to a 21, right? So they'll be able to really focus on the ones that they need to. So Coast Guard was one of the ones that kind of really started out by spreading their love throughout all 4 dungeons from the start. And they have been in the #1 position for a lot of the day. If you guys type ! leaderboard, you can see that we've got Coast Guard Gaming now in 3rd place, used to be in 1st place, but now if we take a look at Air Force Gaming taking the #1 spot, they finished a 21 on Gambit, 21 on Mist, and a 21 on Necrotic Wake, and just finished their first 15 Eye of Ajara. Air Force Gaming is going to be in the lead currently, but not for long, as they're only 2 points ahead of Coast Guard, which they're going to gain those 2 points right now when they finish that Tredova, meaning we've got a tie for first place between Air Force and Coast Guard.
I gotta say, for our team, when they were kind of strategizing about all of this and everything, the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard were unknown entities when it came to our teams. We've seen the Air Force play. We expected what the Navy's level was going to be, but for the Coast Guard and the Marine Corps, they just didn't have any reference to be able to be like, okay, how good are they? What can we expect? We were able to look up some of their characters, do that, metagaming stuff that you do when you're strategizing, but they are those unknown entities, and I gotta say, I am really impressed by both the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard. They've just really blown away my expectations.
Without a doubt, all of these teams so far have just been blowing away our expectations with how they've been able to handle these keys when things go awry, how they handle any situation that gets thrown at them. And especially for the Royal Air Force, who the entire day was down a member of their team, and to continue to push forward, get a 17 done, get a 15 done. even down a person where 15s are typically easy. Down a person, though, without one contributing member to the team becomes a lot more difficult, unsurprisingly. Now for the Air Force game, U.S. Air Force up there, they are taking on the Eye of Azara with the Infernal Mob.
Go down. But Eye of Azara, 6%, 2 people down, 1 battle res comes out. Are they going to finish Azara? 5% here. Infernal mobs are just chunking away at their health. Venom doing an amazing job staying alive. 4% here. Every second counts. This is the Hunter taking so much damage. Health is ping-ponging. Pika Shaman doing everything he can. 2%. Is this going to be a heartbreaking 1% wipe? No. They are going to push through against all odds. They are going to take down the Eye of Azara on Keystone level on Keystone level 17, putting themselves on the board 21, 21, 21, and 17.
That is impressive, just basically ignoring the infernal mobs and allowing them to run free and just taking care of them with the AoE cleave. That was a lot of fun to watch from Air Force Gaming. So now they have a 17 Eye of Azara done. Right back in there they go. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that again on a higher Keystone level. They either need to go ahead and take care of that before the mob or after it. Or during it. Not after it, during it.
Does look like down on the bottom right, U.S. Army Esports did opt to restart their key, so they did get that done in time to be able to engage with that. And it looks like Marine Corps Gaming is also set up to get another key going, hopefully before this time crunch comes in. They got, what, 19 minutes?
Yeah, let's get a quick check with production to see the exact timer that we have, because I know we're about close to, I think, 20 minutes or so. We're going to get an exact timer for you guys here. Okay, so we have confirmation. As of right now, these teams have 19 minutes left. So what does that mean? They have 19 minutes left for regulation, right? Regulation, 5 hours for day one. Now, as long as they're in a key before that timer runs out, they will be allowed to finish the key. Meaning, right? So for example, take a look at top left, the Navy. They can potentially finish this key in the next 19, say it takes 18 minutes. They finish that key and then immediately restart the key at a higher level. They are allowed to do that. As long as you start the key before the timer runs out, you are allowed to finish that instance, right? So, of course, if you wipe and, you don't miss the timer, then it's not going to count, right? But taking a look at the U.S. Army, 19 minutes to finish a 25 necrotic weight, that they're not going to do that, right? I mean, they are amazing, but it's a level 25, right? They can't do that in 19 minutes. Therefore, this will potentially be their last dungeon that they're going to do. Right?
Yeah, and they already restarted the key too on top of that, so pretty much at this point, they just took down they're still on the first boss, they're just taking him down now, so once they get that finished, then they're not going to be finishing this key in 17 minutes.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that, Goats and Glory, the Navy, they have the potential to not only finish this one, but also potentially put a 15 Eye of Azara on the board as well for today. Or, right now we are in a 17 mist. Maybe they can put, they two-chest this, put it at a 19. Maybe they put a 19 on the board for today, give themselves a little bit of momentum going into tomorrow. It's all about timing. It's all about making sure you get the maximum out, because, I mean, look at it. At the end of the day, if you have 7 teams and 6 of them are in a dungeon for 5 hours, and then the 7th one is in a dungeon for 5 hours and 30 minutes, of course, the advantage goes to that 6th team, right? So how do you work the system, game the game, so that way you are in the dungeon competing for the most possible time, right? That's up to the strategist.
That is up to the strategist. That's up to how they want to decide to take on the rest of these dungeons, or maybe they just want to be done for the day. But of course, you do want to take that on. Marine Corps Gaming are also in a mists of Turn a Scythe of their own, along with Goats and Glory. And remember, you do have those inspiring mobs, which is the target of the Marines. You can see the skull symbol is over them as they pull them into these 2 trash mobs right here, which can be a little bit difficult. Thankfully, they don't really have any major interrupts that you have to worry about with the inspiring mob, so it's not that big a deal to go in on that. And then, of course, they have to go and start the very first boss fight with Ingram Malak. It's going to be happening very soon. I don't think they're going to be able to finish this mist in just under 16 minutes. If they do, though, then they can do another key. But for 21, I don't really see that happening.
I mean, well, look at what it is they've got 30 minutes total. Even if they were to 2-chest it, right, they're looking at 21 minutes, 20-ish minutes or so to do that. That still puts them past that timer. So they'd have to almost be on the verge of 3-chesting a 21 missed to be able to have a chance at another key here. I'm not saying the Marine Corps Gaming isn't capable of that. I'm just saying that that may not be exactly what they're going for. They're not playing for that timer. I think they're playing to just finish this 21 missed on time today, get 2 21s on the board, right, and call that a day.
Absolutely,
and
100%.
Sam,
wow.
Do you see what I'm seeing here, Sam?
I'm seeing what you're seeing right now, Barn Door. A $210 donation with the message, "Let's jump start this Pilk challenge," from I Am Not Druish.
Oh,
so that brings us to $851 total.
$851 has been donated towards our associated charities. Thank you guys so much, right? We are having ourselves the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash. We're all having a great time coming here. Yes, we're having fun. The players are having fun, and you out there, you're having fun too. It is mandatory. You are ordered to smile. You've been issued. Make sure you pick it up at your SIF. So everybody is mandatorily having fun right now. And on top of that, all of the donations, all the proceeds are going towards charity. So we've got $851 being donated, meaning less than $149 until Sam does his next stretch goal, which is Tabasco Pilk. So we'd love to see that, guys. But thank you for every single dollar, every single cent.
Delicious. I'm so totally looking forward to it, guys. Not questioning it at all. Not regretting my decision to say yes to that in any way, shape, or form.
Weren't you just a huge advocate for it, though? You were trying to convince
I mean, you were
an advocate for
talking
Pilk.
about it, Sam.
I'm an advocate for Pilk, not spicy Pilk. Although maybe that might be good too. I don't know. Maybe that'll awaken something in me that I'm just like, oh my god, spicy Pilk is even better than regular Pilk.
I mean,
maybe the spice adds something a little bit more.
Speaking of spicy, this 25 Necrotic Wake is getting a little spicy itself here. We just had a wipe coming out on the side of the U.S. Army. They have so far looks like 5 deaths. I don't believe that was intended. I could be wrong. Sometimes there is a wipe because of a skip or some sort of mechanic, but I don't believe that was intended. Almost getting knocked off right there. U.S. Army being the first one to push above a 21 here, Therosin. Do you think that gives them an advantage, like knowing what these keys are feeling like on the TR, knowing what a 23 and a 25 is going to feel like?
Well, I know a lot of our players are already timing these keys on live realms, but it's just working together as their group because a lot of them generally don't play together traditionally. So them coming together, working out those vibes and everything here on the tournament realm, learning, who generally tries to kick what, et cetera, as they go into these polls, it'll really just boil down to, it's probably a flex. They're just like, hey, we're here to dominate. We know how to do this. We've done this before. This is just muscle memory. And, I got to say it, we are the first esports team that any branch of the military had, so we just have to show our dominance.
Oh, wow. So that's what it is. Okay, Sam, they're flexing on us. That's what it is.
I know.
Army
just
Esports
ripping off the shirt.
I see how it is. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to have a talk with the Marine Corps Gaming afterwards. They're gonna have to step it up here a little bit. 21's not gonna cut it. We're gonna need some 30s coming out of them before the end of the day or something. But we can't just be letting the Army flex on us like this. But meanwhile, Marine Corps Gaming are in that 21. But I do want to draw your attention up to the Air Force Gaming on this. I believe this is gonna be a so this is a 17 Eye of Azara. I think I'm trying to see. I don't exactly have the best time, but we do have 9 minutes and 52 seconds left. We've got the timer on the screen. They have got to finish this Eye of Azara in time to start another one here. Don't believe that they are going to have that much time there, but the one we're really looking at the Navy. We're really looking at Goats and Glory. They've got 9 minutes left to finish this dungeon before that timer goes, right? And, of course, right, they will be able to finish it even after the timer. But for them, we want to see them get in another dungeon. We want to see them finish this and then put in and have another chance to go in.
This is it. Right down to the wire. They are no longer going up against the timer of the dungeon. They are now going up against this timer right here if they want to get another key done. So, looking at both sides, all sides, all four sides, apologies, there's four corners to this. I know how to count. There looks like the U.S. Army Esports had a little bit of trouble. I think they may have had a little bit of a wipe. So you can see all the mobs are coming back. I think they pulled a little bit too much more than they could handle. And so now kind of in this awkward position where what do they decide to do? Do they want to try and go for that pull again? Or, you know what I mean? It's going to be a very spicy one for them regardless. Goats in Glory right now. They are making their way over to Tredova, and with 8 minutes left on the clock, they should have enough time to be able to complete this and start another one if they so choose. Marines, I don't see it happening. I really don't. I don't see it. I don't see them finishing and being able to start another key in time.
Yeah, I think they definitely are on track to time this key here on Mist. I just don't think they're on track to time it, before the timer runs out. Therefore, they will still be given credit as long as they finish the 21, and it will count towards their score. But they just won't have a chance to jump into another dungeon, right? So for those just tuning in, those who, maybe are a little unfamiliar with our format, first of all, exclamation point rules. But this is 7 teams, right? 7 teams, kind of like the Great Push, right? To where you have 4 dungeons that you have to accumulate a score of and push all 4 dungeons as high as you possibly can. Now, this is a 3-day event. Today is day 1. They're given 5 hours today. Day 2, tomorrow, they will be given their allotted time. And day 3, Sunday, they will also be given their allotted time. However, tomorrow, we will be adding another dungeon, mystery dungeon. And on Sunday, we'll be adding additional mystery dungeons. So at the end of the day, how do you win? Well, of the 7 teams, you are the top team that of the 6 dungeons has the highest combined score. So we've got different strategies coming out. We obviously, you see in the top right-hand corner of the Air Force, they've got timed a 21, 21, 15, and 21. Of course, they're working on that 15 right now. But when you take a look at the Army, 23, 23, and 19, they're trying to get a 25. So we have got different strategies coming at this, right? At the end of the day, on Sunday, whoever has the highest combined score, just like RaiderIO's score, will be victorious. Is it going to be the U.S. Army? Is it going to be the Marine Corps? Is it going to be Goats and Glory? We don't know, right? But that's what we're here to find out, Sam.
That is exactly what we are here to find out. So the Goats in Glory up above, they use the woe in order to skip all of that trash mobs into the boss. They're going to be able to take them down very soon here, and you can see that on screen with just how close they are. Very, very close. Then they have to go back and finish off the rest of the trash mobs in order to get that done. This is going to be a very sketchy situation for them since they need to just go ahead and finish it off here as quickly as they possibly can. And now we're going to take a look at the British Army, where they're doing their gambit. They've been loving this gambit so far, quite a lot. So they're not going to finish this in time in order to have another one. But it looks like Goats and Glory are going to finish their key in the 5 minutes they have left.
I mean, yeah, we've got, and the Goats and Glory or the Navy being double the trouble on both screens right here. You can see, but we do have the Army coming back. Real quick, Tharison, I would say, what is your favorite branch here that you want to win? But of course, right, you side on the same side as, all of the Pirates of the Caribbean, right? You're choosing the Army. But
I see what you did there.
Oh boy, I gotta. Man.
That's a stretch.
But this is the 5 minute warning, guys. 4 minutes and 37 seconds left. We do have just some more percentage being taken care of here. Can we get a zoom in on Goats and Glory here for what they're going to do? I want to see what is Goats and Glory going to do here right after they finish this, right? They only have a little bit more percentage left. They're at 83. They're about to finish this up. They only have a couple minutes left, so they've got a split-second decision they have to make.
Ooh, there goes deep.
As soon as they finish this up, they have to immediately make it back to the start of the dungeon and restart it on a higher key, or they have to immediately make it to the next dungeon, right? Of course, we can go back to the quad view here in a second, but I really want to see what are they going to do as soon as they but as far as everybody else, it looks like everybody else is already in the middle of the dungeons. We do have Solia being taken, sorry, I can't talk today. The Coast Guard is on Solia here. They haven't pulled her yet, but I don't believe they're going to have enough time. 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. Sam, this is coming down to the wire.
It is coming down to the wire. They still have to go through these mobs, and I still think they have to go through the two final mobs that do, of course, the Pulsar, the Wandering Pulsar, and on top of that, the Frontal that has been a really big stickler, especially for the British Army. So they are going to take them one at a time, and because they're going to take them one at a time here, and especially since we are on a gambit that has the fortified affix. Yeah, this is just going to be this is going to take them a long time in order to take it down, and because it's going to take them a long time, I don't think they're going to have enough time. And I take that back. I'm sorry. I said fortified. I meant tyrannical. So they already have one down, but then they still have to do the boss. And the boss is on tyrannical. So because the boss is on tyrannical, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Even if they did everything perfectly, even with all of their cooldowns up, with lust up, I just don't see them having enough time taking down this boss in time before the timer is up, before the 2 minutes that we have left on the clock is out of the way. Goats and Glory have finished. Now the decision comes. What do? Do they go back into Necrotic Wake, or are they done for the day, or did they decide to go on to a different key? It does look like they are going to take advantage of that, go to a different key, but what key is it going to be? They're going back to the Eye, and they've had to start it.
They have a minute 40 seconds to start it. They have to start the key, put it in, and they're not wasting any time. They already put it in. It looks like they're going to go for the 15. They're going for it, and it looks like they are saving themselves, right? A little bit of a headache of having to wait or having to do it, but it looks like British Army is trying for another gambit here. British Army trying to take care of another gambit here. They've only got a minute 20 seconds left. We're coming down to the wire here, Tharison.
They are really, I don't want to say pushing it right at the edge, but really the ability to step out and come back in and be like, okay, we got to make this timer. Obviously, you see them all sitting down, getting their buffs, getting their food buffs, flasks, all of the above. They're just ready to go and jump back into it. And you start to see that rush, if you will, from all of the teams to be like, hey, let's just get this in, get this going. And here, obviously they're being very vigorous in these polls as we jump into this Tazvesh.
Yeah, with everything on the line, I mean, they picked up all of the Murloc packs, including the one that patrols around. Even though those aren't elite mobs, you still had to be careful because explosive is spawning. And on top of that, you had to be careful of the bolstering that is happening here as well. But I mean, look at that clean gameplay. These Murlocs are going down like it's nobody's business. You do see that they are starting to run away, so give a couple of seconds of breathing room as you just go ahead and move on to the next ones, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing here. They pick up one lone Murloc all by themselves and just taking them out. A really good pull from the British Army. And
we got 10 seconds left.
This is it. Final countdown. And that is it. The timer is now done, so anybody who is anybody, no more keys can be done for the day.
Yep, so the way this works, guys, and I'll explain this one more time for you guys. So the way it works is now we've made it through the scheduled 5 hours for the event. So we've made it through 5 hours. So all of the teams, right, their scores are going to be registered. They are not allowed to start a new key. That's what's going on right now. Everybody, if they fail a key, that's it for today, right? Now, everybody who's already in a key has the ability to finish that key today. Therefore, right, if they end up timing another key or, raising their score or timing something that they weren't able to before, right, they're able to do it. So, Sam, what does this mean for the teams as far as their strategy, and what does it mean for you that you've got the Tabasco Pilk waiting on the horizon for your day tomorrow?
I'm excited for the Tabasco Pilk, okay? Because that means we will have raised $1,000 for charity, and that is always worth it, okay? In every sense of the word. I'll do anything for charity, guys, okay? Well, most anything, anyways, as long as it's not like, beating myself up, which I do a lot anyways. But yeah, I mean, going into the final few keys that we are going to have on screen here in a second, I mean, these teams played a really good game today. They pushed so far, they pushed so hard, and we still have them going through trying to make it happen. I mean, we had the pleasure of being able to see a 25, and you don't get to see that very often. That is a high-end key. That is a top-notch, big key. So I'm thinking about tomorrow, though, when we're going to be throwing in an extra dungeon, and that creates a little bit of an extra spice, right? We're going to see how these teams are going to adapt, because now you have an extra wrench being thrown in. And if you're in the position of, so let's say the U.S. Army, where they didn't touch Gambit today, they still have to do Gambit. They still had to do the extra dungeon tomorrow, but now they might possibly have a 25 that could get done, Mm-hmm. So, and then you have the other teams, like where the Royal Air Force are going to come in. They timed a 16 miss, a 17 necrotic wake, and a 15 Gambit. So, there's so many different options that they have here going into these keys, and yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. I don't know about you, Thera.
I've really been enjoying just the different strategies that these teams have been taking. Some are just going, hey, let's get something on the board all throughout it. I've said it several times throughout this broadcast, just the different approaches they're all taking, and as we're all different branches, we all have different purposes and different mentalities when it comes to a lot of things. It's interesting to see that kind of play out here in the AFDC event that's going on right now, and maybe even so far as across the pond. There were some clear individuals where we were like, okay, well, these teams are severely doing, much better than some of the other teams, but even those teams, maybe they're just getting warmed up. Maybe they haven't hit their stride yet, and we'll start to see that come out tomorrow as these teams continue to compete.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, we take a look at the leaderboard, and this is what it's at after day one, but we got to remember, we've got multiple days here. Speaking of multiple days, Sam, I hope you're looking forward to tomorrow as much as the rest of rest of us are looking forward to tomorrow. But there's somebody that I know who's out there in chat who is very much looking forward to tomorrow. His name is Bea Hughes, and he donated $149. So he's really looking forward to tomorrow, because first thing tomorrow, make sure you guys tune in, because we're going to see the Tabasco Pilk is real, and it's going to happen. Sam himself will be taking the Tabasco Pilk right to the face, because we have reached our Can we get a big clap? We got $1,000 reached for charity here, guys. We're gonna go back to the quad view ASAP. But Sam, I hope you're ready because we just reached $1,000 and the Tabasco Pilk is real.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I mean, I'm not ready because I don't have Pepsi, but okay. And I am excited. I am thirsty. I'm feeling a little thirsty, you know. So yeah, this is gonna be a good time. I'm personally, chat's looking very ready. In fact, I'm seeing shirtless spicy Pilk. Okay, listen, I would do shirtless, but that's kind of Twitch TOS. So, you know, I can't be doing anything crazy like that. And here we have it, the U.S. Army, though. They are engaging on to Surgeon Stitchflesh here on this 25. And it looks like they're well on their way to being able to time this key.
They're on track here. 28 minutes. They're not gonna three chest it by any means, but they've got time. Right, they've got little over 7 minutes to take out 2 bosses. They've already got the forces. So, I mean, on Tyrannical though, 7 minutes, you're looking at 3.5 minutes for each boss. That's a very realistic for most Tyrannical, but this is a 25, so this is really going to boil down to, do they have the DPS for it? Meanwhile, you have the Army up here taking out. Looks like Jara at 9% up here. This will be their last key of the day, right? Everybody that you are seeing right now, this is their last key of the day, 100%.
Does look like Army is able to take down Stitchcraft, and they will be moving on to the final one with plenty of time to spare, assuming nothing bad happens. There it is. I just cursed my own team.
Yeah, I mean... It's about time, though, okay, right. Thero. You've been cursing everyone else.
Yeah, come on, Thero.
It's just, we got to keep it fair. We got to keep it even.
Yep, for sure. I mean, we've got, 6 minutes left to take care of this boss. Definitely capable for the U.S. Army here on the 25. Gonna set a big precedent here. And, I mean, just like Thero here, taking his shirt off and flexing, right? This is the U.S. Army taking their shirt off and flexing for the rest of these teams, saying, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to compete, right? And I'm here to win.
I want to make it very clear, I did not violate terms of service. Very, very clear. Talking about taking off my shirt. Whoa.
Yeah, once again, chat, the terms of service has been left intact. We're not breaking anything. And actually, for the U.S. Army, if we can get them on the big screen here as we get our final pull from them for the day on this 25 with 6 minutes left to spare. They get Dismantler, a very good decision from them. Just get as much of that cooldown reduction as possible. They're going really well here so far. They've rebuffed, they got their lock rocks out. They're not going too crazy with it, right? They're just taking their time. At this point, there's no reason to really try to rush things if you don't need to, as long as you're able to manage the drop down, the ice, the frost comments that now Thor throws out, and of course the frozen binds. This team should do really well here, and so far, hopefully this time Riptar also is able to stay alive through all of the shenanigans that could possibly be happening.
Yeah,
so though,
by far the best tank.
Well, someone's got to make sure that floor stays in under control. Okay,
somebody's got to tank the floor. For sure. And I mean, Riptar, it's just he's gonna be that hero that the Army, not the hero that the Army asked for, but the hero that the Army deserves, right? He's gonna take care of that. But this is really gonna be a DPS check here. So you can see that timer in the top right-hand corner, 31 minutes, basically 4 minutes and 30 seconds left here. This is a big DPS check here, especially with having one player, being sent to the Shadow Realm to gather that fifth part of Exodia here. Once they do get back up and they reunite with the rest of their Exodia limbs, we are going to see the U.S. Army cast Obliterate and try to take out this boss.
It's going to be so easy for them here. I mean, just 4 minutes left to go in this dungeon, and now we're going to see Riptar bring over the ice that drops down from the debuff onto the ground. They do get the 100% crit. Now Thor is almost at 50% health, and so far it's just been looking really clean. They are able to avoid the frost comments expertly right there. Cooldowns are still available. They still have most of their defenses up, I do believe. Yes, indeed, we do see that there. Riptar still has their turtle up, so if anything gets a little sketchy, they can use that. And depending on if they are running the Fank Death Conduits, they obviously get the damage resistance from that as well on top of it. And so here, we're just seeing them. It's all just making sure that the mechanics are perfectly used.
Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean, Pharaoh, do you think that this is the Army, flexing? I mean, they've got an entire 3 extra minutes, and Nerthar's already at 33%. This is bar some sort of tragedy, right? They've almost got this one in the bag here. But do you think that this is going to be a strategy that will work for them going into tomorrow? I mean, they still have Eye of Azshara at 19. And they haven't even touched Gambit. I mean, everybody else was able to at least give an attempt in on Gambit, but they're going to be behind tomorrow because while everybody else is going to be progressing on this mystery dungeon, they're going to have to go back into Gambit.
I mean, when you're in the rhythm, when you're in the vibe, it's really important to be able to capitalize on that. So if the team was feeling these dungeons, if they felt smooth, if they felt clean, why not continue to push it? And I think that was just a judgment call that they made in working with Jack and really trying to iron out all these details as it's their first time playing together with Jack here. So them being able to make those decisions and just kind of commit to this and continue to push it as we've seen Super actually go down twice during this fight, but they've been immediately able to battle res him and get him back in the fight here. Down to 17% now as they continue to push. It's just mechanic execution, ensuring that...
A minute, 45 seconds left, though.
They'll get it. I have faith.
Yeah, I have faith, too. The Thero curse is not happening to his own team. No. Not now, anyways,
they're
at the very
immune.
least. Yeah, apparently they are immune. I mean, Riptar came... I think it's because you sacrificed Riptar. Is that the plan? You sacrifice them and then...
Always.
This is going to be close, though. I mean, they're losing a little bit of damage here. I mean, 9%, but they've got... They're not going to have much time to spare here at all. And Rip goes down! Oh, no! The tragedy,
and Super.
The battle res. Oh, no! 1 minute left, 5%. You gotta accept the res. What are you doing? 4% left with 50 seconds to spare.
Ooh.
Tragedy almost strikes 2.9%. They have got 40 seconds left. They've got to finish this shield. They can't die here. Super is on the ground, tanking 1%. 30 seconds left, and they timed the 25. Oh my gosh.
That is impressive.
Sacrifice Riptar. There we go.
And now they're the only team on the board with a 25. So going into tomorrow, that is going to be huge. And going on for the rest of the weekend, I mean, you have a 25 in your belt now. Sure, you didn't get a Gambit done today, but you have a 25. That cannot be understated how important that is. And so congratulations to the U.S. Army for being able to pull off one banger of a key in a really good amount of time. That is impressive. And so now we're taking a look at our final 2 teams for the day. Goats and Glory, the U.S. Navy versus the British Army. And both of these are on their second boss of their respective dungeons. Goats and Glory are going to be taking on Serpentrix, and the British Army is going to be taking on Time Captain Hooktail.
I mean, yeah, taking a look at Time and Captain Hooktail, this is going to be a relatively easier boss for the Army, for the British Army, but it is on level 21 here. So I think the play really is going to be looking on Goats and Glory. They failed this key multiple times. They failed this 15 Azshara. So if they can, time this for their because they're going to be on the big screen here, right? Here in a little bit. But them being able to take down the 15 Eye of Azshara, I think overall will just give them a giant morale boost. That's all I'm saying is that the morale boost from actually, failing a key, and then finally when the lights are on, when the pressure's on, you're the last one on the podium and you time that key. I think that will give them really good momentum coming into tomorrow as well. And then the British Army actually being able to time this key will on a 21 will give them great momentum going into tomorrow as well. But definitely the momentum carried them all the way to the water here as they are wiping on time cap. That's not going to be good there, Sam.
No, it's not, and especially with they still have a lot of time in their pocket that they can use to take on Time Captain once again. We do have to remember this is a tyrannical key, so these bosses take a lot to go through. They take a lot to chew through. Once you take down Time Captain Hooktail, the final part of Gambit can be relatively easy as long as you manage your interrupts and as long as you manage to avoid the full frontal and the wandering pulsars. It all just comes down to keeping an eye on these bosses though, because Solia for the British Army so far has been a really big stickler, whether it comes to the power overwhelming or getting hit by her shooting stars. The British Army, they've been cleaning it up and they've been getting progressively better at this key, but it's going to come down to can they capitalize on making sure that perfection needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean right now, like having to restart this, they don't have that much time left in Gambit. I mean, Gambit is a very tight timer, and we've seen it already where they failed the first 20 Gambit, right? And then it took them an additional attempt to get in there and actually time the 20 Gambit. And when they did, it was close, right? So I think this 21 for them is more or less swinging for the fences and just seeing like, okay, can we throw a 21 on the board? Right? You know, I don't know that this is something that they're 100% confident that they're going to be able to do, but they're kind of swinging for the fences at this point.
Swinging for the fences, indeed. They have now no longer had the capabilities to hit the 3 chest, but that's going to be okay as long as they can get the rest of this done. Not wiping on Time Captain Hooktail is going to be very important here, and unfortunately, the fact that they did wipe to it could cause them to be a little bit shaky here. It really just comes down to making sure that they manage the ads here with the breath and not getting caught in it, and also not getting hit by the cannon shells that come out. You do also have the concern of getting hooked and not going into the water, while once again making sure that you deal with the ads. And so you bring Time Captain over into this corner, which is the typical area, because that forces the mobs to come into one concentrated area. And you see the Avenger shield to get the tank threat, because these little individual mobs, they do have their own threat table and they can spread out amongst the members of the group, which is why something like Misdirect is really important. But they are down their Hunter.
Yeah, Cream Hunt definitely struggling a little bit today. Thera, we've seen Cream Hunt on the ground tanking the floor almost more often than not here. I think when we're looking at, you know, potentially after this event is over, or after day 1 is over, I think that's a good point where Cream Hunt can, you know, pull up their SquadOV, go back, check that footage, and see why am I dying. Right? When am I dying here? Am I standing in this? Am I doing that? And for those who don't know, SquadOV is an amazing tool that the British Army Esports might be using to go back and look at this very moment, right, later tonight, and figuring out, hey, where did we go wrong? Why did our rogue die? Why did our, you know, healer die? Why did our tank? What's going on? But SquadOV, exclamation point sponsors in the chat right there. It's great. It lets you go back, whether it's your Keystone, your Raid, your Arena, right? You want to see why RMP killed you. You can actually go back and you can find out, oh, they're just OP, right? So there you go. Feel free to check it out. Gives you that recap. Otherwise, we've got Goats and Glory on the screen right here, attempting to down their first finished Eye of Ajara for the day.
So instead of skipping these giants by letting the tank die, they're just deciding to go ahead and engage in on them, which for 15, not that big of a deal. Just get the extra percentage points that they have, that they just need right before they finish off King Deepbeard, and then move right over, finish off Wrath of Ajara. Keep an eye on that Seagull, though. What you gonna do, Seagull? You gonna take that Seagull on?
Are they gonna trap it?
Oh no, they're just letting they're letting a Seagull ring free.
Oh, that's a bold strategy there, Sam. We'll see if it pans out for him.
They're scared of it. It's not a respect thing. It's just fear.
It's fear. I'm scared of it.
It's a scary seagull. I mean, it's the Navy. I mean, they know what seagulls can do. They deal with seagulls all the time, right?
You ever had to swab the poop deck?
Can't say that I have.
Neither.
Anyways, yeah, we have they're just skirting around that seagull so expertly though, and giving it mad respect here. And we have a listen. Okay, Thero, we got Automatic Jack in there saying, "How about that USA? You wanna give your team a rousing words of encouragement?"
I'm just super excited that they were able to come and show out. You know, we've always tried to compete in these kinds of events and sometimes just barely missing that cutoff. But for us to be able to come here and really show that, hey, we have the skill set out of all the military branches, we believe we're the best, and then to be able to actually back it up by putting those 25s up on the board and consistently putting up these high keys. Yeah, we may not have all the points, as Rignoros was pointing out, but hey, where's your 25?
Oh, really? He's coming out swinging.
I expect to see it tomorrow. There we go.
I mean,
Okay.
we'll see. We'll see. Tomorrow is a new day for sure. We've got new dungeon coming along very, very soon here tomorrow. And I mean, we'll see. Both these teams, they're able to look and see, you know, use that SquadOV recap, go back, watch footage, and they're able to see, okay, where did the Army gain their advantage, right? Where was the Army able to do this, or why is the Coast Guard in the lead at this point, or they're able to go back, analyze, and do the strategy here. Speaking of strategy, we've got about a little over 10 minutes left in this dungeon. We've got the British Army on Solia here pretty quickly, the trash right before Solia. Gonna be kind of tight on that timer, don't you think?
I mean, it's typical for how they like to do Solia so far. It's just as close to the end of the timer as we can get. And it's just been a mainstay over and over again. So, though, it looks like they are going to take care of these trash mobs real quick. But with how close it is, they might have to go for bold moves and maybe pick up both of the mobs again and a ring of peace to make sure that trash mob doesn't walk into them while they're still fishing, mopping up these final two mobs here.
I mean, yeah, they definitely want to make sure that they take care of everything. Almost overlapped. It looks like they're actually pulling the Starseer here. No, okay. I thought the Starseer pulled for a second. But no, they're looking at the timer. 24 minutes. They've got 5 minutes and 37 seconds left. Solia hasn't even been pulled yet. This is one of the more difficult end bosses, but I don't know. How long do you think they realistically need here, Theresen, for this final boss?
Do we have the data on how long it took for their last couple pulls on Gambit? I want to say it was around 6-7 minutes is what it felt like, but I don't have that in front of me right now. So right now they're already behind, and unless they can pull something out miraculously as far as just obliterating the boss, they're going to struggle.
I mean, this is a tyrannical boss. That's the thing. Like, this is tyrannical, so you have to allot more time than you normally would. And I mean, for a normal non-tyrannical, 3 minutes is good. Like, you can push that. But on a 21 tyrannical Solia, they're looking at going into this boss with only like 4 minutes left, 3 minutes left. I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, and in fact, you can see kind of a little bit of desperation right here as they pull the first Starseer into the second one, while the first Starseer is low on their own health. You also had to remember, too, though, these mobs, they bolster. So they get a little bit more powerful, they get a little bit more health, and now because of that, you can see just how much longer it's taking for them to take down these Starseers. They have 4 minutes, though, and they do have Lust up. So if they can burn Solia fast in her first phase, they just need to get her to 40% health to bring her into the second phase. They might have a chance, but they need to take the Starseer down now and just start the pull immediately. No breaks, no nothing. Just go.
Yeah, for sure. We do see Solia being pulled immediately after that. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Realistically, I don't think that's enough time to take down Solia to time the key. But now taking a look over on the Eye of Ajara. Nope, going back to Solia again. I was going to say Eye of Ajara looks like they have enough time to take down that final boss. They're on track to do it. But really quick, Solia sitting at, what is that, 70%, 80%? But, oh, no!
That's it.
Tragedy strikes and everybody goes down. That's going to be it. That's the key right there. That's
heartbreak for the team there.
Yeah, the Rogue doesn't want to give up. He wants to keep going, but 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. It looks like a 21 Gambit will not be put on the board for the British Army today.
They went in, they pushed it, they were trying to get it done. I gotta respect the fact that they didn't step away from the challenge. They were like, hey, you know what? We're feeling good about this. We've been close every time. How far can we push this? How close can we get it? And they came up a little short this time, but it's important to remember that, hey, you came up short this time. It doesn't mean you're completely out of this. You have plenty of other dungeons to look at. Maybe start shifting gears, or come back in tomorrow refreshed, renewed, and just ready to crush it.
I'm kind of impressed with this. They decided to just go with it, revive, get the B-Res out onto quick save, and still continue to try to fight the boss. But yeah, the AoE soak that needs to happen there just wasn't happening, and it took out the rest of the team. Very, very unfortunate, but a good attempt. Good attempt from the British Army. We love those guys out there, and they listen. Gambit can be kind of crazy sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you take a look, Gambit, there's a reason the Army was afraid of it. There's a reason the Army hasn't even tried it, right? Is because Gambit is a difficult dungeon.
Ooh.
But taking a look at difficult dungeons, we see this 15 Eye of Ajara, 98% with Wrath still up. A full wipe goes out. Do they have time to finish this, Sam?
I feel like we're asking that question a lot today. I mean, especially here right at the end, these two dungeons so far have been incredibly close to each other, and especially incredibly close to the timer. My Eye of Ajara is a little spotty, but they still had to take down 2 of these mobs before they can even engage onto the boss. So with 5 minutes left, they gotta go fast, but they did just wipe on that? Yeah, that's a little bit tough. But what is not tough, Barn and Pharaoh, is the anonymous $262.50 donation, finishing us off for the day at $1,263 raised for charity.
Well, I mean, big thank you out there to Anonymous, right? Anonymous is we definitely have a big donation out there. Multiple donations from Anonymous today. It's a very interesting name, Anonymous. I don't know if that's what your mom named you or what it is, but I appreciate your donation there, Anonymous, and wish you well and wish you the best. And thank you so much to everybody who's donated today. $1,263 has been given for charity today, which is absolutely amazing. We will see the Tabasco Pilk tomorrow coming out from Sam. First thing, right here, finishing off the day, we have got less than 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes and 12 seconds left to finish this Eye of Ajara, and the Navy getting in a final keystone here. Last one on the chopping block to put their name on the board for 4 dungeons. They need to finish this, Theresen. They need to finish this on time.
They did lose Deep 6 there, and they are struggling. Ooh, there goes Ellie. Does look like this is going to be a bricked key at this point. I don't think there's any saving this.
Oh,
no, I don't think so either.
So unfortunate. With 3 minutes remaining, they really needed to put an Eye of Ajara on the board for today. And that was it, right? They had plenty of time. They just definitely weren't able to get it done in the last couple of minutes there. 3 minutes left. Yeah, we don't believe that's going to be enough time. So coming back here, we've got myself. We've got this guy over here named Thero. We've got that guy over there named Sam, right? all of us here on the desk, we want to give you guys a giant thank you today. Again, we've raised $1,263, right? We have had multiple donations coming in, right? Especially from somebody named Anonymous, right? Great guy out there, Anonymous, gifting multiple donations out there. So thank you. Sam, right? Any last words? Any final remarks?
So here's my final remarks. First of all, chat, you were insane today with all the love, but not only that, you made chat entertaining to read through. Thank you all so much. I had a couple of giggles from all of you, and want to say once again thank you to Driss, who was on here earlier with us. He did an amazing job, and it was so great to be able to hear his knowledge and his experience with the game. We saw some amazing gameplay from all of the competitors today, and to be able to witness a 25 from the U.S. Army is insane. And thank you all so much for making today entertaining. It did not feel like 5 hours, honestly. It felt like we just started 2 minutes ago. Seriously. And Thero, you're amazing. Just want you to know that.
I appreciate it. I'm just happy to be here. You know, this is one of my last gigs, if you will, being in my position here at U.S. Army Esports. So be able to do this with a game that's been so integral to me as an individual while still being a part of the Army has just been absolutely amazing. I want to give a big shout out to Hothead and for everyone on all the teams that have put this together to be able to see World of Warcraft and, you know, our military and veteran gamers come together to be able to put this on. I'm beyond ecstatic. I know there are crap ton of veterans that play World of Warcraft, and just make sure to reach out to those individuals, because in my almost 18 years of playing World of Warcraft, I have met plenty of individuals throughout the military. I've been able to go and hang out with them. We linked up, we were in the same guild together. I've been in the same guild for 18 years as well, so it's a little ridiculous. Shout out to Praetorian Guards, there's my one shout out there. But it's been absolutely amazing to be a part of this community of World of Warcraft and everything, and I'm excited to see where the future goes here with Dragonflight.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick before we end out, I want to bring up the leaderboard, and I would just want to discuss where we stand at the end of the day, day one, going into day two, and we'll give a little quick shout out afterwards, and then we'll call it for the day. But real quick, coming in where they belong. At the number one spot, we've got the Marine Corps Gaming with 82 total points. Of course, right, we could talk about 25s all day, but at the end of the day, we have the Marine Corps Gaming on top in the lead with 82 points with a 21 Mist, a 21 Necrotic Wake, a 21 Gambit, and an Eye of Azara. Not afraid to go in there on that Gambit. But we do see Air Force Gaming coming in right underneath them with the same exact score, -1 of the Eye of Azara. Underneath that, we have the Coast Guard coming in just neck and neck, 80, 81, 82, all coming out from these top three teams. After that, we do have the Army, who were a little afraid of that Gambit, chose to just stay in Necrotic Wake for most of the day today. And I guess they got a 25. Yeah, it was nice, but but we'll see what they can pull out tomorrow. Underneath that, we have the Navy, the U.S. Navy pulling 17s on every single key, having some issues with Eye of Azara. Of course, they're going to check that SquadOV. Of course, they're going to go back and see what they did wrong and how they can really strategize and come back at Eye of Azara, even stronger tomorrow. We have the Royal Air Force Esports that we're having a little bit of trouble today. But again, they're going to go back. They're going to check the footage. They're going to do what they can. Also, big shout out to them. They only had 4 players. I say it again, 4 players all of today. So the Royal Air Force Esports definitely showing out with great effort today. And we're waiting to see when they have 5 players, how are we going to see 25s out of them? With 5 players, I don't know. We saw 17 timed with only 4 players. So, and on top of that, we've got the British Army, who did manage to time that 20 Gambit. So we'll see if they can show up for these other 2, Eye of Azara and Mist, for the next one. Sam, any final remarks for you?
Well, I think we should go ahead and say thank you to all our amazing sponsor, SquadOV, which we have talked so graciously about. Being able to record your gameplay is so huge, to go back and figure out the little tweaks that you can make in order to push your key further, get that little bit of extra IO or that little bit of extra PvP rank, so that way you can better yourself as a player. And of course, we want to say thank you to all of our partners for the day, including the amazing people over at RaiderIO, who gave us the opportunity to be able to have a nice leaderboard such as that. And of course, Generation Esports, the Military Gaming League, and BDGG for letting us be streamed on their channel. We greatly thank you so much for that. And our great friends over at WarcraftLogs.com, RaidBots, Chaos Creative, who is helping to produce and put on this show, and the staff members, Hothead, DeFlannel, Dres, you guys have been amazing. You guys have helped bring this to fruition and make this a reality. And because of you so far, guys, we have raised over $1,000 for charity in just 5 hours.
Wow. Awesome. So we will see you guys back here tomorrow for the next iteration, day 2 of the Armed Forces Dungeon Clash. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.